I do not talk much, I quickly get to the point, but just give me 2 to 3 minutes to convince you why this is the JavaScript course that will separate you from a beginner JavaScript developer and will put you in the list of advanced developers who not only write good code but also understands the working of it. Do you know why in JavaScript a variable is stored in the call stack and the objects are stored in the memory heap? No, right? Don't worry. I am going to explain to you with this amazing behind the scenes presentation that took me weeks to prepare. But wait, what is even call stack and memory heap? How primitive data types differ from reference data types? And what is the role of call stack and memory heap in this case? What is execution context and how is the event loop pushing callback data from the callback queue onto the call stack? How JavaScript parser creates the abstract syntax tree and checks for error. What is the difference between call stack and execution context? How asynchronous codes exactly executes? What is event loop and how does it work? What is a callback queue and what is the work of browser API? What is hoisting and why it only works with function declarations and why not for function expressions and for arrow functions? How does operators precedence works? How to read the table? You have heard const variables can't be reassigned a value, right? But what if I tell you it can be and I will show you how? Would you then believe me? Do you know how variables are actually created in JavaScript and then assigned a value? What is a variable object? Moreover, you may be familiar with what scope is. But do you know how does the scope chain works and how does the value differ for let, const and var? You will understand what is lexical scoping of variables by looking at a township analysis and what does it mean that var are function scoped and let and const are block scoped. Moving forward, you will also understand what is the temporal dead zone of a variable, how to interact with DOM and access docs related to it, how to build strings and format them, what is this keyword and why does this keyword behaves differently in different contexts. What is asynchronous JavaScript, callbacks, promises, async-await, and error handling with try and catch, and much more which I can't describe in this short intro because I just said I don't like to talk much. I will show everything by code. This course covers all the modern JavaScript with great depth analysis. 8 hours of code plus 3 hours of visual explanation will set the stage for you. I promise you that this is going to be the best time spent learning JavaScript. After this, you will be comfortable enough to take on any libraries and frameworks that are based on JavaScript, be it React, Angular, Vue, or backend development with Node.js or even React Native app development. I have put a lot of effort in creating this long JavaScript course. Everything took me more than 6 months to prepare. The slides, the example, practicing the code and then shooting them, editing them. A lot of retake has been taken. So please consider subscribing and liking the video and do make sure to comment your feedback on it. If you think I need to improve something, do make sure to write that in the comment. This will motivate me to create more such amazing courses for absolutely free. Also make sure to join our official Telegram channel where you can get help regarding any topic and you can also suggest me in planning my next video. And yes, do make sure to follow me on other social media handles as well. The link is given in the description. Okay, now enough talk, let's dive in and yes, enjoy a lot and don't take stress at all. Everything will make sense, that's my promise, okay? If you want to download the complete code, then the GitHub link is given in the description. You can download it from there. So let's now write our very first line of JavaScript code. And for now, we will do that in browser developer tools just to get started as quickly as possible. We will then switch to the code editor to write JavaScript code efficiently. And I will show you the setup of code editor in a moment. For now, we will use browser developer tool. So I'm here on Chrome browser. So make sure to open up Google Chrome. Now, if you want to use another web browser such as Mozilla Firefox, feel free to do that as most of the instructions are going to be same for those browsers as well. Your learning will not be compromised at all. Now, there are three ways in which we can open up the Chrome Developer Tools. First, we can open it by hitting the shortcut command. Now that shortcut command is Command Option J. This shortcut is for Mac. So on Windows, this is going to be Control Alt J. And so this will then open up this console that we see here. So all of these tabs are nothing but basically the developer tools, but we are just interested in this console. Okay, now another way of opening the developer tools is by, first of all, let me close this, is by right clicking and then clicking inspect, which will then bring us to this elements tab, and from here just navigate to this console. And another way of opening it is by, and I am showing you all of this because different people like to do it in different ways, so it is always better to know multiple ways. So the third one is by going into this top menu bar, click view, go to developer, and then from here click JavaScript console. You can notice the first shortcut that I told you. So it's probably command, this is alt command J, or I don't know what is this shortcut in Mac, this is option. Okay, so option command J. If you click this, here you can see we are on console. Now this JavaScript developer console allows us to write and test JavaScript code, so it's very useful during development, for example to fix errors. Now we don't write real applications of course using this console. For that we are going to use a code editor which setup I will show you in a moment. But now just to get started, let's use the console because it's a good way and a easy way to just write some JavaScript here. So let's write here something. So the first thing that we are going to write is going to be alert. So alert is just a simple so-called JavaScript function that alerts something on the browser. Now you don't have to understand all of these things right now. I'm gonna teach you everything in great details. We are just testing something, so it is better to follow what I am telling you. Now after writing alert, you can open up a parenthesis. Now inside this, well not inside this, but after this you can write a text message which is called a string. So you can write it under this double quote. Now over here you can write hello world. So hello world. Now this is nothing but a very standard way of learning programming in any programming language. We start by writing a hello world program. So if you have little experience in programming, you can understand what I am saying. Nevertheless, if you are a beginner, you can still do it. Now close this with the same parenthesis. If you hit enter or return on your keyboard, now you can see that Chrome new tab says hello world. So this is nothing but just a way to print some pop-up over here, or you can say just open some pop-up over here. Now this is also called a dialog box. This entire box in JavaScript is sometimes also referred as dialog box, but again we are just starting out, right? So we are not going to put that much mind straight away. Just click OK to get out of here. Now we can also write something else here. So let's do something else. Let's write a variable. So here I'm going to write let JavaScript equals to, or let's just write JS equals to another string awesome. Okay, hit enter. Now we are going to test. Now you don't have to understand whatever I am writing now. We are just testing. We are going to talk about all of this in great details. So here I can say if, let me increase the window size so that it will be clearly visible. Okay, this much, and let's bring some space over here as well. Now here I can test if JS equals to awesome, we will simply say then alert JS is awesome. Now let me explain you what I did. So first of all, we have declared a variable. Again, I'm gonna teach you everything in detail, but right now I'm just going to give you little explanation of what we did here. So we are simply saying that if inside this parenthesis, whatever we have written inside this parenthesis is true, which is actually true, we have declared this variable over here and we have said let JS equals to awesome. So we are simply saying, hey JavaScript, check if JavaScript is exactly equals to this string awesome, and this statement will be evaluated to true, and if it is true, then alert JavaScript is awesome. Now if you hit return, you can see our dialog box is actually returning us JavaScript is awesome. Okay, and then just click OK to get out of it. Now over here we can say let JS equals to no awesome. Okay, and now let's copy this command here, and first we need to hit enter. And now here if we paste this, if you now hit enter, you see our dialog box is nowhere to be seen. Why? Because now this evaluation is false. So if this is true, then only alert this, otherwise don't alert something. Now this might be going over your head, but don't worry, we are just getting started, so you don't have to think much about this. Now another way in which you can write JavaScript code inside this developer console is that by going to source tab, from here click this arrow, and then from here click snippets, and from here click new snippets, and now name your file. So I'm just going to write hello.js. Now this .js is extension. This tells the browser that this file is a JavaScript file. Hit enter, and now here you can write your JavaScript code. So for example, you can write alert hello world. Now how to execute this? Here in the corner you can see we have a shortcut which is command plus enter. So either you can hit command plus enter or you can click here. So if you click, you see we get hello world, and then inside the console we got some output which obviously we do not have to understand. Now another code that I want to show you here is to log something out in the console. So this is nothing but also, so this is also a function. So for example, if you want to print something inside the console, what about your name or your age or anything, or simply you can go with hello world as well. All you have to do is that you have to say console dot log hello world. So this console.log is a function that prints whatever is inside this parenthesis down here in the console. Now let's run it again. Now you can see we get hello world. Similarly, you can copy this. Let's close this part over here, come to console, and here you can write, or let me show you how can you clear this console. You can click this button or you can press command K to clear this console. Now let's paste that command here, which is console.log hello world. If you hit enter, now you can see we get hello world. Similarly, you can do mathematical calculations as well. For example, 12 plus 12, this is 24, 12 into 12, 144. So now you can see how fast is it to do some testing over here in the browser developer tools, right? So this is the reason why we use browser developer tools. Obviously, we do not write real programs here. Now let's see how do we actually write real programs. Now from here, I'm going to open a new tab and I will search VS Code. VS Code is the code editor that we are going to use. Now click the first link, and now from here click download, and now you can download for your operating system, Windows, Linux, Mac. I'm on Mac, so I'm not going to download for Mac since I already have VS Code installed. Now this is just a very straightforward setup process, so it is not going to be very difficult for you to download VS Code and install it in your system for yourself. Okay, now I already have installed VS Code in my system. Now let me show you how we can actually write JavaScript code. So I will navigate to my desktop, and over here I am going to create a new folder, and I will simply name it 0 2 1. Hit enter, and now here is my VS Code. So all I am going to do is that I am going to take this folder, drag it and drop it inside VS Code and let it launch. Okay, so now we are up. Now over here you can see we have 4 icons. Now I will not bore you with all of this. If you click this icon, it will tell you to create a new file. It will suggest you that by clicking this icon you can create a new file. Similarly, you can create a new folder. We are just going to create a new file and we will name it script, script, script.js. Now this .js is again the extension. So this actually tells this code editor as well as the web browser that this file is a JavaScript file and it contains JavaScript code. So please treat this file as a JavaScript file. Hit enter. Now here you can write all your code. Now what we did, we wrote alert, right? So we can write alert, and then here we are just going to write hello world. Now let's save this. You can save this by pressing Command S or by going to file and then from here clicking save. If you save this, here you can see the white icon is gone, which means your file is saved. Now if you make any edit over here, you can see we are seeing this white circle over here. Okay, which means the file has been edited. It needs to be saved before we get to see any update, right? So again, we can again come over here to file, save, or simply we can just press this command, which is Command and S, or in Windows it would be Control S to save this file. So I can press Command S and now the file is saved. Now how do we execute it? So for this we are going to use index.html file. So over here we are going to create one HTML document. So I am going to call it index.html. Again, this .html tells the code editor as well as the web browser that this particular file is an HTML file. So please render it as an HTML file and treat it as an HTML file. Hit enter, and now here we can generate the default boilerplate of HTML. Now if you don't know HTML, then it's completely fine. I'm not going to teach you HTML right now. We will be taking a look at the HTML little bit later. Obviously just in a moment, not in a moment, but just in a month or two, I will be bringing a whole front-end development course over here on the same channel. Okay, now over here I'm going to print the default boilerplate. Now to print the default boilerplate of HTML, just press Shift and 1 on your keyboard, which will again bring this exclamation. Now if you read, it says emet abbreviation. So emet is just a shortcut that is already built in VS Code, and it helps us a lot in our coding. It saves our time. So again, if you hit enter or if you click over here, it will generate a default markup or default boilerplate of HTML. Now inside this you can write something. You can write h1. We can say this is JavaScript 021. Okay, something like this. Now just save this again by pressing Command S. Here you can see the file is not saved, so Command S. Now how do we open this? We open this by opening the folder and then by double clicking over here. So double click, and I think it opened on my wrong browser, so let me just get it quickly for my screen. So over here I'm going to get this. So here you can see JavaScript 021. Okay, so let me fix it very quickly. okay, drawn over here. So now this is where our output is going to be shown, but you can see that we are clearly not seeing what alert does. Alert simply prints a pop-up over here, but we are not seeing this. Why? Now the reason why we are not seeing is that, first of all, let me close this one, this sidebar. You can close this by pressing this shortcut Command B. Okay, now we have to go to this index.html and we have to tell this index.html that, hey, index.html, there's a file called script.js. You need to load whatever it is written over here, and then that will show up over here. Currently we are just rendering this is JavaScript 0 to 1, so we need to link this script.js over here. How do we do that? We are just going to say script and press enter, and then inside this script we can reference the script.js file using this source attribute. We can say source equals to reference this script.js, and now you will see the moment I will hit Command S, let me shrink it over here, we need to refresh this, right? So refresh it, and now you can see our dialog box over here. Okay, so this pop-up says hello world. Now let me quickly adjust this. So over here I'm going to adjust my window. Okay, now over here let's close this one, and we are going to do all of our work over here. Now again let's just print something to the console. Now I can say console.log, and over here I can say hello world. Now if I save this, obviously we need a semicolon as well. If I save this, if I reload, we cannot see console. Why? Because console is not something that pops up over here. Console goes in browser developer console. To see the output that console prints, you'll have to again go to console. So right click, inspect, go to console, and now here you can see hello world. Okay, so this is how we are going to write JavaScript code. We will be writing JavaScript code over here in script.js, and then we will see the output over here. Okay, so now let's continue. Alright, so we have written a few lines of JavaScript, but what exactly is JavaScript and what can we do with it? Well, that's exactly what we are going to find out in this video. And so in this lecture, we will set the stage for the rest of the course, and so you must follow this one until the end. You can find multiple definitions of JavaScript, but if we summarize, then an accurate definition would be that it's a high-level, object-oriented, multi-paradigm programming language. And now with that being said, can we just move on? Well, probably not, because what does any of that actually mean? So let's deconstruct this just a little bit to at least make some sense out of this. And starting with the programming language itself, a programming language is basically just a tool that allows us to write code that will instruct a computer to do something. And of course, that's our main goal of using JavaScript, right? Then we go on and define it further by saying that JavaScript is a high-level language, which means that we don't have to think about a lot of complex steps such as managing the computer's memory while it runs our programs. So in JavaScript, there are a lot of so-called abstractions over all these small details that we don't want to worry about, and this makes the language a lot easier to write and learn. Next, I say that JavaScript is object-oriented, and all that means is that the language is mostly based on the concepts of objects for storing most kinds of data. And of course, we will learn all about object-oriented programming as well shortly. Finally, JavaScript is also a multi-paradigm language, meaning that it's so flexible and versatile that we can use all kinds of different programming styles such as imperative and declarative programming. And these different styles are just different ways of writing and structuring our code basically. Again, you will learn all about this throughout the course. This is just a first very high level overview, but I hope it's been making sense so far. Anyway, now that we know what JavaScript actually is, or at least kind of, what is the role that it plays in web development, or in other words, what do we actually use it for? And to answer that question, let's actually look at three core technologies of the web: HTML, CSS, and of course JavaScript. So these three technologies all work together to create beautiful, interactive, and dynamic websites or web applications. Now, the HTML is responsible for the content of the page. So the text, the images, the buttons, and all the contents that you see on the web page is always written in HTML. Then the CSS is responsible for the presentation of that content. So basically for styling and for laying out the elements on a web page. And then finally, JavaScript is the real programming language of the internet, and it allows developers to add dynamic and interactive effects to any web page. We also use it to manipulate the content or the CSS, load data from remote servers, and really build entire applications in the browser, which we then call web applications. Now we can also use the analogy of nouns, adjectives, and verbs to make this separation of roles a bit easier to understand. So in this analogy, HTML represents the nouns, for example, saying that the P element is a paragraph, and so paragraph is the noun here. The CSS then is the adjective because it describes the noun, like this piece of CSS saying the paragraph text is blue, and so here blue is the adjective describing the noun. And finally, JavaScript is of course the verb, like saying hide the paragraph, and so here we are doing something, and so we have a verb. Okay, I hope this analogy clearly explains the difference between the three core technologies that are the core part of web development. Now to finish this lecture, I want to briefly talk about JavaScript releases or versions, as you might call them. We will come back to this topic by the end of the section because it's super important to understand, and I have also promised you that I will make you confident in JavaScript. Still, it's a good idea to get a first overview of JavaScript releases at this point. Anyway, to make a long story short, there has been a huge update to the language in 2015, which is officially called ES 2015, but most people just call it ES6, simply because it was released after ES5, and by the way, ES stands for ECMAScript. Now after ES 2015, there is now a yearly new release with a couple of new JavaScript features. All of these new releases or versions starting from ES 2015 are what we call Modern JavaScript. But why am I telling you all this? Well, it's simply because in this course, I am going to teach you Modern JavaScript right from the beginning. And don't worry, it is not going to be too complex to learn, that's my promise. Also, I wanted to make this very clear right from the start. However, I am also convinced that you need to understand what came before 2015, so ES5. And so I will also show you what's important about ES5. Now lastly, I just want to ask you for your support. Please like the videos and subscribe to the channel. Your one click will be a huge support to the channel and will keep me motivated to produce such high quality content for absolutely free. Now I can guess I might be boring you with these presentations, but trust me, these are essentials for you to understand to make a good start. As you might have heard, well begun is half done. Now I don't want to bore you with these slides anymore, so let's finally start writing JavaScript code. Welcome back. Let's now start to learn the JavaScript language, starting with values and variables and their data types. Now first we are going to get a detailed look at what variables are and what are values, and then we will understand what are data types. Okay, so to explain to you the concept of variables, I am going to take the example of a person, such as a person's name, a person's age, a person's job, and also their birth year. Okay, so now let's talk about what are values. And if you feel like taking notes, then you should definitely, but be to the point and don't write everything in your notebook. Just write down the essentials. So, what is a value? So, a value is a piece of data that contains raw information. In another word, you can summarize a value by considering it the most fundamental unit that we have in programming. For example, the text John here is a value. And again, if you want to see this in the console, you can do this. So you can say console.log, and you can wrap this value inside a parenthesis. So if you save this, come over here, and if you reload the browser, you can see we get the output John down here in the console. And now in the right side of our value, you can see it says script.js:1. So what it means is that the value or the output that we are getting in the console is the result of the execution of the line which is at this point. So script.js line 1. So come over here and see we have script.js, and on the line 1 we have written console.log, and hence this indicates that this output is from the execution of the code of the line 1. Now we can also have different values. So here we can say console.log, and then inside this we can write a number. If I save this, if I reload my browser, you can see we get 30, and this time script.js:2. Now the extremely important thing that we can do with values is we can store them in a variable so that we can use them over and over again. For example, we can say let and then the name of the variable. So I can say first name, and then by using an equal sign we can assign it a value. So here I can say John. So what we did here is called declaring a variable. We declared a variable whose name is first name, and then we assigned it a value which is John. So what it will do is this will create a real variable in your computer's memory, and we will store this value inside of that variable. So you can imagine a variable like being a box. So in the real world, a box can hold some object. For example, it can hold a book, a t-shirt, a toy, simply some kind of object. And so then we can write a label on that box to describe what's in it, and then we can find the object later when we need it by using the label. And variables work in an exact way. So here we have a box called first name, and into that box we put the value of John. And now if you want to use this value, all you have to do is to use this label. In other words, this variable name. So you can do console.log, and then you can pass this variable name into this function, and now you can use the value that is assigned to this variable. If you save the script.js file, if you refresh our browser, you can see from line 5 we get the output John. Now we can use these variables many times. So if I repeat this line 3 or 4 times, and by the way I have used the shortcut Shift Option down arrow in Mac and Shift Alt down arrow in Windows. Now if I save this, reload my browser, you can see we are getting the output of John multiple times. So now that we know what a variable is, let's quickly talk about the conventions and rules for naming variables, because we should not just give random names to variables. So the first way I named this variable is called a camel case. Camel case means whenever we have multiple words in a variable name, we start the variable name with lowercase and then every following word starts with an uppercase. So first name, so first started with the lowercase, and then after the first ended, we wrote name and we capitalized the first word of name. So this is kind of a standard in the JavaScript world. But of course, there are other ways of naming variables. For example, we can write a variable like this. We can say let first underscore name, and then we can assign it a value. So again I can call it John. So this is popular in other languages like Python and Ruby, and you can use whatever way you like the most. Just keep in mind that it's kind of a standard in JavaScript to write the variable names like this. So whenever you see other people's code, usually you will see variables declared using camel case notation. So that's kind of convention on how to name variables in JavaScript. Now there are also some hard rules in JavaScript about how we can name variables. So for example, you cannot write something like this. So let me get some space. You cannot say let 4 rupee equals to 4 rupee. Simply we are assigning it a value of 4. You cannot start a variable name with the integer or number itself. So you can read the error. It says variable declaration not allowed at this location. Why? Because an identifier or keyword cannot immediately follow a numerical literal. Okay, so this is numerical literal, so this is not allowed in JavaScript. Also, you cannot do something like this. So you can say let me and my friend equals to John and week. This is not allowed. Another error might occur when you try to use a variable name with a reserved JavaScript keyword. For example, you can say let new equals to shoes. This is not allowed. Why? Because new is a reserved keyword, and we are going to talk about new little bit later. Similarly, you can also not use something like this. You can say function equals to my function. This cannot be done because function is a reserved word in JavaScript. Also, another word that is kind of reserved but is allowed to use is name. So we can say let name equals to John, but I prefer to use it this way. Don't simply declare a variable called name. Always be specific. For example, first name. You can also say last name. Okay, so don't just use name, although it is allowed, but it is not recommended. Also, do not start your variable name with a capital word. So something like this, let person equals to code. This is not allowed. Okay, I mean, this is not illegal, but this is a convention in JavaScript which we will talk about later. By the way, this is related to object-oriented programming and constructor, so we will see this later. On the same note, variables that are all in uppercase are reserved for constants that we know will never change. For example, pi. So we can declare them using this way. So we can say let pi equals to the value of pi, which is never going to change. So we can say 3.1415962, something like this. But don't use this convention for declaring all the common variables like first name or last name. So don't do this. Let first name equals to anything. Let last name equals to anything. Don't do this. Okay, now to finally finish this lecture, let's talk about one final convention, which is to make sure that our variable names are descriptive, and that's very important to write cleaner code. So when you name your variable, it should be easy to understand what exactly the variable is holding just by reading the name of the variable. So we can write a descriptive variable name like this. So we can say let my first job equals to, and I need to get rid of all of these bad code over here, otherwise we will run into error. Okay, so let's delete all of this and let's get rid of this as well. Okay, now we can say let my first job equals to software engineer, and then if we switched our job, we can say let my second job equals to, I can say, teacher. Okay, so you can see that these variable names are descriptive. We are actually saying that hey, my first job was software engineer, my second job is teacher, rather than if we would have said something like this, let job 1 equals to software engineer, let job 2 equals to teacher. If you compare both of them, what do you think is looking more descriptive? Obviously this one, because job 1 and job 2 does not make any sense. We kind of do not relate that much, but here it is completely descriptive. It says my first job, my second job. Okay, so this is how we make variable name descriptive. Next up, we are going to talk about data types. We talked about values and variables. Now, in every programming language, values can have different types depending on the type of data that we want them to hold. And we already saw strings and numbers, but there are actually more data types. So let's now take a look at all the types that we have in JavaScript. And first of all, in JavaScript, every value is either an object, which looks something like this, or a primitive value. So a value is only a primitive when it's not an object, and we will learn all about objects later. But for now, let's really focus on primitive data types. So there are 7 primitive data types: number, string, boolean, undefined, null, symbol, and big int. So let's look at them one by one. First, we have the number data type, and numbers are always so-called floating point numbers, which means that they always have decimals even if we don't see them or don't define them. For example, the value 30 that we have here is exactly like having 30.0, but they are both simply the number data type. In many other programming languages, you will find different data types for integers and for decimals. Java is one good example, but not in JavaScript. In JavaScript, all numbers are simply of the type number. Okay? And don't confuse yourself by Java and JavaScript. Both are different programming language. Next up, we have strings, which are simply a sequence of characters, and so they are just used for text, as we already learned, and always put them in quotes, no matter if double quotes or single quotes. Otherwise, JavaScript will actually confuse them with variable names. The Boolean data type is essentially a logical type that can only take one of the logical values, true or false. In other words, a Boolean is always either true or false. We use Boolean values to take decisions with code, as we will see later. And these are the 3 most important data types that we will deal with the most. But there are still 4 more which might be a bit more confusing. So first, undefined is the value taken by a variable that is not yet defined, and the variable that's not yet defined is simply just a variable that we declared but without assigning a value. For example, like this game player variable here. So basically we can say that undefined means empty value. Then there is also null, which is actually pretty similar because it also means empty value, but it's used in different circumstances. But for now, don't worry about the details. I just want you to know that null also exists. Okay, anyway, next we have symbol, which was introduced in ES 2015, and this data type is not really useful for us. It simply defines a value that is unique and cannot be changed. Finally, starting in ES 2020, there is also big int, also called as big integer, which is for integers that are too large to be represented by the number type. So basically it's another type for numbers, and we will talk about this one a little bit later. So these are the 7 primitive data types in JavaScript. But there is another fundamental thing to know about types, which is the fact that JavaScript has a feature called dynamic typing. This means that when you create a new variable, you do not have to manually define the data type of the value that it contains. In many other programming languages, you actually have to do that, but not in JavaScript. Instead, JavaScript automatically determines the data type of a value when it's stored into a variable. And this distinction between value and variable is pretty important because in JavaScript, it's the value that has a type, not the variable. So variables simply store values that have a type. Many people don't know about this detail or just don't care, but this is how it actually works. Now, another important application of dynamic typing is that later in our code, we assign a new value with a different data type to the same variable without a problem. For example, a variable named x can initially be a number and later a string. That's not a problem at all. And this can of course be very useful, but it can also be the source of some difficulty to find bugs, which means errors in our code. Okay, so let's now see all of this in code to get a clear understanding. Before we talk about data type, let's quickly talk about code commenting. So in programming, we use comments to literally comment code or to deactivate code without deleting it. So for example, here you can see we have few lines of code, okay? And if we want to log it out in the console, we can do something like this. So we can say console.log, and then here we can reference this, my first job. Let's quickly reference my second job as well so that we can get both the value out here in the console. Save this. If I reload, we get both the value, software engineer and teacher, down here in console. Now what we can do is that we can comment some parts of the code but without deleting it. So comments are used in many ways. For example, you can use comments to actually tell about a part of code block that what it is doing. For example, here you can say that we have declared two variables, right? And above here you can also say that we have declared our first name variable. So this is a very general example, but I hope what I am telling you is making sense to you. So what we can actually do is that we can come over here and write down a comment. Now how do we write a comment? By simply writing two forward slashes, and now after this you can write the comment. And one thing good about comment is that when you write a comment, JavaScript engine does not pass that line. For example, here if you declare a variable, I can say random equals to 20, and now if you console.log random, we will get a reference error. If I save this, refresh, you can see we are getting a reference error. It says random is not defined. Why? Because this is simply a comment, and comment is not executed by the script. So always remember, we use comment to actually comment down some parts of the code. But again, we can use comments in many ways as well. We can actually say that here is our important, well, let's fix the spelling, important variables. Okay, for example, if we declare a function over here, if I say function, just for an example, I can say my name. So here I can write a comment and I can say here we have defined a function. Okay, so it would make sense. So if someone who would be taking over our project, they can actually understand that okay, so here we have defined a function, and then they can further add their logic to it, and then they can write down their own comment as well. So they can say I have made certain changes here. Okay, So when you will take on your project back, you can actually realize that okay, so these are the changes that has been made. Okay, so this is how comments are useful. Now we can use multi-line comments as well, so we don't have to do something like this. We don't have to press forward slash again and again. Okay, what we can do is that we can use a multi-line comments. So multi-line comments starts from slash, asterisk, and ends where you want to end the comment, asterisk, slash. So between these, whatever code we have will be commented. So this will not be executed by the JavaScript engine. Okay, so this is multi-line comment and this is single line comment. Now there is a shortcut in VS Code. If I get rid of this, now if I press command and forward slash, it automatically converts our code into a comment or our line into a comment. So for Mac the shortcut would be command forward slash, and for Windows it would be control forward slash. Alright, so this is comments. But now let's get back to the topic of the lecture, which is data types. So in the previous video we saw numbers and strings. Now we already talked about booleans. So booleans is a value that can be either true or false. Okay, so over here let me just get rid of these lines. Okay, and I'm starting fresh. Now if I write true here, then this already is a boolean. Okay, if I save this and if I reload my browser, you can see, well, you cannot literally see, but in order to see it in the console we need to log it. Okay, so I can say console.log, and now if I reload the browser, you can see true over here. Okay, so this is a boolean. Now before we further talk about data types, let me tell you about one very important operator which is called typeOf operator. So typeOf is an operator just like the plus or the minus operator. Now at this point we have not talked about operators, but don't worry, we are shortly going to cover that. As for now, just know that we can use typeOf operator to show the type of a value. So let me show you how it works. Now I said that this is boolean. You can see this is true. Now you can ask me that how can I say that this is a boolean? This could be string as well. But no, this is a boolean, and to prove it we can use typeOf operator. So here I can say typeOf space this one. So if I save this, now if I refresh, you can see it says boolean. Similarly you can check for numbers as well. So you can say 20, and let's do for string as well. So I can say code block. Okay, and let me do a floating point number as well. You will see that they are also called as a number, as we discussed earlier already. So if I save this, if I reload, you can see script.js line 25 is a boolean, line 26 is a number, line 27 is a string, and line 28 is a number. Okay, so by using typeOf operator we can actually figure out what exactly is the type of the value. Now moving on, let's see dynamic typing in action. So remember, dynamic typing simply means that we can easily change the type of a value that is held by a variable. Now this might sound little overhyped, but this is as simple as this. So we already have a variable. So over here if you scroll it, here you can see we already have a variable which is called as first name. Okay, now let's again reassign a value to it, and I'm just going to get rid of all of these console.log for now. Okay, now to reassign the value we can again say first, and let's quickly get rid of this variable as well. Okay, just keep it simple. I can say first name equals to, now I can say Jack Sparrow. Well, it's Captain Jack Sparrow, so Captain Jack Sparrow. Okay, now you will see that the first name will change to Captain Jack Sparrow. Now let me prove it. Console.log first name. If I save this, right now here you can see it is John. Okay, now if I reload the browser, now you can see it is Captain Jack Sparrow. from line 7. Script.js line 7 is now Captain Jack Sparrow. First, we initially assigned it a value of John, and then we changed the value dynamically. Now one thing that I want to clearly mention here is that we don't use this let keyword again. We just reference the variable name and then reassign it a new value. If you write let here again, it means that we are again creating or again declaring a new variable, which is illegal right now because both of the variable name has same name. If you say 2, it's fine, but since we already have first name variable, we cannot create a variable with the same name twice. So this let does not make any sense here. Why? Because we are just changing the value of a variable dynamically. Okay, now we can again change the value from a string. Right now this is a string, so we can change the value from string to a number as well. For example, first name does not make sense, but we can actually write a number here, or let's do it in a separate variable. I can say let age equals to 29. Okay, 29 console.log age. If I reload, you can see 29, right? Let me quickly comment down all of these as well. Okay, now if I reload, you can see we see 29, and this is a string, by the way. So if I use typeOf operator again, you will see this is a string, right? But now if we change the age to number 30, now if I save, reload, now it turned number. So this is how dynamic typing works in JavaScript. We can again and again reassign different values to a same variable as long as we have declared all of the variables legally. What do I mean by legally is that we have not declared the same named variable twice. So first name is declared only once, and anywhere you can change the variable's value to a different value. And now let's see an example of undefined. So I told you number, strings and booleans are the most used data types, but there are more: undefined and null, and we have symbol and begin as well. But in this video we are just going to talk about the three important one that we use quite often. So now let's see undefined and null. So remember that undefined is the value taken by a variable that is not yet defined. So basically undefined means an empty value. So it's perfectly legal in JavaScript to do this. We can say let age, and that's it. Well, not that's it, because we already have age variable defined. So let's change the variable name to something else. So I can say my name, and this is completely legal in JavaScript. Okay, so we have defined a variable but without a value. And then if we take a look in the console that what this variable holds as a value, we can say console.log and reference my name here. Save this. When I will refresh the browser, you will see undefined there. So if I reload, you can see it says undefined. So what it means is that when we declare an empty variable, the value of the variable will be undefined and the type of the variable will also be undefined. So let me quickly prove it. So if I say typeof my name, reload the browser, you can see it says undefined. Now this maybe sounds a bit confusing, but it's really not. So simply put, undefined is both the value and the type of the value. Okay, so if you again do something like this, let's remove this one, save this, you can actually see the difference. So first is the undefined. It says the type of the variable which is undefined. Why? Because simply we have not defined any value to it. We have created a variable but there is no value. That's why it is undefined, and that's why the type of the variable is undefined. And undefined is different than other types in this way, but this detail is not really important. What matters is that when you declare an empty variable like this, it will automatically hold the value of undefined, and that's why we get undefined here. Then just like before, we can again reassign a value to this variable. So I can say my name equals to John, and now if I save, you will see that the type of operator will say my name is holding a value string, and console.log will actually console the output that my name variable is storing. So if I reload the browser, string John. I hope it is pretty clear to you. Again, if you want to change the value, you can say my name equals to whatever. Let's just go with true. Again, it does not make sense to hold a boolean value in a my name variable because my name is a very descriptive variable. If a variable name is my name, we can expect that we are storing our name in that variable, but here I am storing a boolean just to show you. Okay, there is no problem at all. We can do some experiments right away. So if I now reload the browser, you can see it says boolean and the actual value is true. Okay, and now finally, just to quickly finish, I want to show you an error that exists in the type of operator. So all I am going to do here is to quickly say console.log typeOf null. So remember that null is just another data type and it's similar to undefined, and it's also similar in the fact that both the value and the type of the value are null. Okay, now about this bug, JavaScript says that a type of null is an object, and this doesn't make any sense at all, and so this is regarded as a bug or an error in JavaScript. However, this bug is never corrected for legacy regions, but now it's of course not an object. This should return null, just as type of undefined returns undefined. So just keep that in mind when working with typeOf. Now we will also come back to this later in the course to make sure that you don't create any accidental bugs because of this weird behavior. Okay, and now that's all I had to tell you about data types in JavaScript. So now let's actually talk about how we can declare variables in JavaScript 3 ways. Now we are going to understand the 3 ways of declaring a variable. So far, we have just used the let keyword to declare variables, but there are 2 more, const and where. Now, let and const were introduced in ES6, so they are modern JavaScript, while the where keyword is the old way of declaring variables. So remember, I had promised you that I will teach you modern JavaScript right from the beginning, but without skipping the old JavaScript concepts which are essential for us to know. So let's learn how const, let and where are different and which one to use in which situations. Now before I proceed, I am requesting you to please like the video and subscribe to the channel. It won't cost you any money, but will be a huge help for me. So yes, please consider subscribing, and also you can comment your feedback about the video and if you need separate explanation on any concept. Okay, so now let's proceed to understand what are the differences. So over here you can see we have declared our variable using let keyword. So what we can do is that let keyword is used to declare a variable that has a potentiality, or we can say potential, to be changed down in the future. So we can say we can use, let me write down a comment, we can say we use let keyword to declare variables that can be changed in the future. So I can say let me show you one practical example that we already did. So first over here, where are you? I think here you can see we have first declared a variable my name to John, and then we changed my name to true, which obviously does not make any sense, and we already have talked about why. But anyway, you can see that we first declared the variable using let keyword, we assigned it a value, and then we changed it. So we use let keyword to declare variables whose value can be changed in future. Let's take one more example. We can say let age equals to 30. Okay, now age keeps changing every year, right? Well, it says age is already defined. Okay, so over here let's comment out this one. Okay, so let's comment this out, let's comment this out. Okay, so let age equals to 30. Now next year I will be 31, and after 10 years I will be 40. So this age can be changed. So now I can say age equals to 40. Okay, so this is completely doable. So now I can say console.log age, save this, reload. Okay, it says reference error, cannot access age before initialization. Where are you? Age equals to 30, console.log. Let's check script.js line 11. So it is always good to check from where the error is originating. So you can see script.js line 11. So line 11 has some problem. So line 11, okay, so this code must have been commented. Okay, so let's comment this out, and now if I refresh, you see we get 40. And let me take a time to, let's comment this out as well. Okay, let's comment this everything out, save this, refresh, and now we get 40. Okay, so script.js line 41, 40. So this is let keyword. Now on the other hand, we use the const keyword to declare variables that are not supposed to change at any point in the future. So the value in a const variable cannot be changed. Always remember, const simply means constant, and constant does not change. Remember mathematics class, basic mathematics, I hope you remember. So const simply means constant. For example, I can say birth year. So birth year does not change, right? If you are born in 1998 or 2010, it is not going to change, right? So how can we declare a variable using this way? We can say const. Again, the way we said let, now we can say, hey JavaScript, const birth year equals to, let's go with 2000. Okay, 2000. And remember, I am using semicolon, so this is completely optional. If you want to omit this. If you want to provide a semicolon, it's completely fine. So we are saying JavaScript const birth year equals to 2000. Now I can say console.log, but save this, refresh, we get 2000 from script.js line 45. Okay, so what actually is happening here? Now I just told you that the value of const cannot be changed. Okay, so now if we try to do something like this, we can say birth year equals to 2010. If I save this, if I refresh, you can see we get type error. It says assignment to constant variables. So again, remember, I just mentioned you that you cannot change a value of const. Let's value can be changed, but const value cannot be changed. That's why it is called constant. So let me write down the comments over here so that when I will provide you the final file, you can actually check it. Okay, so I can say const value does not change. Okay, or I can say const value can not be updated. And let's write down the let as well. You can say let's value can be changed in the future. Okay, and so that's exactly what the const keyword does. It creates a variable that we cannot reassign, or in technical term, an immutable variable. And so a variable that cannot be mutated. So mutated simply means changing the value in the future. So let is mutable, const is immutable. Okay, so always remember, mutating a value simply means we are changing the value of a variable in future, and immutable simply means that the value is declared with such a keyword which is immutable. So const is immutable, let is mutable. So I am really emphasizing on these points because these are very simple but yet very essential for you to understand. Okay, I could have gone in a very bullet approach, talking about all of these things very speedy, but no, I'm just emphasizing because I know these can be very tough for a beginner. Okay, now the fact that variables created with const are immutable also means that we cannot declare empty const variables. For example, this is not legal, so we cannot say const my name. So we cannot define an empty variable using const keyword. And if you look at the warning, it says const declarations must be initialized. Okay, so if I save this, if I reload the browser, you can read it says missing initializer in const declaration at script.js :49. So at 49 this error is originated. Okay, and so this error simply means that when using const we need basically an initial value. So now we can say, let's go with John. Okay, so this is completely fine, but again you cannot do something like this. Okay, this is possible using let keyword, but for const this is not allowed. Okay, so what will you get the error? You will get missing initializer in const declaration. Okay, I hope it is making sense so far. Okay, so just like here, now with these two different types of declaring variables, you will probably ask, should I use let or should I use const to declare a new variable? Well, as a best practice for writing clean code, I always recommend to use const by default and let only when you are really sure that the variables needs to change at some point in the future. For example, when you have a variable that's really never supposed to change, like this birth year over here, you should always use const keyword. And if you are sure that the age variable is never changing inside your program, you should declare it using const as well. So again, you can say something like const age equals to 35. So just be sure that age is never going to change. The reason for this is that it's a good practice to have as little variable mutations or variable changes as possible, because changing variables introduces a potential to create bugs, so basically errors in your code. So again, by default, always just use const and let when you are sure that the values of the variables need to change at some point in your code. Okay, so from now on, I will probably use the const way of declaring variables as much as possible. Now, there is also a third way in JavaScript to declare a variable, which is the var keyword, but this one should actually be completely avoided. Okay, however, we should still know how it works, because remember I told you that in order to understand JavaScript, there are some concepts which we must understand to understand the updated concept. For example, we are about to understand const and let, but you must also understand that how JavaScript used to behave before ES6. So this was my promise and I am holding up on my promise. Okay, and this is also one of the reasons why you should subscribe to this channel. So thank you so much in advance. Now what we can do is that we can, to declare a variable, now we can use var keyword. We can say var, and now I can say my name equals to, again let's comment this out so that we can use this variable name again. Okay, so my name, and now we can provide it one more name. I can say Captain Jack a Sparrow. Okay, so this is completely fine. So var is basically the old way of defining variables prior to ES6, and at first sight this might look that it is pretty same as let. So we can write var my name equals to a value. So this is just like let, you are right, and we can change the value of the variable later as well. So now we can say my name equals to John Wick. That's completely fine. Okay, now although it looks like var and let are very similar below the surface, they are actually pretty different, and actually there are also many differences between let, const and var. So between all three of them, and you will learn about all of these differences later, but just because we are talking about these three things, these three concepts, actually I'm going to tell you about these as well. Now this is very important step, and I know that I keep saying that you will learn some topics later in the course, but the truth is that learning is really not linear. So right now it would really not be useful for you to know that let is block scoped and var is function scoped, right? Because you don't even know what a block or what a function really is. And so we will learn about all of these differences a little bit later. But just to summarize this video, I want to tell you that const are immutable, let can be mutated, and I can say var can also be mutated, but they are function scoped. Okay, so this is difference between const, let and var, but we are going to talk about most of the advanced topics like scoping of how a scope and a scope chain works, what is the actual difference between var and let, little bit later in our playlist. Okay, so I hope I made pretty much clear about what to use and what is actual difference between var, const and let. Now we are going to talk about all of these practical steps little bit later down the line, but for now these are the only things that you need to know, and I will request you to keep practicing. Next up, operators. Hey everyone, so now we are going to talk about operators in JavaScript. But before we write the code and try to understand what are operators, I am going to explain to you what is the use of operators. So in a very layman term, we can say that operators are used to perform some operations. Now what are those operations? Well, those operations can be mathematical operation, assigning a value, comparing a value and others. So now let's understand operators in wild by writing few lines of code. Now before we start to write few lines of code, let's assume that you want to calculate a birth year of a person who was born in 1960s. So how would you calculate the birth year of a person in 2022? Very easy, you can actually do it on your own, but let me go straight forward. So first we will declare a variable, so probably we are going to use some mathematical calculations, right? So adding, subtracting, multiplications, division. Okay, so I would do first, I would create a variable. I will say let birth year, and I will hold the value 1960 in it, and here I am providing it a semicolon. I can skip it as well since it is optional, but I am providing it. Okay, so we have declared a variable called birth year and we have assigned it a value of 1960. Now again, first let me write a comment here. I will say calculate the age of a person born in 1960. So first we have declared this variable. Now to calculate the age of the person born in 1960, what we need to do? We need to subtract the current year to this birth year, from this birth year, right? So what we can say? We can simply say console.log the current year is 2022, so 2022 minus birth year. Okay, so this code would actually be something like this. So console.log 2022 minus 1960, and this would result into 62, I guess, right? So here I can refresh the page, and now you can see we get 62 from script.js 72. So from line 72 we are getting 62 as the output. Now what just happened is that we used two operators. First one is we used assignment operators, and then we used mathematical operators, also known as arithmetic operators. Now this is just a simple talk that I am giving to you. Now let's understand operators bit more differently. Okay, so first I'm going to write the comment. So there are three main operators that we are going to talk right in this video. These are arithmetic operators, and I'm writing this comment because when I will give you the final file, you can actually go through the files and you can understand that okay, so here we have studied about arithmetic operators, and then after arithmetic operators we have comparison operators. So I can say comparison, or let's go with assignment first. Okay, so assignment operators, and then we have comparison operators. We have few more, but we will not talk about them in this video. I'm just going to keep it very easy. Okay, so yeah, so first arithmetic operators. So these are actually mathematical operators that allow us to perform mathematical operations. So plus, minus, multiplication, and then we have division, okay, then we have power, exponents, okay. And actually you can see that this is asterisk, this is not multiplication. So traditionally in mathematics we have this symbol x as multiplication, right? But in programming we have asterisk, so this is called asterisk. So if you press the button in MacBook, it is shift and 8, okay. So if you press the combination of shift and 8, it would print asterisk, and I hope that it is the same for Windows as well, okay. But nevertheless the focus should be to clear our concept, right? So this is plus, minus, multiplication, division, okay. So let's actually do some steps, okay. So suppose that you have two numbers. First let me comment this out, otherwise it will create an error over here. So suppose that we have two numbers and we want to perform some mathematical operations on it. We can do that. So I can say let number 1 equals to, let number 1 is 30, let number 2 is 20, and now we can perform mathematical operations. So we can do console.log, we can add these two numbers, okay. So we can say number 1 plus number 2. So now number 1 will be added to number 2, so 30 plus 20 would result into 50 being printed here, okay. So let's save the file, reload the browser, you see 50. Similarly we can perform subtraction as well, so we can just say minus. So now it would be 30 minus 20, so it would be 10, and then we can multiply these two as well. So I can say asterisk, so number 1 multiplied to number 2, 30 into 20, it would result into 600. And let's go with division as well. So division is just this slash, okay. So save this, reload the browser, 50, 10, 600 and 1.5. So 30 divided by 20 is 1.5, and actually we can do that over here as well. So we can simply say 30 divided by 20, and now you can see 1.5. You can do 20 plus 30, and this is 50. So this is arithmetic operator, very easy to understand. If you have gone to basic mathematics classes, you can understand what am I talking about, and you must have been to mathematics classes, okay. And next up we have assignment operator, and it's pretty easy to understand what are assignment operators. We have already done here. So what we have done is that we have assigned value 30 to number 1 using this operator. So this is assignment operator. We have said that hey script.js, assign this value 30 to this variable, and script.js simply said okay, good, I'm going to assign this value to this variable. So this is assignment operator, but we have more than this. We have let's take an example, okay, otherwise it would not be very clear to you. So how about if you say let x equals to 20 plus 5. What is happening here is that we are declaring a variable x, and then we are assigning it a value using this equal operator, this term. So 20 plus 5. So the result of 20 plus 5 would be stored into this variable using this assignment operator, which is called as equals operator, okay. So now if you say console.log x, save this, reload the browser, you get 25, okay. Let me comment this course out, okay. X equals to 20 plus 5, console.log x resulted into 25, okay. Now other than this, what we can do is that we can actually say that suppose that we want to increment the value of 25 to something else. So now we can say suppose that I want to increment the value by 10. How can we do that? Suppose I'm giving you a task that currently the value is 25, but now you have to make it 35. What would you do? You would simply say that x equals to x plus 10, right? Because currently x is 25, but now 25 plus 10 will be 35. So now if I save this, if I reload, now you can see our value is 35, right? But there is a shorter way of doing this. So the shorter way of doing this is simply saying, let me comment this out. I will say this is a longer way, and a shorter way of doing is that simply saying x plus equals to 10. So this is same as saying x equals to x plus 10. If I save this, reload, you can see we again got 35, right? And if you think that this 35 is not the different 35, so let me increase the value by 20, and now you will see 45. And similarly we can subtract as well. So either we can say x equals to x minus 10. So again it would become 35 because currently x is 45. So 45 minus 10 is 35. But again, this is the longer way, right? We can simply do x minus equals to 10, and now it would again come back to 35. Reload the browser, again it came back to 35. Similarly, we can multiply as well. We can say x asterisk equals to 10, and now it would result into 350 being printed down here in the console. Reload 350, and similarly we can divide as well. So we can say x divide equals to 10, and now it would be 35. Okay, so this is assignment operators. We are assigning a value to already available variable, or maybe to create a new variable we can also use this. Okay, now other than this, suppose that you want to increment the value of 35 by 1. Again you can do this way, so x equals to x plus 1. But similarly we have a very short code, and that is to write x plus plus. That's it. So if you write x plus plus, it would increment the current value of x by 1. If I save this, reload, now it became 36. Similarly you can say x minus minus, and now it would again come back to 36. But there is no x asterisk asterisk. You cannot do that. Okay, so always remember this. So x plus plus, simply let me write down the comment: increment the current value by 1, and same decrement the current value. So this is assignment operator. And then we have comparison operator. So comparison operator is very easy to understand. Suppose we want to compare two numbers. So first I'm going to say let number 1 equals to 30, and then I will say let number 2 equals to 60. So we can compare these two numbers. If number 1 is greater than number 2, or number 2 is greater than or equal to number 3, so something like this. Okay, so we can simply say console.log num1, and we can use this greater than or less than or greater than equals to less than equals to symbols to compare the numbers. Okay, so we can simply say console.log number 1 greater than number 2. Now let's assume it ourselves. So number 1 is 30 and number 2 is 60. So is number 1 greater than number 2? No. So it would result into false being printed here. Okay, so save this, reload, you see false. Okay, so this is comparison operator. Similarly you can check for less than as well. You can say less than, and now it would print into true. Why? Because number 1 is 30 and number 2 is 60, and obviously number 1 is less than num2. Reload, now you get true. Okay, similarly you can also do some other steps, like for example if you want to check if a person is full age, you can write a program for that. Okay, so I can say let full age to enter the bar. I know it is a long name, but I'm just doing some examples. Okay, so don't mind. Let full age to enter the bar is 18. So I can say console.log age, we can simply say full age is greater than 18, and we have to declare a variable as well. So I can say let full, or we can simply say person age. Okay, so suppose a person is entering the bar, we are actually going to ask them if you are 18 or not. So suppose that person is 17. So we can check console.log full age greater than 18. No, it would result into false. Okay, so if I save this, reload, uncaught reference error, full age is not defined. Oh, how can we use full age? We can simply say person age. So we can say person age greater than 18. Save this, reload, and now it says false. No, the person is only 17. So this way we can check if a person is full age or not. And if I obviously say 19, now it would result into true being printed. So you can see it says true. So we can allow them to enter the bar. Okay, so this is operator, and these are the use cases of operators. Now one more thing that I want to talk about is that there is a term called operator precedence. So how does the JavaScript language actually know that if it should do the maths first or the comparison first? So that is what we are going to talk about right now. Okay, now just in a moment we will talk about operators precedence. So how does the JavaScript know if it should do the math first or the comparison first, right? But let me take a moment to talk about two important operations that I almost forget to explain, and these are exponentiation operation and joining two strings together using the plus operator. So let me show you both of them quickly. So over here, so we have already seen the plus, minus, subtraction, multiplication, right? But we have not seen the exponentiation. So if I go little above, I guess I've already written that. So here arithmetic operators, plus, minus, multiplication, division, and then we have this exponentiation, so double asterisk. So let me show you how it works. So we can simply say console.log, and suppose we want to find out 2 to the power 3, right? So we can actually say 2 asterisk asterisk 3. So this would result into something like this. So 2 into 2 into 2, okay? So 2 to the power 3. If I save this, reload, we get 8, okay? And suppose if you want to find out the power of little different number, I can simply say 12. So 12 into 12 is 144, and 144 into 12, let's see what it says. So it's 1728, right? So I can prove it. So I can say 12 into 12 into 12, okay? So 1728, okay? So this is exponentiation, and here I can write it exponentiation operation, okay? And then after this I will say joining strings using the plus operator, okay? So what does it mean? It simply means that we can actually join two strings together using this plus operator. So let's declare two strings. I can use let and I can use const as well. So let's go with const, no problem, because I have already explained you what are differences between let, const and var, okay? So I can say const first name equals to John, yes, John, and const last name equals to week, okay? And I'm skipping the semicolon. So I can say console.log first name plus last name. So what it would do is that it would simply concatenate first name and last name. So here we will get the output John Wick. So if I save this, refresh, we get John Wick. Obviously we have some spacing problems here, but we can fix it by joining one more space in between them. So we can just do this, okay? So first name plus, we have a space, and then plus last name. So John would come here, then a space, and then week. So now if I save this and reload, we get John Wick, okay? But no, we cannot do this one. We cannot subtract this, okay? So if I save this and if I reload, it says none, not a number, okay? So yeah, just concatenation would work completely fine, and we will actually see more about these terms little bit later when we'll understand about strings, okay, and template literals. But right now I just wanted to talk about these two terms because these are these can be very useful at certain places, okay? So yeah, now let's move forward and understand what does operator precedence means in JavaScript. So now we are going to talk about precedence of operators in JavaScript. So first I'm going to write few lines of code, and I will tell you to pause the video and answer the output of the code, and then I will answer it and will explain you why that happened, and this way you will understand how the JavaScript actually knows how to operate when multiple operators are put to use. So here is the code. So now let's go through the code line by line. So we have declared a current year and set it to a future value of 2025. So let's assume we are in future, and then we are performing some operations here. So we are simply saying console.log current year minus 1991 is greater than current year minus 2001. So now it is your time to pause the video and find out what would be the output here in the console. So pause it now. So I hope you were able to complete it. It's very easy. Let's evaluate it line by line and actually code by code. So what is the current year? 2025, right? So I can say 2025 minus 1991, and then greater than 2025 minus 2001. Let's 2001 and let's further calculate it. So 2025 minus 1991, so it would be 34, right? Greater than 24. So the output would be true because 34 is greater than 24, right? So if I save this, reload, we get true. Obviously, because current year minus 1991 is greater than current year minus 2001. And here is the explanation. Now, how does JavaScript actually knows that these two operations needs to be calculated first rather than using this comparison operator first, right? So what I mean to say is that how JavaScript actually knows that we need to evaluate these first and then compare it. Well, it works this way because JavaScript has a well-defined order of operator precedence. So basically the order on which operators are executed. And to actually see the precedence of all the different operators, let's check out a very handy precedence table. So let's Google MDN. MDN stands for Mozilla Developer Network, and then here we can write operator precedence in JS. I hope the spelling of precedence is correct. Okay, so we have some results, and actually we are interested in this one, operator precedence. Click this, and here you can see we get operator precedence. And let's go little down. We will find a table, and we found the table. Actually, you can see it's a table. If you read, it says the following table lists operators in order from the highest precedence to the lowest precedence. So now let's evaluate it, what is happening here. So grouping has the highest precedence, so these parentheses, so the operations inside the parentheses will always be performed first. So you might have heard of those BODMAS terms, right? So let me just make a search. I can say BODMAS. What is BODMAS? So yeah, this is actually what this table is telling. So BODMAS is an acronym, and it stands for bracket, order, division, multiplication, addition, and subtraction. And if you read further, it says in certain regions PEMDAS. Okay, so PEMDAS, I think it works in US, but in UK and India it's BODMAS. So now let's figure out what we are actually, let's stick to the point of why this first evaluated than this. Here you can see that all the mathematical operations like addition, subtraction, division, remainder has a higher precedence of 12 and 11 than these comparison operators. So less than equal to, greater than equals to. Okay, so it has a operator precedence of 9, and then these arithmetic operators has operator precedence of 11 and 12. Okay, so these operations will be performed first than this. Okay, so that's why this operation and this operation is performed first, and then both of them were compared using this comparison operator. Now you can also notice something written over here. So right to left, left to right. What are these? Well, these are associativity. So when operations are performed, some of them are executed from left to right, and some of them are executed from right to left. So from right to left. Now over here you can see that additions and subtractions are executed from left to right, and exponentiations are executed from right to left. Now what does this actually means? So now let me explain you what this means. So over here, if I write console.log, I can say 30 minus 20 minus 2. What do you think will be the output? So the output will be operated like this. Actually not operated, but the output will be evaluated. So here first 30 minus 20 will be evaluated. So 30 minus 20 is 10, right? And then 10 minus 2. Okay, so first these two code will be evaluated, and then the result will be, and then this 2 minus 2 will be subtracted from the result. So this is left to right execution, and if you see, it says subtractions are executed from left to right. Okay, if I save this, I can prove it. Here if you reload, you get 8. Similarly, we have exponentiations. These are executed from right to left. So something like this. If you write let x1 equals to 2 ** 3. So what does this actually means is that for browser, and not for the browser, for JavaScript engine, it is x1 equals to 2 * 2 right? So first these two results will be evaluated. So these two calculation, so 2 into 2 would result into being 4. So I can write here 2 into 2 is 4, and then after this 4 will be multiplied to this 2. Okay, so 2, so 4 into 2 would result into 8, right? And we have already seen this. So one is from left to right and one is from right to left. So here I can write left to right operation, and then here I can say right to left operations. And trust me, these are very important for you to know. Okay, so that's why I'm putting emphasis over it. So actually let's just keep it to console.log, something like this, x1, that's it, and we will get the output anyway. Okay, now yeah, one more thing I want to show you is that if you navigate little down, and I will show you the real use case. So assignment is actually right to left, right? So right to left. Now how does this actually works? Okay, again we are talking about assignment. This is going to be a little bit confusing, but trust me, I'll try my best to make it very easy for you to understand. Okay, so now let's declare, first of all let's reload it, so we can let's get rid of the output, otherwise it will disturb us in the console. So comment this out, reload, crystal clear. Okay, so over here I can say let n1 comma n2. So we have declared two variables on the same line, and it's completely fine. We don't need to declare variables all the time on a separate line. So something like this, let num2 equals to something. No, it's completely fine to declare two variables on the same line. Later we can assign it a value. Okay, so now I'm going to say n1 equals to n2 equals to 30 minus 10 minus 2. And now I want you to pause the video and answer what will be the output if I say console.log n1 comma n2. And of course I'm missing the semicolon, but I'm just going to put the emphasis on the point here, not going to talk about if we should use semicolon or not, because this is completely optional. Okay, and I have told this many times, and I think I'm going to tell this many times again. But anyway, what will be the output of this code? Let's evaluate it. I can tell you that n1 and n2 both will have the same value. Now let's find out the answer first, and then I will explain you why so. So first n1 equals to n2, right? And then n2 equals to what? 30 minus 10 minus 2. So 30 minus 10 is 20, 20 minus 2 is 18, right? So we can say 18. Now let's come back to our table. Here you can see it says that assignment operators are evaluated from right to left. So this equal operator is an assignment operator, right? So first it will be evaluated from right, and then it will be added to the left. Okay, so this 18 will be added to this value. Okay, so it is operated from right to left. Okay, so this 18 will be added to this n2 variable. So n2 holds the value of 18, and then this code will be executed. So n2 is 18, so n1 is automatically going to get the value 18, because we have two assignment operators here. And again, because we have two assignment operator here, and assignment operator are evaluated from right to left. Okay, so first we have 18, right? So what will be the output? So output will be n1 equals to n2 equals to 18, and after this we will have n1 equals to 18 because n1 is equals to n2 as well. Okay, so if you save this, let me comment this out. If I save this, reload, you see we have 18, and I hope I'm making it clear because this is confusing. I know this is confusing, this might be confusing, but trust me, if you really go through this precedence table, you'll actually figure out that this is not tough at all. This equals operator is evaluating the value from right to left. So first it is doing this operation, and whatever the result, it is storing in this value, and then it is following it. Okay, so first this operation was done, the value was stored in n2, and whatever the value n2 holds was stored in n1, resulting into n1 n2 having both the same value printed in the console. Okay, now let's talk about the topmost precedence, that is grouping. Okay, so grouping, it says grouping has the precedence of 18. Now what is this grouping? Well, this grouping is this board mass. So here you can read, it says bracket. Okay, so this is where bracket comes into play. So let me write a simple code here. I'll say console.log 2 plus 2 divided by 2. What will be the output of this code? I'm giving you 5 seconds. Pause the video and answer now. So the output of this code will be 3. Okay, so if I save this, reload, it says 3, and if you said 4, I'm sorry, you clearly did not understood the concept of board mass in school. You can see that division is performed first, okay, and then addition, right? So these two code, 2 divided by 2, will be evaluated first, which would result into 1, and then 1 would be added to 2. Okay, so it will result into 3. Now if you want these two code to be operated first, you need to wrap them into a parenthesis. So now it has a higher precedence than this division. You can see that brackets has a higher precedence of 18 and division has a precedence of 12. So this code will be evaluated first. So 2 plus 2 is 4, and then 4 will be divided to 2, resulting into 3 being replaced by 2. So if I save, reload, now you can see we have 2. I hope you understood what I said. Take the final example to understand how this grouping actually works. And now we are going to find the average age of two people. Okay, so I can say let current, I think I've already done this over here. Okay, so const current year. Okay, so I'm just going to copy it, paste it here, and I cannot redeclare the same variable. So let's do the operation here as well. Okay, here only to be exact. So here I can say that, and we have code as well. So 2025 minus 1991. Okay, but let's do it again. So I can say const age John equals to current year minus the birth year. I can say he was born in 1960, and then I can say const age week. Okay, go ahead with that, and he was born in 1999. And now let's find out the average age. So I can say const average age equals to age of John and not asterisk plus age of week divided by 2. Do you think that this code is the correct code to find out average? Let's figure out. I can say console.log average age. If I save this, reload, it says 78, but no, this is not the correct code. This cannot be true. And if I want to prove it, I can prove it that why this is not correct. I can actually log in the age of John and week. If I save this, you can see that the age of John is 65 and age of week is 26, and the average is 78. So how can average even be higher than one of these two ages? Okay, so this is not possible. Now one more important thing you can see here is that I have printed multiple variables output in one console.log statement, and this is completely doable. Okay, there is no problem in it. Okay, now how to fix this code? Well, to fix this code, we need to understand how do we actually calculate average. So we first need to perform these operations first. And how do we do that? By wrapping it into a bracket, because brackets has a higher precedence than division. Right now, this division has higher precedence than multiplication. So the first operation that ever going to be performed is this one. So age week divided by 2. So age week is 26. So 26 divided by 2 is 13, and then 65 plus 13 is 78. Let me explain it. So age of John currently is 65 plus age of week is 26 divided by 2. So 26 divided by 2 13 plus 65 is 78. But this formula is wrong. We need to calculate this one first. Okay. So now we will get the average age. So now if I reload, we get 45.5. Okay. So I hope this operator thing was crystal clear to you. Well, this was a very long video, and I know that this might be a little frustrating if you are a beginner, but trust me, you need to believe and trust the process. These might look and sound tough to you in the beginning, but trust me, if you watch these videos carefully and try to code along, which is obviously the necessity to do if you are following these lectures, then trust me, you are going to get it. You will understand whatever I have said, and do not forget to understand what is written over here, and most probably you should also read what are these points saying 1 2 3 4. Okay, so read them and try to understand them. I will see you in the next video. So do make sure to subscribe, like, and share these to the ones whom you think that these lessons might be helpful. So see you in the next one. Strings are one of the very important parts of programming, and so let's now learn an easy way of building strings using something called template literals. So I'm going to define 3 variables. So first I'm going to define a first name variable and will assign it a value of Jack, and then I will define a variable called as job, and this will be pirate, and you can assume where am I taking it. And then the third variable will be birth year. So birth year equals to, and I'm not sure when was Jack Sparrow born. Captain Jack Sparrow born. So I will just assume he was born in 1990. Okay, now so we are done with the first part. Now I want to build a string with it. So a string that would say something like that Jack is a 32-year-old pirate, or Captain Jack is a 32-year-old pirate. So how can we do that? So we can say console.log, and then here we can do something like concatenating the strings together. We have done this in the previous videos as well, but now I'm going to take a slight different approach. So I will create a simple variable and I will call it const str, and then we'll say that let's open a double quote. Okay, so inside double quote, first we are going to write captain, and then we will concatenate these 3 variables together. Okay, so I can say that captain plus again plus, and here we will concatenate this first name variable. Okay, so here I will say first name, so it will say Captain Jack. So captain plus first name will be Captain Jack. So Captain Jack, and then again here I can say is, and then again concatenate job. Okay, and actually here I will have to say so that Captain Jack is a pirate, and then here I can say and was born in plus birth year. Okay, so what this string would print, let's check. So here I will just say str. If I save this one, refresh, you see it says, obviously we have some spacing problems here, but we can fix them easily. But if you read it, it says Captain Jack is a pirate and was born in 1990. So let's fix the spacing issues. So here I can provide a space, so it will look little readable. Other than this, we could have also done this. So we could have provided a simple space here. Okay, so if I save this, reload, you can see we got a space. But a simple solution is to just provide a space here and over here as well and here as well. And now if I save, reload, this is an older way of creating a string using variables. But now we have a slight modern approach in JavaScript of creating a string using variables, and that is template string. Now before I talk about template string, I want to talk about one very important issue about these quotes. So this is double quote, right? So let me tell you, this one is double quote and this is single quote. So what we can do is that we can build strings using both of the strings, but always remember that whatever string you are using as the start, you must end the string with the same quote as well. Otherwise there will be an issue. What I'm talking about, let me show you. Suppose write something like this. So I will say I am a teacher. You can see that there is no problem. But now if you write the same thing using single quote, I am a teacher, now you can see that there is a problem. Our string is finishing here and then the rest of the characters are resulting into an error. So always remember, whenever you are working with strings, make sure to keep an eye on the quotes that you are using. If it is double quote, always end the string with the double quote, and if it is a single quote, then always end the quote with a single quote. And if you want to fix this issue, you can simply change this to the double quote. Okay, and now you can see that we are able to use this string this way, but otherwise it would not have been possible. So always remember that quotation is very important when dealing with strings. Now let's talk about something called template string. This is a good way of building string, but there is also a better way of building a string. So again I can say const string template, just for the naming convention. You can name it anything. Now just press the backtick. So the backtick is the button which is just on the above of the tab. So just below the escape, there you find the backtick. Okay, just click it, and this is actually template literal. Now how this template literal gives us an advantage over conventional way of building a string is that here we don't need to worry about these spacings. Here you can see we are providing this manual space. Over here we are providing this manual space, and then here we are actually manipulating the string itself. This is good, but this is better. That's why this is called modern JavaScript. Okay, now how? Let me show you. Over here we can say captain, and to print this value over here, all we have to do is that we have to reference this first name variable here. But how would we do that? We would not simply say first name, no, but we will here use this one. So this syntax, dollar and a code block, and inside this just reference the variable name. So now it is Captain Jack. Similarly, you can also say is a dollar job, and again you can say and was born in dollar birth year. Save this, and if you print this str template, now if I reload, you can see it says Captain Jack is a pirate and was born in 1990. Both of the strings are similar, but which one looks more readable? Here we have to worry about the spacing issue, but here we don't have to worry about the spacing issue. All you have to do is that just provide a space and that's it. So this is template string. Now one more advantage that we have while using a template literal is that we can actually run some code inside these code blocks. So we can write some expressions that would actually evaluate to a value. For example, suppose that I want to say that Captain Jack is a pirate and was born in 1990 and he is dash years old. So what we can do is that we can actually create a new variable and then we can concatenate that here. So age, so I can do that. I can say const age equals to 2022 minus birth year, and then here I can say age is dollar age. If I save this, reload, you can say it says 1990, age is 32. Now why to create a separate variable for doing this? I just mentioned that we can actually perform expressions over here. We can actually write the code that would evaluate to a value. So let's not do this, but simply we are going to say and age dollar 2022 minus birth years old. Okay, and here you can see that we have no problem of using these quotations, so single quote or double quote. Okay, now if I save this, reload, completely fine. Captain Jack is a pirate and was born in 1990 and age 32 years old. So you can see that how easy for us is to use template literals to build strings. If we would be doing the same thing using this normal way of building strings, we would have to deal with these single quotes, double quotes. Okay, so we would have to figure out which quotes to use. You can see that how easy is it for us to build a string using template literals. I mean, we don't really have to worry about all these quotations. We can simply use a backtick, and inside backtick we can write whatever we want. Well, not whatever we want, but however we want our strings to be built. So whatever the output we want, we can actually do all of that over here. Now when I say that we can actually run some expressions here, now this does not mean that you start to write large codes inside these blocks. No, these should be just little codes that we really do not want to create a new variable for. This way of building a string is just a syntactical sugar over it, but to be honest, in my real opinion, I find this one to be a game changer. When I was starting out to learn JavaScript, I had to really worry about how to join these strings and provide them spacing. So I was always worrying about. I know this is not something big issue like someone is dropping a nuclear bomb on me, but still issues like this in programming are very frustrating, and template literals solved it. Next up, we are going to talk about if else. So how to take decisions in JavaScript. So please like the video and comment your opinion on it, and if it is possible then please make sure to subscribe as well. So let's now learn about if else in JavaScript. So we use if else to take decisions based on a certain condition. I'm going to explain it in a real layman term. Okay, so trust me, you are going to master it. So I'm just going to define a variable. I'll call it const age equals to, let's go with 16 as the value. Okay, now suppose we want to check that if this is a minor or a major, so someone who is a full age or is a minor. So here in India, if you are above 18 you are considered adult, but if you are below 18 you are considered a teenager. Okay, so we can check if this age is actually more than the required age to be considered as a legal adult. So how can we check that? We can check this using if else statement. So to check this, we simply have to say if, and then a parenthesis, and inside parenthesis goes the condition. So here I can actually say if age is greater than or equals to, see, greater than or equals to, okay, so we are actually saying that if age is greater than or equals to 18, then a code block. Now if this statement is true, then this code is going to run. So here I can say console.log the person is a legal adult. Okay, now if I save this code and if I execute, what do you think will happen? Well, it would not print anything. If I reload the browser, you can see I'm reloading it again and again, and we are seeing no output. Why? Because this statement is false. Age is not greater than or equals to 18. Age is 16. But if I change this to 19, now if I save this, now you will see this output. Okay, so now if I reload, the person is a legal adult. Now you can also see that I'm not using the backtick string, so the template literal. And you might be thinking that in previous video I said that I find the template literals the best way to build a string. So why am I not using that? And the reason is that we are not building a string over here using different variables. We are simply writing something. Okay, so it is always good if you are writing something over here which does not involve a lot of different variables to be involved directly in the string. When we are building the string, it is always considered to use template literals, as it is very useful, and we have already seen that in the previous video. Okay, so just to clarify why I used this way of writing the string here. Now when this age was 15, we see that nothing happened. Why? Well, the reason is that so we did not write code to check if age is less than 18, then what should we do? Now that we can do in this block. So now we can say else do this console.log the person is not a legal adult. So this statement, if it is true, this code will execute, otherwise this code will execute. So now if I save this, you will see this output. So the person is not a legal adult, or we can say or is a minor. Save this, reload. The person is not a legal adult or is a minor. Why? Because this expression evaluated to false. Okay, so age is not greater than equals to 18 because age is 15. Now we can also check how many years are left for this person to turn into an adult. So now we can use this template literals. So now here we can directly calculate how much years are left. So here we can say wait for dollar, and the legal age is 18, so 18 minus age, and then here I can say years. Okay, and now if I save this and if I reload, you can see it says the person is not a legal adult or is a minor, wait for 3 years. Okay, so this is if else. If else lets us take decisions based on a certain conditions. Now this is not just it, we have advanced stages of if else as well, but it is not really very difficult to understand, but still I will not explain that right now. I just want to take it slowly. Okay, if I start to talk about those things, it might not make much sense to you right now. So we will talk about the advanced stages of if else little bit later, well, maybe 2 or 3 videos from now. But anyway, this one was a very quick video which discussed about the possible use cases of if else. Hey everyone, in this video we will learn about the value types. So types are one of the fundamental aspects in programming, and converting between types is something that we do in every programming language. For example, converting a string to a number or a number into a boolean is something that we do all the time, and so it's important that we learn about this before we move further. JavaScript is a language that sometimes behaves weird, and we really need to understand why. Because learning JavaScript concepts is one thing, but understanding the code output is different thing. You can learn the JavaScript concepts very fast, but you might get confused upon seeing the code output if you don't pay attention to little things. So that's why I made sure that I talk about those topics as well, which aren't really given importance because these are considered not so important topics but are really very crucial for you to understand to become very good at JavaScript, which is our original goal. The goal is not to become an expert, as there is no such thing, but to really understand the process of the output a code returns. Now, just one request: if you have not subscribed the channel, please make sure to subscribe, and you can also ask if a topic is confusing you and I will make a separate video on it. Now, in JavaScript, there is type conversion and type coercion. Now, they sound very similar, but they are different. So, type conversion is when we manually convert from one type to another. On the other hand, type coercion is when JavaScript automatically converts types behind the scenes for us. So, that's necessary in some situations, but it happens implicitly, completely hidden from us. Okay. So let's start with type conversion, which remember is when we explicitly want to convert from one type to another. So let's say that we have an input field on a web page on which a user has to enter their birth year, and these inputs from input fields usually comes as a string. So here I have declared a variable called input year, and here I can say that we are receiving a string 1991. Now, what if I try to find out that at what year this person who is born in 1991 will turn an adult? And to do that, we need to add 18 to it, right? So, what if I say console.log input year plus 18? What do you think will be the output? Please pay a closer attention that this is a string and this is a number. So we are actually adding a string and number. So what do you think will be the output? Do you think that we will print 1991 plus 18? I think it should be 2009. So yes, it would be 2009. So in year 2009, a person who was born in 1991 would have turned an adult, right? So if I refresh, you will see little different output. Okay, so we have this weird output. Well, not so very difficult to understand, but still weird. So what happened is that string and the number got concatenated. So remember, in previous video we understood how string concatenation works, so that you can see here as a real example. So 1991 plus 18 is not 2009, which it should have been, but it is this long number. So 199118. By the way, this output is not a number, it's a string. So always remember, let me write down a comment. When we add a string and a number, the output is a string. Okay. So when we add a string and a number, the output is a string. Actually, I can prove it. So here I can say console.log type of input year. If I reload, you can see it says a string from 192. So 192 is a string, and if I duplicate the same code, and now if I save this input year plus 18 into a variable, I will say const concatenated equals to input year plus 18. So if I now try to find out the type of this expression, reload, you will see that we are also getting a string. So this is also a string. Hence it is proved that when we add a string and a number, the output is a string. But wait, now you can ask that okay, so if this is the issue, when someone is entering some number in a web page, we are actually catching it as a string. So how do we actually calculate this 1991 plus 18? And here comes type conversion. So in JavaScript, we can convert a type from one to another. Right now it is a string, but by using a simple function, we can actually convert the type of string to a number. How does that work? Well, we can simply use number function. Yes, it's literally number. Here, pay a close attention that the name of the function starts with an uppercase, so number. And now we can just open a parenthesis, and this is a number function. Now at this point, we really have not talked about functions, but you don't need to worry, as we will learn all about functions in great details little bit later. Now this number function actually takes this input here and converts the type of string to a number. So this number function takes this input here and converts its value from string to number. So here I can reference input here, okay, and if I now console.log and if I reload, you will see that this is 1991. Now how can I actually say that this is a number and not a string? Because from here it is really not clear, and for that we actually need to compare this converted value to this original value. So here I can reference original input string. So what I have done is that this code might look little confusing to you, but it's really not. We are using multiple output into a single console.log statement. So first we are actually outputting the converted value of string into a number and then the string itself. So if I save this, reload, you will actually see that both of them are printed into different colors. You can see that the string value is printed into a light green, and then the original number is printed into the purple. So here you can see it detonates. So here you can see it says that this is string, but this is number. So input here converted into a number by this function, and the original input here still remains unchanged and it is string, and here it is clearly visible. Now all we can do is that we can convert this input here into a number, and then that would be added to 18. So all we have to do is, let's comment this out, and here I just have to say number input here, and that's it. Now all I have to say that we don't want to find the type of, but we want to actually find out the result. Okay, so if I now save, reload, we get 2009. Why? Because now it is not string 1991, but it is number 1991 added to a number. So this is type conversion, when we manually convert one particular type into another particular type. Now what if we try to convert something to a number that is impossible to convert to a number? So let's try that with a string. So here I can say console.log convert string John Wick into a number. So JavaScript will look at the string and will try to convert it to a number, but it won't really work. So if I refresh, it gives us this value none, which stands for not a number. So JavaScript gives us this not a number value whenever an operation that involves number fails to produce a new number. So basically not a number actually means invalid number. It's not really not a number, and let me actually prove that to you. So we can say console.log and we can check the type of not a number, and you will see this weird result that it says that the type of not a number is actually a number. And so again, not a number actually means an invalid number. It's still a number somehow, but it's an invalid number. And so again we get not a number whenever an operation involving numbers fails to give us a new number. And actually, we have discussed about all of this when we studied about data types in JavaScript in detail few videos ago. So you can watch this video in the I button to get a conceptual overview of how all of this works. Okay, so that is converting strings to a number, but we can also do the opposite. It's little less important, but I still want to show it to you. So we can actually convert a number to a string. So here I can say console.log, and now I can use the string function to convert a number into a string. So here I have used the string function. So here you can notice that the function name starts with a capitalized letter. Okay, so now if I save, you can see it is 99. So we can actually check the typeOf. So I can say typeOf, and now you will see it says string. Okay, and there is also another way of finding out if the output is a string or if it is something else. And what's that? And that is simply logging out both the value and checking the color. So here I can simply say 99. So if I reload, you can see that the string is printed into white and the number is printed into purple. So the colored value is actually the real number and white value is string. Okay, now JavaScript can only convert to three types. So we can convert to a number, to a string, or to a boolean, but cannot convert something to undefined or to null. That does not make a lot of sense. Now here we only converted to numbers and to strings, but not to booleans, and that's because booleans behave in a special way, and for that reason there is a separate video next on so-called truthy and falsy values. So this was type conversion. Now we have type coercion. So this was type conversion, where we manually convert from one type to another. However, in practice, we rarely have to do it manually because JavaScript actually does type coercion automatically for us in many situations. So let's talk about type coercion now. So I'm just going to comment out all of these codes, and here I will write a comment type coercion. Okay, so type coercion. So basically type coercion happens whenever an operator is dealing with two values that have different types. So in that case, JavaScript will then behind the scenes convert one of the values to match the other value so that in the end the operation can be executed. And actually we have already seen this previously if you remember. So let me show you. So we did something like this: console.log Jack is a 32 years old pirate, right? We did this previously. So first we have a string, and then we have this number, and then we have this string. So this in the result produced a wholesome string. So if I save, reload, you see that this is a string. Again we have some spacing issues, but this is a string and this is a number, by the way. So how does type coercion works? Well, this string plus a number resulted into an overall string. So what we are doing is that we are actually taking a number and then we are concatenating it to a string. So this is type coercion. JavaScript does this automatically. So if we would not have been having type coercion in JavaScript, then we would have to do this manually. So here we would have to say that convert this into a number. Okay, but thanks to type coercion, we don't have to manually say that convert this number to a string. And thanks to type coercion, writing this would be same as writing this, where we manually converted the number into a string. But now we don't have to do that because it is done automatically by type coercion. Now one thing to remember here is that not all the operators do type coercion to strings. So let me show you something else. So if we do 30 the string minus 10 the string minus 5 the number, what do you think will be the output? So let's actually check, and it gives us 15 the number. So what happened here? So it looks like this time JavaScript converted the strings to numbers, because 30 minus 10 is 20 and then 20 minus 5 is 15. And so what this means is that the minus operator actually triggers the opposite conversion. So in this case, strings are converted to the numbers and not the other way around. So this is a very important distinction to keep in mind, because this actually confuses many JavaScript beginners when they don't know about this. So let's try another one here. So the string 30 multiplied to the string 3. So we get 90 the number, and again you are going to see that these values are converted to number, and indeed we get 90 the number because both of them are now converted to numbers, because that's the only way this multiplier operator can work. And same of course will be true for the division as well. So we get 10 the number. Okay, so I hope that this distinction between type conversion and type coercion is now pretty clear. And now to make sure that we understood all of this, let's play a game now. The name of the game is Let's Guess the Output, and I just invented it. So here I am going to write the code. Let n equals to string 1 plus number 1, and then n equals to n minus 1, and then a simple console.log n. Now I want you to pause the video and decode the code to find out the value of n, and I'm very hopeful that you will be able to find out the value of n. So pause the video right now. Let's now go ahead and deconstruct the code line by line. So let n equals to string 1 plus 1 would result into 11. Why an 11 of string, not 11? Because by using plus operator, we are concatenating the string and the number, and the final value would actually be a string. And then from here we are subtracting it. So this string will now be converted back to a number, because here we are using the minus operator. So now it would actually result into 11 the number minus 1. So it would be 10. Let's save this, reload, and here you can see it's 10. Okay, and so now let's do one more example and then we will wrap up. And this time I'm just going to write all the code in the browser console itself. So I can click this button to clear, or I can actually press the shortcut Command K. Okay, and now here I'm going to write 12 plus 4 plus 3 and then plus the string 5, and now it resulted into 195. Why? Because 12 plus 4 plus 3 is 19, and then the string concatenated to the number 19 is resulting into the string 195. Okay, and it's pretty clear because we already have talked how it works. And then one more example is string 10 minus string 4 minus string, let's go with 6, minus the number 2 plus string 8, and now it's minus 28. How? Because 10 minus 4 is 6, and 6 minus 6 is 0, 0 minus 2 is minus 2, and then minus 2 plus, and this time we are using plus. Okay, so minus 2 plus 8 would actually concatenate to become the string minus 28. Now you might be wondering, why are we talking about this type coercion thing so much? But it's really important that you note this right from the start, so that you can write your code with all of this in mind. Now many people actually do not like type coercion and think that it's a bad practice to rely on type coercion. One reason is that type coercion can in fact introduce many unexpected bugs into our program. But this only happens when you don't really know what we are doing. So when we don't know about the stuff that I just showed you. But you know this, right? And for you, it will be easier to avoid errors. And in my opinion, coercion is actually a great mechanism for writing lot less and more readable code. So make sure to take time and understand it clearly. Also, please like, subscribe and comment if you need a video on a separate topic. I will see you in the next one. So we talked about type conversion and type coercion to numbers and to strings. But I didn't mention booleans yet, right? That is because we need to learn the concept of truthy and falsy values first. And so that is what we are going to learn in this video. So let's get right into it. So falsy values are values that are not exactly false but will become false when we try to convert them into a boolean. So just the way we converted a number into a string and we converted a string back to a number. So the same way, if we try to convert these values, they will initially be resulted into a truthy values, but the final result when they will be actually converted to boolean, they will result into false. And in JavaScript there are only 5 falsy values, and let me actually write it down here. So 5 falsy values in JavaScript, and they are 0, an empty string, so a string which does not hold any data are called empty string, and then the value undefined itself, and then null and not a number. And of course false itself is already false, so we don't need to include it in the list of falsy values. So again, all of these 5 values will be converted to false when we attempt to convert them to a boolean. They are not exactly false initially, but they will become when converted to a boolean. So that's the definition of falsy values. Everything else are our so-called truthy values, so values that will be converted to true. For example, any number that is not 0, which means 1, 2, 1000, 1 lakh, or any string that is not an empty string will be converted to true when we attempt to convert them to a boolean. So this 0 is a falsy value, but 1 is a truthy value. This empty string is a falsy value, but if there is a string that contains some word or character in it, it will result into a true value. Now this might be going over your head, but will become crystal clear with few examples. So let's see all of this practically to make it clear. So here I'm going to write console.log, and just the way we converted a number to a string and a string to a number by using a string function and this number function, same way we can actually convert a value, or actually we can check if the value can be converted to a boolean or not. So for this we can use a similar but different boolean function, and now we can pass this boolean function a value to check if it is a truthy value or if it is a falsy value. So here we can pass this 0, and let me actually duplicate it 3 times, and then here I will pass undefined, and here I will pass an empty string and then a string that had some character. So I will write John Wick, my favorite character, and then an empty object. Now at this moment we really have not talked about object, but don't worry, I will not be talking about object right now. So there will be a separate lecture on object where we will completely understand how object actually works in JavaScript. Okay, but right now, as I just mentioned, that by default there are some values which are not exactly false, so this object will result into true, and that's why I have kept it here. So if I save and if I reload, you see that this console.log boolean 0 resulted into false. Why? Because this is a falsy value, and I just mentioned that if we try to convert these values to a boolean, these will result into false. So we have checked for 0 being resulted to a false when we attempt to convert it into a boolean, and then for similar we get false for undefined as well, and then we have an empty string resulted into false as well. But here you can see that a string that contains some character or here some words resulted into true, and then obviously we have this object which resulted into true as well, but this was just for the demo, so you can actually ignore this one. Well, I won't say to ignore, but hold this in your memory, but don't worry much about it if it is not making much sense to you. You can see that these values, well, we have not checked about all of them. If you want to check, you can check for null and nan as well. So let me do that pretty quickly. I can say null, not a number, save this, and this would be capital, reload, and now you can see that all of the above 5 values are converted into a false value, but a string that contains a character resulted into true. Now I also said that a number that is not 0 is a true value, so I can actually say console.log 10, and this will result into true. So reload, and you can see it says true from line 231. So this is what truthy and falsy values are, and this is how we convert these to booleans. But in practice, we rarely convert a value to boolean by using boolean function. This was just to show you the concept of truthy and falsy values. So in practice, the conversion to boolean is always implicit, not explicit. It means that it is always type coercion that JavaScript does automatically behind the scenes. But when JavaScript actually does type coercion, well, it happens in two scenarios. First, when using a logical operator, and second, in a logical context. For example, in a condition of an if-else statement, and we are going to talk about logical operator in next video. So let's go back to the if-else statement and see how type coercion works in the if-else condition. So here I'm going to take an example, and I'm going to say let salary equals to 0, and then I'm going to write an if-else statement. First I'm going to write it, and then I will explain you what I meant by it. So I'm going to say if salary, then I can say console.log, well, enjoy my friend, else we can say console.log I hope you get paid soon. So let me explain you what we actually did here. So I have declared a variable salary and have set the initial amount to 0, and then we are checking if salary, then console, well, enjoy my friend because you just received your salary, else just tell them that you are hoping that they get paid soon. So if I reload, you see that the else block executed. But why? Well, we know that salary is a number right now, and this number is 0, but in the logical context of an if-else statement condition, so that's right here in these parentheses, here JavaScript will try to coerce any value into a boolean. So no matter what you put here, if it is not a boolean, then JavaScript will try to convert it to a boolean, and that's what exactly happening here, and that happens using truthy and falsy value rules that we just discussed in the beginning. So we know salary here is 0, but 0 is a falsy value. Here you can see that 0 is a falsy value. So in this logical environment, this 0 will be converted to false. And so when this will convert it to false, the else block will execute. So that's how this code is actually executing. Now if you put something here other than 0, if you say 200 no matter what, then this value is true. So here you can see a number other than 0 is a truthy value. So now if you reload, you see it says, well, enjoy my friend, because now this salary variable is 200, and in this logical if else statement context, this resulted to true, resulting into this block being executed. And now we can take another example to test this in another situation to really make sure that you understand this. And I also want to show you something important, so this example will make everything crystal clear. So another use case for this truthy and falsy value is to check if a variable is actually defined or not. And this might sound like a weird case, but you will see later in the course that it actually makes a lot of sense sometimes to check if something actually exists or not. So here I'm just going to say let height, and that's it. So I have just declared an empty variable, and now I'm going to check for a condition, and I'm going to say if height, then console.log height is defined, and in the else block I'm just going to say console.log height is not defined. So now I want you to pause the video and try to analyze this code and try to figure out what will be the output. Well, this is really not very difficult. You can take a look at these codes and you can also read this to find out what will be the output of this code. So pause the video and try to answer now. So now let me tell you that this else block will execute, and so the reason why this block will execute is really not very difficult to understand, because we have just declared an empty variable. So remember, when we talked about values and variables, I told you that when we declare a variable without any value, it is assigned a value of undefined. So undefined is our falsy value, and so here you can see that undefined resulted into this false. So when undefined is evaluated in this block of the if else execution context, this code will execute. Why? Because this will in turn to false. So if this statement is false, or actually if this code execution resulted into false, then else will execute. So if I reload, it says height is not defined, and now if I change the height to something else, I can say 1.6. obviously this is in meter, and if I reload, now you see it says height is defined. Now you can say that alright, so what is so important in this? This was really very easy for me to answer. Now when we set the value of 1.6 to this height variable, then this code executed, because in this if else block, this if condition resulted to true. However, with this we can actually run into a problem. So let's say that height is 0 for some reason, and this is a perfectly valid number, but watch what happens when we run this code now. So if I reload, now you see it says height is not defined. And why is that? So you can answer this one easily, because 0 is also a falsy value, and this will then trigger this else block. But in this case we don't want this. So this is kind of a bug, or you can say it is an error in our application, because here in this if else statement we didn't accounted for this scenario. We only checked for the scenario that the height is either defined or not, but we never thought about height being 0, right? So now we get height is not defined, even though that is not true. So this is just to illustrate an example that there can be problems using this approach. However, we can fix this using logical operators, which is very interesting to learn and very important as well. And we will talk about that after next video. But first, in the next lecture, we need to talk about equality operator. So I will see you in the next one. So please make sure to subscribe if you have not already, and like the video to let the algorithm bless the channel. I will see you in the next one. So far, we have only used comparison operators to take decisions with if-else statements, right? But let's suppose we want to check if two values are actually equal instead of one being greater or less than the other. And for that, we have different equality operators. So I'm simply going to declare a variable called age and will store value 18 to it. And so let's now create an if statement which will log to the console that the person just became an adult only if the age is exactly 18. So we can use an if statement, and then we can use the triple equal operator to check if age is exactly equals to 18, and then we can write our code block. So this is triple equals operator. So this triple equals operator will check that if the age is exactly equals to 18, and so if it is exactly equals to 18, we are simply going to say console.log, yay, you turned an adult. Okay, so I hope there should be no problem at all to understand these codes. Okay, we have already talked about how if else works, and we have already talked about const as well. Okay, so if I save, what do you think we will print? Obviously we are going to print yay, you turn an adult. If I reload, we get it. Okay, now what if I write 20 here? What do you think will be the output? Reload, yeah, we do not see any output. Okay, now why do we not see any output? Because we did not wrote the else statement. Okay, but we are not going to talk about that. You can simply write it. So I can say else console.log, I got different value. If I save, reload, I got different value. Okay, because we are just checking if age is 18 or not. If it is above than 18, above than 20, it doesn't matter. We are just checking if age is exactly equals to 18. Now other than this way of checking if age is exactly equals to 18 or not using triple equal operator, we also have double equals operator. So now if I save it, let me just put it back to 18. Now if I save and if I reload, you see we get yay, you turn an adult again. But now what is the difference between this 2 equals operator and this 3 equals operator? Well, very simple to understand. The 3 equals operator does not do type coercion, but the 2 equals operator does type coercion. Now what do I mean by this? Let me prove it right here. Okay, so actually I can do that here as well. So here I can write the code. So what do I mean by this is that if I write 18 the number equal 18 the number, hit enter, you see we get true, right? Very easy to understand. 18 is number, 18 is number. But if I do the same with the string 18 equal number 18, now it says false, because this equality operator is exactly checking if both these data types or both these data are same. But no, this is not same. This is a string and this is number, so that's why it returned false. But if you run the same code with a double operator, it will return this true. So what it does is that this double equals operator does type coercion, so it exactly converts this 18 the string into 18 the number, and then it exactly compares both of them. So the only difference is that, let me write down here, triple equals operator, this one does not do type conversion, but this one does type conversion, okay, and it automatically converts the type and then it checks it, okay, and this is also called as strict operator, and then this one is loose equals operator, okay. Okay, so now let me explain you all of this with an example. So I have pasted few lines of code which is really not very difficult to understand, and also it is not different than the example we used above. So here I have just declared an age variable and have set it to 18, and here we are using two if statements to check for two different operators. So in the first one we are exactly using the strict comparison, which checks if both the values are exactly same, and then on the second if statement we are actually evaluating for the loose equality operators. And now if I save the file, what do you think will be the output? And so now first let's evaluate the code and then we will think about the output. And so what will happen here? So this code will evaluate to true, right, and resulting into this block being executed. Why true? Because this age is 18. So let me replace this age to 18. So 18 the number is exactly equals to 18 the number, and so this age and this 18 both of them are equals, and so this block will evaluate to true. Similarly, this age 18 is also equals to 18, so this will also evaluate to true. Why? Because both of them are number. So this is number, this is number, okay. So see, this age variable is different, so this is the actual value of the variable, but this is the number that we are putting here, okay. So this is not the value of the variable, this is the number that has been written by us to check, okay. Now let me again shift it back to age, and now if I save both of them, if evaluated to true, then both of the if statements will execute. And if I reload, you see we get you turned an adult from strict comparison, so from strict comparison as well as from the loose comparison, because both of these evaluated to true. Now what if I change this 18 to the string 18? Focus, this is string 18 now, this is now no more a number 18, this is just a string 18. What do you think will be the output now? So now let's evaluate. So now this age will in turn be replaced with this string 18, and so remember, this operator does not do type conversion, okay. So this is a strict operator, so it will check if both the value are exactly same. So these are not exactly same, this is a string and we are comparing a string with a number using this strict equality operator, so triple equals. So this expression will evaluate to false, so this code will not execute, okay. And here actually you can see that if you can actually figure out the difference between the colors of this one and this one, you can see that this is slightly faded away, but nevertheless we are here to actually understand how the code execution works, okay. So string 18, number 18, false. So let's put it back to the age variable, but here the age is 18, okay. This is exactly the string 18, okay. So now this string 18 equals to 18, and so it actually does type coercion, and so this block will evaluate to true, okay. And so let's see it. So we can actually say that the output will be this one. If I save, reload, you see it says you turned an adult loose comparison, okay, because this is now a string. So I hope this is not really too confusing to you, because this loose equality operator is full of weird rules and behaviors. It means that if we use this one here, this can introduce many hard to find bugs into our code. So as a general rule for writing clean code, and actually I want you to take a note of this, is that never use this double equals operator. please do not use this double equals operator. This can really be a real frustration for you when you start to develop real world web apps. Okay, so yeah, as a general rule for writing clean code, avoid using loose equality operator even though it does type conversion, but don't use it. Why? Because you can actually do type conversion manually, so by using number function. Okay, so if you want to turn this string into a number, you can actually use number. Why to do that? Okay, and actually I can do that here. Okay, so if I change this to a number, and this is perfectly valid, and if I change this to number, if I now save it, now you will see both of the output here. So you see both of the output. Why? Because now this age is not a string 18, but it is a number 18 and has been converted by this number function. Okay, and so this is what I want to show you. Now I want to show you few more things. Now the first thing that I want to show you is that there is a pretty simple way of getting a value from any web page, and we can do that using the prompt function. So let me comment these codes, and then here we simply have to say prompt, and this is a function. Now we have not talked about functions yet, I know, but trust me, these prompt functions, number functions are really not very difficult to understand. Okay, and so we will learn about functions little bit later, but let me show you how prompt actually works, and this is really very easy to understand. Okay, so suppose you want to retrieve some information from the web page in the form of a dialog box. So all you can say is that you can say prompt and then a set of parentheses, and here you can exactly elaborate your question. So I'm going to say, what is your favorite number? Okay, and so if you save this script, reload the browser, you see this pop-up with this question that you just described. So this is what is your favorite number. So this prompt is this one. So this dialog box is exactly the prompt, and this is the question, and so here you can enter your number. So suppose I say 67. Okay, I can press OK, or I can hit the return or enter on our keyboard, and that's it. The number has been sent, but we do not see that over here in the console, and the reason is that we really have not got hold of it. So we need to save it into a variable. So I can say const favorite equals to prompt, and so now whenever we enter the number, that will be saved to this favorite variable. And so again, now I can say console dot log favorite. Okay, and so again let's test it, and now if I say 24, if I hit return, you see we get 24. Now this is a string, not a number. So remember, we talked about how we receive a string from an input field on the web page. So whenever we enter something on the web page, we get that in the form of a string, and we can actually say that this is a string by simply looking at the color as well. So remember how I taught you that you can exactly figure out if a number is actually a number or a string by simply looking at its color. So this is in white, which means this is not a number, this is a string, and I can actually prove it by using this typeOf operator. So I can say typeOf favorite, and yeah, we need to enter the number again. So any number would work, even 2400, and so now 2400 is a string. Okay, but this is not what I want to show you. So now I'm going to use this if statement to check if the user has entered our favorite number. So I can say if favorite equals 45, I can say console.log 45 is a cool number. Okay, 45 is a cool number. Now if I save this again, if I reload, and if I say 45, hit enter, we did not show any output. Why? The reason why we did not show any output is that we are using the strict equality operator. So this favorite is a string. So remember, the output, the input, exactly the input that we got from the web page is a string, and then we are actually comparing the string 45 with the number 45. So this expression would evaluate to false, hence this code will not execute. Okay, and so for this what we need to do is that we need to typecast whatever number or whatever input that we are getting from the web page into the number. So here we can exactly typecast the entire prompt function. So I can say number. Okay, so we are simply saying that, hey JavaScript, whatever input you are getting as a number using this prompt function, just turn them into a number. And so now this will be evaluated with not the string 45 but with the number 45. Okay, and so now it will evaluate to true, hence this console.log printing here in the console. Only based on this condition, if the favorite number that we would be entering right now will be 45. So if I save and if I reload and if I say 45, we see 45 is a cool number. But again if I reload it and if I say 35, now we see no output. Why? Because we really have not wrote any else block. However, now this brings me to my next point, which is another cool thing that we can do, and that is that we can actually add more conditions to an if else statement. So far we have only used if and then this else block. Okay, but now we can also add an else if block. Okay, so how it works is that we can actually put another condition for the program to test. So here I can write else if and then the set of parentheses with this block. So what we are actually saying is that we are saying that if favorite number is this one, so if this statement is true, then execute this code. Else if this statement is true, so I can say favorite number equals to 35. I can again say console.log 35 is a cool number. Okay, so now we are checking for multiple terms. So first one is if 45, execute this code. Else if favorite number is 35, then execute this code. And again we can check else if there is some more condition, we can exactly check if favorite number is string 45. Okay, we can also do this. So again I can say 45 is a number but in a string. Okay, and then else if all of this turned to false, then simply say console.log, oh no, I did not received any number. And how do we actually print this sad emoji? So this is how. Okay, so if I save this and now if I reload, now I can say 35. Okay, so if I say 35, you will see that this code will execute. If I hit OK, 35 is a cool number. Reload again. So now if I say 45, hit enter, it says 45 is a cool number. And if I reload again and now if I enter number that is neither 45 nor 35 and let's go with 78, you will see this output. So oh no, I did not receive any number. So okay, and now to finish, there is also an operator for different. So we talked about equal, but of course there must be an operator that does the opposite, and so that's the different operator. And so now let's check if the favorite is different than 45. So here I can say if and then again I can say favorite, but this time we are going to use the different operator. So here just print the exclamation and then double equals operator, and then here you can exactly write the number. And so what this will test is that it will simply say if favorite is not equals to 45, then execute this statement. So here we are just going to say console.log why not 45. This is also a cool number, and yeah, a laughing emoji. Why not always be positive? So if I save and if I reload and let's enter a number other than 45, if I hit 65, you see we get first this block is also executing since we entered another number, and so we did not match any number, and hence this above code is also true, but we are not going to care about this one. You can simply see that we did not enter the number 45, and so we received why not 45. This is also a cool number. Okay, so this is how it works. So again, other than this is the strict equality, not equality but strict different operator. We have also lose one, but again don't use the lose one just for the same reason. Always use this strict operator. Okay, so this is the different operator, simply opposite. Okay, so if favorite is not equals to this number, then return this message. Now the last thing that I want to show you is that in JavaScript, if you have a single statement inside a code block, you can actually omit these code blocks and you can write the entire code on the same line. Now what do I mean by this? Let me duplicate this, and here you can see that we just have single console.log statement inside this code block. So rather than using this code block, or rather than creating these code blocks for writing a single statement, we can actually get rid of this. Okay, and so now I can place this code right next to the if block and it would work perfectly fine. So this code and this code, both of them are same. The only difference is that since this block had only one statement, we can actually get rid of these code blocks. Of course, if you have multiple statements, then this method would not work, but if you have single statement, then you can actually get rid of these code blocks. Okay, and now if I save this, reload, and what is your favorite number? Let's write 78, which should be other than 45 for these two codes to execute. So if I say 78, hit enter, you see we get both the output. So from 297, so from 297 and from 299. So oh no, I did not receive any number was executed from this. And then why not 45? This is also a cool number, and the same output is here as well. Okay, so now we have understood many important things in JavaScript. Okay, so let's now move on. But yeah, if you feel like you have learned something important, do make sure to like the video and subscribe to CodeBlock. I will keep bringing important lectures like this. So far we have understand how to take decisions based on single test cases. For example, here we are checking if favorite number is equals to 45, then do this. Else if favorite number is 35, then do this. Now what if we have to check for multiple test cases? For example, we want to evaluate if favorite number is equals to 45 as well as favorite number is less than 50, then only do something. Then only say that 45 is a cool number as well as it is less than 50. So to do this, we will have to understand how JavaScript logical operators works. So I have written few lines of comments here which are really not difficult for you to understand even in plain English, but trust me, I'm gonna explain you everything. So if you read, it says logical operators perform logical operations. So there are mainly two logical operators in JavaScript. These are and or, and by the way, these are also called as Boolean logical operators. Okay, and so third one is not, but not is really not very difficult to understand. It just flips the original value that and or outputs. So here I have already talked about that. Okay, so it's exactly like that, but nevertheless we are going to see that again. Now let's write a program so that we can understand how and or works in real life, and then we will go back to our this example where we are going to clarify some of the things that we missed earlier. Well, we did not miss earlier, but just to revisit, we are going to write all of this program again. Okay, And so the first thing we are going to do here is that we are going to read this statement. So these two statements says that condition to enter a bar. Okay, so to enter a bar you have to be an adult, which means plus 18 years of age, and have a partner. So at least in India, if you want to enter a bar, you must be an adult. And I don't know if this have a partner thing it needs to be true or not, but at least you need to be an adult until and unless you develop a fake ID. But anyway, so let's now write a program so that we can write test cases to see how we can enter, if a person can enter the bar or not. So I'm going to declare two variables. I'll say one is let is adult. I'll say yes, adult. And since semicolon is optional, I'm not skipping it, I'm providing semicolon, but if you want to skip, you can skip. And then the second variable will be with. I'll say is with partner, and I will say true, or let's say false, because I want to show you something. Okay, and then here I can say if, and then this block. So what goes inside? So what goes inside is the combination of both of these value. So here we are going to write is adult and is with partner. Now this is the AND symbol for this AND operator. So in JavaScript you literally print these two symbols with the combination of shift and 7 on your keyboard. So if you press shift and number 7 on your keyboard, you will print this AND symbol, and there are two. It's not just one, but there are two AND symbol. Now this is the use cases of AND operator. And so now here goes the code block. So whatever you write inside will be executed once this prints to true, or this evaluates to true. Now how does this evaluates to true? Now how does AND operator works is that in case of AND operator, both the value should be true, then only the block will be considered true and code block will execute. Yes, this is the rule of AND operator, and that is that both of the value needs to be true in order for this entire expression to evaluate to true. Any of them, if is false, then the entire statement will be false and this line of code will not be executed. So here if I say console.log one of the error, so say one of the error, okay, and then here I will write else console.log, I'll say else log execute. Now if I save this, I will reload. It says else block executed. Why? Because this evaluated, this entire statement evaluated to false. Why? Because one of them are false. So is adult is true, but is with partner is false, which means you are not with a partner, which means you are not allowed to enter a bar. And so this entire statement evaluated to false because we are using an AND operator, and so this line of code did not executed, but the else block executed. Now to fix this issue, we have to use OR operator. In AND, it simply means that this and this both needs to evaluate to true, but no, this part is true, this is adult is true, but this is with partner is false. Okay, so false. And so if you read AND operator, both the values should be true, then only the block will be considered true and code block will execute. Now if you want to fix this, if you want to change the scenario, for example, first of all let's check for the both of the true cases. Okay, so if I change this with true, which means that you are adult, okay, fulfilling the condition, you are adult, you are with a partner, yes, true. Now if I save, if I reload, you will see that this block will execute. And yeah, we need to change the sentence as well. Say enter the bar and enjoy. Okay, and so if I reload, say enter the bar and enjoy. Why? Because now this is also true and this is also true. But if any of them turns to false and you are using an AND operator, then the entire statement or expression will be evaluated to false. Okay, now how to fix this? Like, for example, you want to change the status to enter bar, or to be exact, you want to change the condition to enter bar. You just want to say that either you need to be an adult or either you need to have a partner, and then you will be able to enter the bar. You don't need to fulfill both of the conditions, because there are many who wants to enter the bar but they are single, and so you really do not want to deny them the entry. Okay, so how do you write a program which would help you to deal with this scenario? So now here I'm going to write another test cases. Okay, so this is with AND operator, and now I'm going to teach you how to deal in this scenario where having a partner is optional. Okay, so now you'll write if is adult and is with, come on, with partner, then do this. Okay, enter the bar and enjoy, and then I'm going to write else. I'll say console.log else block executed. Okay, now I have used this AND operator, but no, now we no longer need this AND operator, but now we need this OR operator. OR simply means if is adult or is with partner, then do this. So in OR operator, if any of the variable returns true, then the entire statement or the entire expression evaluates to true. It's legit OR. Okay, so OR, if any one of the variable is true, then entire expression evaluates true. Okay, sign for OR is just to pipe like this. So if you press shift and there is a button just below the delete, it simply means that if is adult or is with partner, then do this, else do this. Okay, so now if I make any one of them false, I will say yeah, is adult is true, but if with partner, I'll say no, he is not with partner, so false. But still you will be able to enter the bar and enjoy. So if I reload, see, enter the bar and enjoy. The first statement, the first if else executed else block, because we are using an AND operator. An AND operator checks for both the cases which needs to be true, but no, is with partner is false, and so this else block executed, where you could have also said that not allowed, please fulfill all the conditions. Okay, and now if you reload, it says else block executed, not allowed, please fulfill all the conditions. But while using this OR operator, we are allowed to enter the bar and enjoy. Now if you talk about this not operator, then what it does is it simply flips the original value to the different value. So if it is true, if you will use this not operator on this is adult value or variable, then the value will simply turn to false, and same if you use on this is with partner, then the false will turn to true. So here if I just simply use this not operator, which is, remember, just this not sign, so exclamation sign to be exact, if you print this exclamation sign, now this is false, right? But what it does is it makes this entire variable turn to true. And so now if I save this file, then let's evaluate what will happen. And so now this statement will execute. So from line 315 so far, well, it's 317, we were getting this output, else block executed. But now you will see that this output, we'll see this output, enter the bar and enjoy, even though we have not changed the value itself, but here we have just used the logical not operator, and so it flips the original value to true, or whatever you have assigned it, it just flips the original value to the other. So true turns to false and false turns to true. And so now if I reload, of course I have saved this file, you see, come on, you see it says enter the bar and enjoy. Now let's really evaluate so that everything will be crystal clear. So is adult is true, but is with partner on original line is saved to false. But here we have used this logical not operator, which means is that this is with partner is now true. And actually I can show you. If I say console.log not is with partner, see this false, right? But from line 15 we will see true. If I save, reload, you see true from line 313. And if I change this one is adult, it will show false. So it really just flips the original value to the other one. So true becomes false and false becomes true. And so now let's come back to our original program and try to write program for this test cases. So let's do it here. Okay, so this is AND, so I'm just going to cut this and I'll write here. Okay, so this is AND and this is OR, and not simply flips the value. Okay, and so here I'm going to say let fab number equals to what, 50. Okay, so I'll say if fab num equals to 30 or 50 and fab number is less than equals to 60, then only do something. So I can say what, fab num is 50 and it is less than 60, else if I can say fab number is equals to 50 or fab num equals to 60, any of them, then I will say console.log fab number is either 50 or 60. Okay, so now if you save this, reload, it says fab number is 50 and it is less than 60. Of course it is 50 and it is less than 60, but now if you just say 60, reload, now you say it says fab number is either 50 or 60. So 60 is really not less than 50, but yeah, we have written the condition to check if fab number is 50 or fab number is 60, then tell us that fab number is either 50 or 60, and if not, then we have also used AND operator as well. So if fab number is 50 and fab number is less than 60, then return us this line. Now I want to apologize in advance because I almost forget to tell you one very important thing to keep in mind while dealing with logical operators. Now we are not limited to using only one logical operators in a single parenthesis, in a single code block. Actually we can combine multiple logical operators at once. So for example, just think that if the condition to enter the bar is it needs to be an adult who can enter the bar with a partner and both of them wearing black dress. So we can combine this to make one logical sentence out of it. So where is the variables? So here is the variable. I'm just going to take this, okay, and I'm gonna paste it here, and I will just take it into account, and I will declare one more variable. I will say are in black dress, and I will say yes, they are in black dress. And so now we can check that is adult is with partner are in black dress. So now we are going to say that is adult and is with partner and are in black dress. Now if all of these three will turn to true, then only you can enter the bar, otherwise no, you cannot enter the bar. So now if I save this, you see if I reload, you say else block executed. Why? Because one of them is false, so is with partner is false. Okay, so now if I change this to true, now we will be able to enter the bar, right? But now what if we just want to take this in black dress optional? Okay, so I can say no, they are not in black dress, but they surely can enter the bar. So now we will have to change this code a little bit so that we can allow them to enter the bar. So now what we can do is that we can use and as well as an or operator here. Okay, so now what we can do is that we can say is adult and is with partner, and then here we can say or are in black dress. So what it means now is that now it means is adult true, is with partner true, and then on this or block we have this false part here. Okay, and so now if I save, if I reload, you see it says enter the bar and enjoy. So we have changed the meaning, for which we are evaluating. So now we are saying that if is adult, which is true, is with partner is true, simply saying that or this is true, then we can enter the bar. So remember, if you are using an or operator, then what happens is that whatever variable you are using, even if any one of them turns to true, then you can enter the bar. Okay, so here these two are true, right, and this is false, but since these two are true, we can enter the bar. And now if I change this to or, so which means that any three if turned to true, then all of the statement is true. If I save, reload, see enter the bar and enjoy. Okay, and now if you want to change all of them into an operator, which means that all of them needs to be true, then you will have to use again this and operator. Okay, so now you'll have to say and. So now all of them needs to be true, then only this line of code will execute. Okay, so doesn't matter how many possible test cases you are checking for. If you are using an AND operator, you can combine multiple variables at once to check for the values they hold. But if you are using AND operator, all of them needs to be true, doesn't matter how many for them you check. Okay, so anyone is false, then the entire statement will turn to false. Okay, so now you will see this else block executed. Okay, if I reload, else block executed, and now you can combine the values as well. So what you can do is that, remember, talked about parentheses, it has higher precedence. Okay, so you can combine value, so you can combine this value and this value together, and so now this will be a separate. Here you can use an operator, here you can use or operator. It is going to be completely different than this one. So first this one will be evaluated, and then whatever value it holds will be evaluated to it. So now if I say is with partner and are in black dress, so this statement will evaluate to false. Why false? Because one of them are false. Okay, so is with partner is true, but are in black dress is false. So this entire expression will evaluate to false, and then false and true will be evaluated, which means that it is still false. Okay, so this is adult is true, but this line executes to false. This line compiles to false, which means true and false will result to false, which means that still we are going to see this else block executed part. Okay, so yeah, we can combine as well. So again I reloaded, you see we see else block executed, and now if I try to combine these two, then what happens? Let's combine these two. So yeah, is adult and is with partner, yes, true, but now here we are just going to say or, not and but or. Okay, so now it will be something like true to true will print true because both of them are true, which means that this code will execute. This will evaluate to true, and then true is true or false. So this entire expression will evaluate to true and then true or false. So if it is true or false, just execute this code. So now we will be able to enter the bar. Okay, so now if I reload, you see enter the bar and enjoy. I know it might seem little confusing, but here we are using higher order precedence. We are simply saying that, hey JavaScript, evaluate this line first, and then whatever output this line brings, evaluate that output with whatever value this variable holds. So when it will be evaluated, this will print what? It will print true, and then true or false. True or false will always print true, which means that this entire line, entire expression will evaluate to true, resulting into this line being executed. Okay, so this is what I wanted to talk about, and I almost forget it discussing. JavaScript switch statement is an extension to if-else statements. So now let's see how it works, and then we will compare it with if-else, and then you will decide which one is better. So JavaScript switch statement is an alternative way of writing a complicated if-else statement where all we want to do is to compare one value to multiple different options. So we are going to take an example where we will have a weekday variable, and for each day there is a different activity. So basically we are going to map one activity to each day. So I'm just going to say const day equals to, and then here I'm just going to say Monday, and then first I will write the syntax for switch, and then I will explain you how it works. So we just write this switch keyword and then this parenthesis where will go the test cases, and then this code block. So here you simply check for day. Yes, you literally pass the value for the day stored in a variable. Okay, and so now here all you do is you say case, and then you pass the value itself. So you say case Monday and then colon. Focus here, this is not a semicolon, this is a colon, and now here goes whatever you want to do in case of Monday. Okay, so here I'm just going to say console.log. I'll say prepare recording status, and then console.log. I'll say shoot videos. Okay, I'll say prepare recording slides, and then shoot videos, and then after this we also write this break statement. Okay, so what is happening here is that we say switch day. So here we are actually checking if day is exactly equals to Monday. So we are literally checking for this day equal this Monday. Okay, so strict equality checking is happening here. So I'm just going to comment this one. Okay, and then you can write another case. So you can say case Tuesday. So what do you do on Tuesday? So this is just a fancy way of writing if else, where we just write multiple cases to check for the output itself. So actually to check for the value itself. Okay, so now you check in case of Tuesday. So day being Monday prints this, day being Tuesday then do this. So I'm just going to say console.log read mode. Okay, and then we need this break statement as well, and if we do not provide this break statement, then what will happen I will show you in a moment. And then I can say case Wednesday, and then if you do not want to provide any test cases for Wednesday, you can skip it and you can directly jump to write another case. So I'm going to say case Thursday. I'll say console.log prepare more slides, okay, and then again break, and then I'll write case Friday console.log. This time I did not prepare more slides, but I actually go on to record and fix bugs, okay, and then again I can write break, and now I'm going to write case for Saturday and Sunday. So Saturday and Sunday is complete holiday for me, and so I can say play and enjoy weekends. I actually go to play cricket on Sunday. On Saturday I do not do much stuffs, but on Sunday I go out and play cricket with my friends. Okay, so now I say break here as well. Now if you do not want to check for any of these cases, then you can pass a default to it. So you can say default and then console.log no day was passed, okay, and now in last one we do not need a break, okay. So now if I save, let's see, we have passed this Monday, okay, so it is going to check if day is exactly equals to Monday, then you are doing this one, okay. So if I reload, you see it says prepare recording slides from line 342, so from line 342, as well as shoot videos from line 343. So both of these statements are working. Now if I change this to Friday, let's check for Friday. Day is Friday. Actually go on to record and fix bugs. So actually go on to record and fix bugs. Now let me show you what happens if you do not provide this break, okay. So I'm just going to comment this out, and I'm going to comment this break out as well, and then this one as well, okay. So all these three break has been commented, okay. And now let's shift back to Monday. You'll see that our code will be printed something like this. So prepare recording slides, shoot videos, read more, and then prepare more slides, and then actually go on to record and fix bugs, which means that all of these console.log statements will be printed, okay. So if I save, reload, did you see that? I just told you and it happened. So what break does is it says that if the day is Monday and it matches the condition, then you do simply these two steps, okay. So after this you are just going to break from the program. So all the following code will not execute if these condition matches, okay. So that's why we use this break statement here, or break keyword here, to simply execute the program on time, or actually to simply finish the program on time, okay. So that's why we use break. Imagine if we do not use break here, then this entire program is actually a bug. On Monday we do only these two things, which means prepare recording slides, shoot videos, but in the output we are getting this much of task, which definitely we are not doing on Monday. So that's why we use break, okay. So we can finish the program properly, and let's fix it. And now let me show you what if we do not pass any day. I'll say random day, okay. If I save, we have no test cases to check if random day exists, right? So what we are going to do, we are going to see this output, which means that default is no day was passed, which means that all of these days has been written with the test cases, but random day I could not find. So program will simply say that no day was passed. If I reload, you see it says no day was passed, okay. And you can actually check for different thing as well. You can say const year of birth equals to 1990, okay. And here you can pass year of birth, and here you can check if 1990, then yeah, let's say prepare recording slides, but no, I'm going to say you are a millennial, act like 1. Okay, so if I reload, yeah, so const year of birth, let's check it. Okay, if I reload, you are a millennial, act like 1. Okay, so yeah, different test cases can be done with this. So this is just a fancy way of writing the same if else that we have written here. Okay, so now we are back on our original example, and so now I want to show you something more. So remember how we used logical boolean operators for taking decisions based on multiple test cases as well as different test cases. But did you notice something? We did the same thing here, but we did not use any logical operator. So we wrote test cases for both Wednesday and Thursday. So it is same as saying that, hey JavaScript, if case is Wednesday and if case is Thursday, then just console that I prepare more slides on these 2 days. So if we were to do the same thing, then we would have to say something like this, if what, Wednesday, something like this. So Wednesday and Thursday, something like this. Okay, but by using switch we just did this, and yeah, if you did not notice, then that's why I took time to make you notice this. Okay, now I want you to take a simple challenge. So a simple challenge that I want to give you is to convert this switch code into a possible if else code. So it's not going to be really difficult for you. It is yeah, it is really easy. Just try and you will be able to do it. And yeah, for doing this one, for writing test cases for multiple cases, we'll have to use what, and operator. Yeah, and operator. Okay, so I hope you'll give it a go. So pause it and try it, and then I will see you with the solution. Okay, so pause it now. So how was that? Were you able to do it? So now let's see how to do this in if else, which by the way, I believe that you're able to do it and you did it completely well. Okay, so now if you want to convert this entire code base into a possible if else, then I'm just going to write switch code in if else. Okay, so now here you just have to say if day equals Monday, then do this. So this one, these 2 things. Okay, and then else if day equals Tuesday, then do this. And I'm not going to write the entire thing, I'm just going to give you a template and you can fix it. Okay, if day is Wednesday and Thursday, okay, so if day is Wednesday and day is Thursday, then what we do on Wednesday and Thursday, I prepare more slides. So I prepare more slides. Else if day is Saturday, well, not Saturday, we did not check for Friday, right? So we are going to check for Friday. What do we do on Friday? I actually go on to record and fix bugs. So I'm just gonna copy, paste it, and then we are going to say else if day equals what do you have? It's Saturday and Sunday, right? Then I'm just going to say console.log, yeah, my holiday. Okay, and else if we have no day, then I will simply say console.log no day was provided. Okay, and let's finish this one as well. So I'll say on Tuesday I do nothing. Okay, so empty code block. Okay, and now if I reload, no day was passed, no day was provided. So let's change the day to Sunday. Okay, Sunday. Okay, reload, play and enjoy weekends. But wait a second, on line 381 it says no day was provided. Why? Day Sunday. And what are we doing? Oh, we did not check for Sunday. We did not wrote the test cases for Sunday, or did we? So if day is Saturday and day is Sunday, oh, it cannot be possible, so this should not be and. Here should have been or, okay, not and, because we are checking for either Saturday or Sunday. Saturday and Sunday cannot be at the same time, so it was a little bug in the code. Here I'm just going to write this or operator, okay. So if Saturday or Sunday, yeah, my holiday. Now if I reload, it says play and enjoy weekends on 360. So this one for this code here. So console.log play and enjoy weekends, and then for my holiday is from line 379. So this is a fancy way of writing if else. Now I'm going to ask you simple question. Which one do you think is better? Well, I'm not going to answer you because both switch and if else has its own use cases, which we are going to discuss later when we will talk about the good stuffs in JavaScript, or how to be more mature in JavaScript while writing code, okay. So yeah, this was switch statement. Next up, we are going to talk about what is this general difference between statement and expressions. You might have heard me talking about expressions and statements again and again. So now we are going to understand what actually it means. Now that when we are getting comfortable with JavaScript, it's time to learn more theoretical concepts, and now I quickly want to talk about difference between statements and expressions. This is gonna be a high level overview so that future lecture makes more sense. So essentially, expression is just a piece of code that produces a value on its own. So for example, if you write 30 plus 40, this produces a value on its own. So if you copy it and if you paste it in the console here, hit enter, you see that it produces a value straight away. Similarly, someone's year of birth, so 2004, this is also an expression. It also produces a value on its own. So if you write it here 2004, hit enter, you see we got the output. Another example can be what? A combination of Boolean logical operators? Yes, why not? So you can say true and false and not true. So this expression also evaluates to a value. So if you copy and paste, it would probably evaluate to false. So yes, it says false. Why? Because this is just an expression, and an expression evaluates to a value. On the other hand, we have statements. So a statement is like a bigger piece of code that is executed and that does not produces a value on itself. This is just like normal spoken language. So if you write something like this, you can say if 10 is greater than 5, then say something. So you can say console.log 10 is greater than 5, okay. So it will not produce a value on its own, but it will produce a value only based on this condition. So if 10 is greater than 5, which is true, so this block will evaluate to true, and hence it will produce you this value. So statements are readable. You can read it, okay. You can tell them to apply their own logic, but expressions produces a value. So this part here, so this 10 is greater than 5, this is expression, okay, and this entire line is an statement or a statement, okay. So if I summarize, then expressions can be assigned to a variable as operands, while statements can only be declared. So yes, we can assign this entire expression to a variable. So I can say const output equals to this one, okay. And then if I say console.log output, you will see that the output will be false. If I save, reload, you see output is false from script.js line 397. So 397 consoled us false. Why? Because this part is now an operand. As a form of expression, this evaluates to false, and then false got stored in this output variable, and then when we consoled it, we saw that down here in the console. And similarly, we also got 10 is greater than 5 output as well, but this is statement. Statement are the whole structure, while expressions are the building blocks. So for example, a line or a block of code is a statement. Okay, so I hope I made it pretty clear, and actually I want to show you something. So see this part here, this is expression, this is checking. So if day is exactly equals to Monday, it will return true. Okay, so expression evaluates to a value, and this entire part is a statement. And now next step we are going to talk about ternary operator. So now let's understand ternary operator, also known as conditional operator. So a ternary operator can be used to replace an if-else statement in certain situations. So we have already talked about if-else, so make sure to understand it properly. So again, what is a ternary operator, or it is also called as conditional operator? So just like an expression evaluates to a value, same way a ternary operator also produces a value. So to understand this, let's write an example program, and then I will explain it step by step. This way it will make much more sense to you. Okay, and so I'm just going to comment the code that we wrote above about statements and expressions. And so now here I'm just going to write a simple program. I will say let's check if a student is passed or failed. So I'm going to write a condition. So if a student scored more than 40, they say he, she, is passed, or else fail. Okay, again I don't want any of my students to fail, but just for the example we are going to consider if marks is below 40, they are fail. Okay, they failed the exam, not they are fail. Okay, so I'm just going to say let marks, and what should we do? Let's create a prompt function. Okay, so I'm just going to say prompt, and you know pretty well what does prompt do. Okay, and here I'm just going to ask the question, enter your marks. Okay, good. And now let's evaluate it. So we can do it two ways. So suppose if we want to write a program for this condition, for this test case, we can use an if else. So here I can say if marks is greater than 40, then simply say console.log pass, else console.log failed. Okay, and now let's evaluate it. Okay, if I save, reload, enter your marks, I'm gonna say 42, we see we get pass. And if I again do it, reload, and this time if I say 30, we see we get fail. Okay, so this is normal way of writing if else. So ternary operator helps us to enhance this code in certain situations. So what we can do is that we can use ternary operator to write all of this on a simple line, and then it will evaluate to a value, and then that value will be stored in a variable. So all we can do is that we can create a new variable. I will say let result equals to, and now here we are going to write a simple ternary operator. So a ternary operator has three parts, that's why it is called as ternary operator. So what happens is that here goes the expression that needs to be evaluated. So here you are simply going to write this entire part. So marks is greater than 40. Okay, and then here comes the if part. So you just simply write, and you can see that tab 9 is suggesting me that are you sure that you are going to write a ternary operator. So I'm going to write it manually, I'm not going to hit okay here. So I'm just going to write this question mark, and then here goes the expression one. So what is happening is that this is the expression that will evaluate, and if it is true, then this part will execute. So this question mark is simply saying that if this expression is true, then do this. So here you are going to say pass, and then if this expression evaluates to false, then execute this part. So you write a colon and then you write the false part. So you say fail. So what is happening? So this is the expression, okay, and then this is the true part and this is the false part. So if this expression evaluates to true, then this pass will be printed, and if this expression evaluates to false, then we will see fail. Okay, so this is a simple ternary operator. It has three parts. So the first part, the second part, and the third part. Okay, so now all you have to do is you have to build a simple string. So I can say console.log. Let's use a template string. I would say u and $, and here we are just going to assign this result variable. So it will simply print you pass fail based on the number of marks the student has scored in the exam. Okay, so this is same as writing if else but with slight variation. Okay, and if I save, reload, let's test it, I'll say this time I scored 78. Come on, yeah, amazing score, right? Hit enter, say pass. So from script.js 409 we get this output pass, and the same ternary operator also printed the same output based on the same condition, you pass. Okay, so this is ternary operator, an enhancement to the if else part. Of course we don't forget if else just because we know ternary operator. Ternary operator cannot be used everywhere. It can be used when you simply want to produce a value based on a certain condition. Okay, it's not like that if you know ternary operator then you can altogether skip if else, and from now onwards whenever you will be needing if else you are going to write ternary operator. No, it is really dependent on the kind of program that you want to write and the kind of output that you want to expect based on some certain situations. Okay, so yeah, make sure that to remember that ternary operator is obviously a good choice to use over if else, but don't replace it with if else. If else is equally important. Ternary operator is an enhancement, but it cannot be altogether the replacement for if else. Okay, next up we are going to talk about JavaScript's different versions from the beginning. So what are these ECMA standards and all. Okay, and then after that we are going to become what almost a pro in JavaScript. Congratulations on completing the complete fundamentals of the JavaScript programming language. As I had promised you earlier in the intro to JavaScript video, that at the end of this section we will be talking about JavaScript releases and versions. So now let's take a detailed look about JavaScript release cycles and their current status, and I will also give you some general details about JavaScript programming language. And I promise you I won't take too much time and we will be shortly back to coding. So I will give you 5 major points to remember with some additional information. So let's get started by taking a little insight into the history of the language. So JavaScript was created by Brendan Eich in 1995 for Netscape Navigator, which was a famous browser back then. Netscape and Eich designed JavaScript as a scripting language for use with the company's flagship web browser, Netscape Navigator. Now, the complete nitty-gritty details does not matter, but still, if you are deeply interested to know about the history of JavaScript and its organization Netscape's fierce war with Microsoft, you can see a link on the screen. You will find it in the description as well. You can read more about it, but again, that much detail is completely optional. While we are sure we don't need to dig deep into the history of the language, we must know the creator of the language we are using. So yes, this information about JavaScript is very important for you to remember, is that JavaScript was created by Brendan Eich in 1995 for Netscape Navigator. JavaScript was initially known as Mocha and then renamed to LiveScript. Netscape finally changed the name to JavaScript so they could position it as a companion for the Java language, a product of their partner Sun Microsystems. So JavaScript was named after Java to attract Java developers, but it has nothing to do with Java. So always remember, Java and JavaScript are two different programming languages with two different use cases. Okay, so moving forward, you must always remember this important fact about JavaScript is that it was just developed in 10 days. So a famous saying goes like this: do you need more motivation to stay productive? Brandon Eek created JavaScript in just 10 days and you have 21 days. So it is said that if you do something continue for 21 days, it becomes your habit. And with my personal experience, I can say this is somewhat true. Moving on, let's continue the history. So in 1996, Microsoft launched Internet Explorer and copied JavaScript from Netscape and released its version of it and called it JScript. So to solve this issue, the Netscape team decided to standardize the language. So the language was submitted to an independent organization called ECMA, and in 1997, with a need to standardize the language, ECMAScript 1, also called as ES1, was released. So it was the first official standard for JavaScript. Fast forward to 2009, after a lot of internal disturbances between teams whether the language should be headed, ES5 was released with lots of amazing features, but it was not done. After another 6 years, finally in 2015, the much awaited version of ES6 was launched in June 2015. This was the single biggest update that contained all of the modern features such as introduction to the let and the const keyword, arrow functions, template literals, default parameters, callback, promises, async-await, and other lots of amazing features that we will be learning in great details just after a moment from now. Now, they release annually because they prefer to add a small number of features to the language each year instead of shipping a huge update in a single year as it happened with ES6. So it will be much easier for everyone to keep up to date. So according to this new annual release cycle, in 2016, ES 2016 or ES7 was released. In 2017, ES 2017 or ES8 was released, and the release cycle then continued. Another thing to keep in mind is JavaScript is a backwards compatible language, which means the code which was written way back in 1999 or in the ES1 version is still valid in the latest browser. So something, if it was developed in 1999 by writing the ES1 version of the code, that would still run in the modern browser. So it was accepted that nothing from the language will be taken out but will only be added because they did not wanted to break the internet by disallowing older programs. So you can imagine, if we disallow the older programs that were written in ES1 version to not function in the modern browser, it would cause a chaos. Now just the opposite of this is forward compatible language, which means the code that you write in modern JavaScript will most likely break if you were to execute it in older versions of JavaScript. So if you write the modern program and if you try to execute it in older JavaScript engine, it would probably crash. And so to deal with this problem, we mainly parse our code. So we use Babel and do polyfilling that converts our code to an older version of the program and to run smoothly. And so I hope this distinction between forwards and backwards is clear to you. Okay, so now we are well equipped with all the fundamental knowledge about the JavaScript language. Let's talk about some core level topics from the next video, such as functions, arrays, objects, loops, document object modeling, scope chain, hoisting this keyword, asynchronous JavaScript. Again, I talked about callback, promises, async-await. I just mentioned that these are some important concepts that were updated in ES6 features. So yeah, we are going to look into all of this. So yeah, let's get ahead and understand this in more details. So if you like this, do make sure to like the video and comment your feedback on it. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Till then, stay safe, happy coding. In this single video, we are going to get a masterclass on JavaScript functions. We will start by getting a simple overview of what functions are, and then we will understand the ins and outs of a function in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, functions behave a little differently and it has different ways of functioning. So if you really want to understand functions in great detail, make sure to pay clear attention to this lecture and don't skip it in between. It's a long video, but it will be completely worth it. I promise you, I will walk you through the entire function class in just one go. So in JavaScript, we can write functions in many ways, and each way has its own best use cases. And so we will start by understanding the complete basics of what are functions, and then we will understand what is the difference between function declaration and function expression. Then we will understand what are arrow functions, and then how a function calls another function, which simply means a higher order function. Now all of this might sound a little bit overwhelmed, but trust me, these are 4 core topics to understand a function in a very clear way. And we will understand all of this in a very easy language with examples. So there will be no confusion at all, and that's my promise. Okay, so let's now start understanding function, but before that, I will quickly teach you about the strict mode in JavaScript and why we should activate it in our script, and how strict mode enhances our ability to write good code. Okay, now do make sure to follow the channel's official Telegram channel. So join that. There you will be getting fast notifications and we will be able to chat with each other, and I'll quickly share all the updates about courses on which I'm currently working. Okay, do make sure to check the official website of the channel as well, which is codeblockdev.com. Let's understand functions. So let's now start our journey towards understanding some advanced concepts in JavaScript. So far we have talked about the complete fundamentals, so we understood all of the fundamental details that you required to move forward to understand some advanced concepts. So now we are going to take one step forward. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to create one new file, and I'm going to call it advanced.js. And the reason why I've created this new JavaScript file is that when I will give you this complete code, you will be able to differentiate between the learnings. So in script.js, we have contained all of our fundamental codes, okay? And in advanced.js, we are going to discuss some basic to advanced steps. So the transition that is going to happen right now from basics to advanced, almost advanced, we will be covering in this advanced.js file, okay? And then some more deep level concepts. For that, we will be creating another file. Okay, now what I'm going to do is that I'm going to close this script.js, and of course to run this advanced.js over here, we need to build a bridge between them, so we need to link both of them. Okay, so I'm going to duplicate this code. I'm gonna comment the first one, and then I will just say now index.html should load advanced.js, right? And save this, and just to test it, come on, I'm just going to write a simple console.log, and I will say running. Yeah, why not? Thank you tab9, and I'm going to refresh the browser. We get running. All right, now just right now in the beginning, I'm gonna tell you one thing that can you see this? Each time we just let me show you. If I edit this code, you see I saved the file by pressing Command S, and now to see the output, I have to reload this. So this is manual reloading. Now this is good. I'm not saying this is bad, this is good, but we can enhance this program. So what we can do is that we can set up our browser in such a way and code editor in such a way that we don't have to manually refresh this again and again. And for that, what you need to do is that you need to install one extension, and it's called live server. I already have searched this. So if you click live server, or just search it, let me show you. Okay, just search live server and hit enter. and of course this will be the plugin that we are going to install. Okay, I already have installed, so I'm not going to install it. You just install it, and what you have to do is that, let me close this one. Now go to index.html. Let me close the sidebar. Now here just right click and then go to open with live server. And if you cannot find this option right here, which I'm sure that you are going to find here in the, what is this called? This is called bottom navbar, whatever bottom tab, you are going to find, let me close the live server first. See, you can find this link of go live. Just click it and wait. And now you see that a live server is open. Now if you close this index.html real quick, and now I'm gonna right click, inspect, console, and you see that it automatically run. Okay, so the code automatically got executed. Okay, and if you check this file, okay, so we already have this one running as well. So if I edit this one, see that there is no change over here. Okay, but if you notice in the live server, you see that the code is updated, which means the execution is updated. And so to see this output, you will have to reload this browser. So browser window, exactly. So I think this one is good. Okay, we don't have to refresh this again and again. So if I again duplicate this code multiple times, save it, you see the output. Okay, so this is what we are going to do here. We are going to follow this approach. We don't have to manually reload the browser again and again. Now in your case, you might be seeing a little warning here like favicon is not supported, something like that. Okay, you don't have to worry much about that. Refresh it 2 or 3 times and it would be gone. And if it is not gone, just ignore that warning. That is something completely unrelatable at this moment. Just focus on the outcomes or the output that you get after saving your main file, main JavaScript file, and yeah, we are good to go. Just make sure to link correctly. So open index.html and then link the file correctly. Okay, and then also from here you need to go live. And let me just change this to add the title changed quickly. Okay, and so from next video we are going to talk about some advanced concepts. So we are going to start from strict mode. So first I will tell you what is strict mode, and then we are going to continue our discussion on functions masterclass. Yeah, gonna see you in the next one. So use strict was introduced in the ES5 version of the JavaScript, and what it does is it helps you in finding out accidental bugs caused by programmer. Now all of this will become crystal clear with the help of an example, but if I were to give you an overview of strict mode, then understand it by this way is that JavaScript is a very loosely typed programming language. So sometimes it fails silently to figure out some accidental bugs caused by the programmer. So to come up with this, and so to solve this problem, JavaScript has this mode which is called as strict mode, and if you activate it, it will help you find out that accidental bug which was caused silently. So all of this will become crystal clear with the help of an example. So let's assume that someone visits a hospital for regular checkup. Now just for the precautionary measure, doctors take an advanced step and tells them to get admitted to the hospital, and they can be released once they are healthy. Okay, so I can declare two variables. I can say let can be released, and initially I'll say no, false, because doctor told them to get admitted. So yes, initially can be released, no, false. But now I'm going to declare one more variable, and I'm going to say is healthy, and I'll say yes, true. And so now I'm going to write a simple if statement, and first let me write and then I will explain you. And so now I'm going to write a simple if statement to check if is healthy, do something. Now what we will do here is that we will simply update the already existing variable and we'll change its value to true. So I will say it true. Okay, and so what I have done here is that I have mutated the original variable's value. So remember, in the fundamental section I told you that we can easily mutate the variable data in JavaScript. So that is what we have done here. Now I'm going to slightly change this variable. So can you notice this R here, right? So this R is capital, but I'm just going to write a lowercase r, okay, and I will show you what I have done here, so no need to get confused. Now I'm going to say console.log, or no console.log, but I will simply say what if, now I can say can be released, gonna say console.log yes you are fit, and else I'll say console.log no you are not fit. So if I save, it says no you are not fit, even though we have changed the variable name to true, variable value to true. It did not produced the message that yes you are fit, but it produced this message. Now the reason why you are seeing this message where it says no you are not fit is that we have used the wrong variable here. Well, we created this variable, right? So can be released, and we set it to true, but we are referencing the original variable name, and so this variable will evaluate to false, right? And once this variable actually evaluates to false, this expression actually, then the else part executes, and so that's why the else part executed. So if we quickly change this variable to the originally created variable, so this one can be released, now you will see that you will get a different output. So it says yes you are fit. This is a bug. This actually is a bug. Initially, on the initial line, we have created can be released variable with the proper naming convention. So we have used camel case, and then initially we have assigned it a value of false, and then we thought that in this if block we are actually replacing the value of original variable, but no, there is a mistake, the naming mistake. So here this is a different variable, this is different, and this is different. So now we have no idea that there is a difference between the name of the variable. So this one is capital R, this one is not capital R, so there is a complete difference. Now with a naked eye you won't be able to figure out this difference, and you can see that with the error, if you print this code here, you see that you are getting the correct output. So yes you are fit, because can be released is now set to true, but initially can be released is set to false. So if you use the correct variable name, the output is different. So it says no you are not fit, so this should have been the output, right? So this is the correct output, but if you use this wrong variable name, then it will say yes you are fit. So this is the complete opposite of what we want to achieve. Why? Just because of this confusion here. We have created a variable, but we have no idea that we just created a wrong variable, although both of them looks similar, appears similar, but both of them are different, and just a single letter case created this much confusion to you. Now to solve this issue, we use strict mode. So to create the strict mode, just open the quotes, single or double, does not matter, and just write this statement here, use strict. Okay, that's it. And always remember that always to put your this strict statement on the top of the file, although you can use it locally as well. Like if you want this use strict just only to apply strict mode to a certain block, you can use it here as well, but just for a good practice, always use it in the entire document. So now when I saved, you see that the strict mode already told us that hey, there is an error, and that is a reference error. Can be released is not defined. So now it figured out. Now if you ask, okay, so where can be released is not defined, so advanced.js :10. So advanced.js :10. So this variable is can be released, and now if you observe closely, you will find difference between the original variable name and then the variable that you created. So this is the problem. You see, this is a very minimalistic problem, a very little problem, but with a naked eye it is very difficult to figure out. So that's why we use strict mode. Now, one more thing about strict mode that you need to always keep in mind is that it also helps you to not declare accidental variable that could possibly become a future JavaScript maybe concept. So for example, if you try to declare a variable called let private, and if you assign it a password, something like this, okay, because private can really be a keyword or a variable that can actually store a password. So if you try to use console.log private, not protected but private, if I save this, you will see a warning. It says uncaught syntax error, unexpected strict mode, reserved word at advanced.js line 18. So on 18 you have used this private, you have actually declared it a variable, but actually JavaScript does not allow this doing this in the strict mode. Why? Because in the future version this private can possibly be introduced as a new, maybe we can say a functionality or anything, we can call it anything. Maybe they can help us create a private variable. So they have already said that if you use strict mode, then there is certain things that we cannot allow you to create a variable with. And why it is does? Because just imagine that you are using private as a variable name, and if you quickly switch off the strict mode, now you can do it. You can do it. See, we created a new variable, but imagine 10 years ahead of this you have written this program, and JavaScript created something called private in the future version. Now there is a contradiction. You are using JavaScript and you have declared this private variable and you have stored user's password in it, but JavaScript had already told you in the earlier version that hey, please don't use this. Why? Because this could possibly be a variable name or any functionality that we would be allowing in JavaScript in the future version. Now your mind is hacked. What to do? Now you'll have to change the entire script or entire password logic based on this problem. So always remember to use strict mode. It helps you to not cause accidental errors, and whenever your program fails silently, it will advise you and it will look for the error that is completely invisible from the naked eye. So this is the power of strict mode. Okay, so I'm gonna comment all of this. Okay, and then let's now talk about functions. So what is a function in JavaScript? So far we have been writing code like this. So console.log hello, and when we save it, we see the output. Now if we want to say hello to few more of our friends, we can actually duplicate these lines and then we can add their name here. Okay, so I can say hello friend 2 3 4, and then we get the output hello 2 3 4, right? Now this is called wet code. So I'm going to write here this is, and I will come back to this point, what is wet code. So this is wet code. I will say wet means write everything twice. There is a concept in programming that is called dry. Do not repeat yourself. Okay, I'm gonna explain you this one as well. So this is actually wet code. You are doing the same thing but you have repeated it. Instead you can write dry code, and the best example to write a dry code is by using a function. So a function is actually a box. Yes, you can imagine function also as a box that has its own personal content in it, which by the way you have defined, and then you can call that function anywhere in your program based on certain rules. So if you read here, I have written a comment, say hello to all your 5 friends. Now you can do it this way, hello friend 1, hello friend 2, we just did it, right? But why to do it? This is wet code. Write everything twice. You see that we have written console.log statement. See, writing everything twice does not mean that you can write all of the code with this functionality, do not repeat yourself. No, it simply means is that whenever you are repeating the same code again and again, that is not good. Instead you should try to write a minimal version of it, okay, which would actually separate the load on the computer's CPU while running the program. Now this is a technical thing, but again, why to write all of this again and again? So what we are going to do is we are going to write a function. We are going to create a block that would be meaningful on its own, and then we can use that block to do all of this task. So to create a function, you have three parts actually. So you have the name of the function, actually keyword. So the keyword, which is function itself, and then the name of the function, and then the code block. Okay, so just the way we created variable using var, const and let keyword, to create a function you use the function keyword and then you give it a name. So next up is the name. So let's say that we are creating code for this one, so say hello, right? So I'm going to name say hi. All right, now after this you create this parenthesis. And why do you create this parenthesis? I will come back to this in a moment. And now this code block. So there you go. Okay, and so this is your function body. First is the keyword of the function, then you have the name of the function, then you have the parenthesis, and it is mandatory actually, so you cannot write function like this. No, you can do it using arrow function, but I'll come back to that in a moment. So a general function, a very minimal function, is like this one: function, the name of the function, and then the code block. Now inside this goes the code that you want this function to do. I'm going to say that say hi, so and say console.log hello. Okay, so when you execute this function will return you this value. So it will simply print hello. And how do you execute the code? See, first of all, I'm going to write three things. So you are going to hear three terms while dealing with function. It is called invoking, calling, running, or sometimes it's called executing as well. Executing, okay, execution, function execution. So these all four means same, and that basically means is running the function. We are actually telling the function that hey, please execute whatever inside you. So now to execute this function, you just write the function name itself. So you write say hi, and then you pass this parenthesis, and that's it. You called the function, you executed the function, you ran the function, you invoked the function. So all these four means same. We executed our function. And now if I save, you see we get hello, hello 2, hello 3, hello 4, and then on line 5 we have hello. Now if I comment all of these code, if I execute, now you see hello. Now suppose that we want to do all of this stuff. What you have to do is that you just have to repeat code here. So now here you can say hello 1, hello 2, hello 3, hello 4. And now if you save, hello, hello 1, hello 2, hello 3, hello 4. Now this is a block. This entire thing is a personal block. You can use this entire block by calling the simple say hi function. You don't have to write all of this code manually. Suppose you want to use all of this code, right? Just duplicate this code, okay, as many times you want. So I'm going to execute it 3 times. I will save it, and now you can see, my god, we have lots of output. Okay, so I'm just going to separate it. So I can say console.log, not like this but like this. Okay, now you will see the difference. So if I save, let me bring this console tab little up, come on. Okay, so you can see first we got the output from here to here, then here. Now imagine doing all of this manually. You'll have to do all of this like this. So I'm gonna repeat like this. So this is wait code. You're writing the same code twice. Okay, and by using a function you can actually do all of this at once. So this is the power of function. You write a code and then you call it, and then the entire block executes at that part. Now this is a simple example of function. So now let's say that you want to alert some message. So you can create another function. Again, this is also just a simple example. So don't don't get panic if you don't understand it. I'm sure you are going to understand it. So I'm going to say hello this time. Don't repeat the function name because say hi has already been created. So you cannot create say hi again. This is say hello. again code block, and here I'm just going to say alert hello there. So hello there, okay. And if I call it say hello, if I execute it, if I save this, you see hello there, okay. So this is how function works. Now this part here is called parenthesis. So this is the name of the function and this is the parenthesis. Now this is actually useful when you want your function to take variables as data. For example, you want to create some data inside of the function that can be useful. You can use this parenthesis, and this is the reason why we have this parenthesis, and this is not optional. This is mandatory. Whenever you are writing a function, after the name of the function, you will have to declare this parenthesis. Otherwise, you will run into an error. Let me show you. Save it. Error, unexpected token, okay. So always pass this parenthesis. Now how this parenthesis actually is useful, this is the valid question. So here you can see I've said say hello to your 5 friends. So what you can do is that, let me comment these code, okay, otherwise it will come as an output which will actually confuse us, okay. So yeah, let's comment this one as well. And his name is John, Ram, Seetal, anything. So you can create a function say hi to my friend, although this is a very big function name, but still, just to clarify things, I'm going to take it into account, okay. So the name of the function is say hi to my friend. Now here you can say console.log hello, right? But again I said that say hi to my friend. Now this function does not know the name of your friend, but wait, you can actually tell this function that hey, you don't know the name of my friend, don't worry, I'm going to tell you the name of my friend. So in this parenthesis you can pass a variable, so you can say friend, not friends, of course, friend, okay. So say hi to my friend, here goes the name of the friend. So this is actually a variable that is local to this function, the way we declared a variable here, right? Remember, let friend equals to this, same way now this let friend behind the scenes will be created here, and then whatever you will pass this friend will be used here. Now how to use this, you just need to concatenate the friend variable here, okay. Now this part here is called parameter. So I'm going to write a comment, I'll say parameter, okay. So parameter is simply the local variable of a function. So whenever someone asks you what is parameter, just tell them that parameter is a local variable for a function. Now how to use this parameter, now here you can say, you can call this function say hi to my friend, open this parenthesis, and now the value for this friend can be passed here. So now you can pass the value, so I can say Ram, why not? So now the output will be hello plus friend, so the value of the friend is Ram, right? So if I save, it says so, okay, so say hi to my friend is not defined. Why? Because there is some problem in the, okay, so I can figure out the problem. So this let friend has been created, but it has not been assigned a value. I created this just to explain you. So let me get rid of this one, and now if I save this, we got the output. It was a very stupid error which I could not even seem to find out, but anyway I figured it out, okay. So here you can see we have hello Ram. Now spacing issues, but we can fix it real quick by providing a space just after hello. So now if I save this, we get hello Ram, right? Now suppose I want to call hello to John. I can repeat this function, and here I can replace the name of the Ram to John, and now if you save, you see hello John. So this is the power of function. You wrote the code, you created a block, and now you are using the block multiple times. You can do it as many times. You can call it for Seetal, Rakhi, let's keep it to only this point, okay. Save it, hello Ram, hello John, hello Sital, hello Rakhi. Now if you were to do it using console way, you'll have to write all of the console.log statement one by one. So console.log Ram, console.log John, Sital, Rakhi. That is wet code. This is dry code. Do not repeat yourself. You have created a block and then you are using that function. Let me clarify some more things on function, because see, I'm just giving you a complete overview of function. There is a lot more to understand, but first understand how the function itself works. Okay, now this part here is the parameter. This is not called a variable, by the way. Okay, this is a variable, but this is local variable to this function, and the local variable to this function is named parameter. Even if you call it variable, that is not going to be wrong, but technically it's a parameter. Now what is this? This is not a value, this is argument. So parameter is the variable, local variable for a function, and then value is the data that we pass to it. Now suppose you want to give another parameter, you can actually do that. So you can pass a roll number. Okay, and now you can pass this roll number from here. So you can say 1, and then roll number is 2, and then this one is 3, and then this one is 4. Okay, and so we'll have to use this one as well. So console.log hello friend, and then we'll have to use the roll number as well. So I'm going to say roll number. Now the output will be like this. So first hello will be printed, then the name of the friend, which is Ram, and then his roll number will be 1, and similarly you will have John, his roll number will be 2. So something like this. Save this. Hello Ram 1. Well, again the spacing issue is here, but let's not worry about that. We can use template string, so I can replace all of this with a template string, and I can just write $. Come on, so start with the friend, I'm say $roll number and it of this static. And now if I save hello Ram 1, John 2, Sital, again we have spacing. Save it, and now you can fix it. See, so this is the power of function. This is parameter, which is a local variable to the function, and then we have the value that is getting passed to this parameter in the form of argument. So this is called argument passed to parameters. Okay, so this is function. Now this is just an overview of function. We have a lot to understand and a lot to discuss in the function. So this is just the basic concept. Okay, so with some more tricky and advanced details, I'm going to see you in a moment. So let's now take a quick overview of whatever we have learned about function so far, and I have written few quick points to remember. So the first one is a function is a descriptive block that we create to use it again and again to do a certain task. It has more use cases than this, but mainly it is created to reduce code duplicacy and format descriptive code in a block. An example can be say hi or say hello. So when you execute this function, it will simply say hi or hello based on whatever you have passed to it. So here I have written the example. So this one is the say hi, which just logged hello in the console, and this one alerted hello in the form of a pop-up. Okay, so depending on whatever you pass it, the function will do the task. And the second point is about the naming of a function. So we learned about descriptive name for the variables, choosing a descriptive name for the variables like first name, second name, or my first job, my second job, rather than doing something like job 1, job 2. Okay, always choose a descriptive function name that is actually readable. So here I have chosen say hi. So if a programmer would read my code, they will understand that okay, so this say hi function will simply say hi. Okay, so this is what it means by choosing a descriptive function name. I have also talked about this during naming conventions of variables, so both are actually similar. Third one is a parameter is the local variable for function, and we can pass it values while calling the function in the form of arguments. So this one here, so this is parameter, and why it is used? Why it is used is if you want to use function in a different way, if you want to use some data to be compiled within the function to do a certain task, you can pass it a parameter and then you can pass it a value in the form of arguments. Now if you read the fourth point, if you have passed a parameter but have not passed an argument, then it's totally fine, but it will simply be undefined. Now this can be confusing. So if you see in this function, say hi to my friend, I have passed multiple parameters. So the first one is friend and the second one is the roll number itself, and then I am passing it from here. So Ram is the name and the roll number is 1. So both of them are getting assigned to it, and then we are using that here. Now if you don't pass this one, it will be undefined. So because simply we have not defined a function. If I save it, you see hello Ram undefined. Now why this is happening so is very easy to understand. If you declare a function but don't assign it a value, it is simply undefined. So if you say let random num, that's it. So if you try to access a random num, you will see it is undefined. So it is undefined, right? So this is the same thing that is happening here. We certainly have declared a variable which is local to this function, but we are not passing a value to it. So arguments passed only for the first parameter, not for the second. So this is simply undefined. Now if you don't want to use the parameter itself, you can just skip from here. So don't use it. Okay, don't use it. Defining is not a problem, but if you are defining it, do pass the variable. But if you are defining it and you are not using it, this is good. You can define as many parameters as you want, but if you are not using it, then completely fine. But if you are using it, then you will have to pass some kind of value, otherwise it will show up here as the data type of that variable. So in case of an undefined variable, it is undefined, right? So I've just printed the friend. So I've skipped the roll number. So you will see only Ram, John, Sital and Rakhi printed. So if I say hello Ram, John, Sital, Rakhi, okay, but if you want to print the roll number, again you'll have to do it something like this. So now it will become to play, and yeah, we need to fix it as well. I replaced the roll number, so I'll just give it 1, and now it is back to original. Okay, so always keep in mind these 4 major points. And next up we are going to talk about this general difference between function expression and function declaration, and this is very easy to understand. Okay, so yeah, you are going to understand it, and I promise you 100%, I guarantee you. Let's now understand the general difference between a function declaration and a function expression, and it is really very easy to understand. So a function declaration is a general way of declaring a function. So very simple, we have been doing this so far. So function, and here I'm going to create a new function, so I'll call it shout my name. Okay, so this is function declaration, a function that has been declared using the literal function keyword. So we used the function keyword, we gave it a name, and then the function body. So this is a very simple function declaration. On the other hand, a function expression is nothing but a simple function that is stored in a variable. If you closely observe, you see that it is function expression. So the name is function expression. Now remember, I told you that an expression is actually something that evaluates to a value. So let me show you. So if I say true and false, it will evaluate to a value, probably false, not probably but definitely false. And now you can store it in a variable, and you can use it without storing it as well. So if you say console.log true and false, you see we get false, right? So this is expression that evaluated to a value. Same way this function expression works as well. So a function expression is nothing but a simple value that is stored in a variable. So I can say let shout my name to, and now equals to a simple function. Okay, and this function body. Here we have just declared the function, but here we have used a function expression. We created this variable and then we assigned this variable this function. here you can do something. I can say console dot log hello I am function expression, and same way I can do I am function declaration. Gonna call this one here, okay, and then gonna call this one here. If I save hello I am function declaration from line 88, so this 88, and then from 94 we get hello I am function expression. Okay, so this is function declaration versus function expression. Now what is the difference between them? And so the difference is very clear. A function declaration can be accessed even before it is declared. So you can see that we have declared this function on line 87, right, and we are calling it on line 91. Now just focus. I'm going to cut this part here and I'm going to paste this here. So here we have declared the function, but we are accessing it on line 87, and it would work completely fine. If I save this, you see there is no difference in the output. We did not got any error. So a function declaration can be called before the function has been declared. Now if you try to do the same thing with a function expression, you'll run into an error. So again I'm taking this code and I'm calling it above the function expression. So on line 95 I've declared this function expression, and then on line 94 I'm calling it. But now if I save this, see it says cannot access without my name to before initialization. Now I can explain you all of this right now, but I won't do that. Why? Because this mechanism behind the scenes is called hoisting. Now for this we will dedicate a particular video in which we are going to talk about the complete internals of JavaScript. So how does it work, what is JavaScript engine, execution stack, call stack, web API. Okay, so what is this keyword, what is scope chain, how does temporal dead zone work. Okay, so all of that we will cover in the working of JavaScript section. But for now just keep it very simple. This is function declaration which you can access before declaration, but you cannot access function expression before the declaration. So this is the problem. You will get into this problem. Now if you focus here, I have written this comment when function returns something. So now we are going to understand about this part, when function returns something. Now I'm going to comment this code here for now, and this is very important for you to understand. Don't skip this lecture, because what happens is that sometimes we just don't use a function, we just don't create a function or declare a function that consoles something in the here in the browser, actually browser developer tools. Let me comment this one as well. We are running into an error. Okay, so what happens is that not all the time we declare a function. Create or declare, by the way, means same. When we create a function, when you declare a function, both means same. Okay, so I'm going to use these words interchangeably, so don't get confused. So when you declare a function, you not always use this console.log inside of that. Sometimes you create a function that returns something. So all of this will become crystal clear when I will write an example. So suppose I want you to write a program on which you will be given the birth year, and then you need to calculate the age of the person. So how would you do it? If you want to try, you can try, but let me just go straight away. Okay, so now also one more question you can ask, that if this is the issue, we just talked about the hoisting issue right here, what do you think will be the best way to create a function? Is it function declaration or is it function expression? Now it is really on your choice. I like to prefer to create function expression, because this way I can control the function with its variable name. Okay, now again I don't want to run into any problem called hoisting. Now hoisting is not a problem, but it's a mechanism behind the scenes how JavaScript works. But again, function declaration, I don't prefer it. Okay, I'm not saying that you should not use it, you should use it, but I prefer to use function expression. Now let's create a function expression about the same program that we just talked about. So I'm going to say let age calculator equals to a function that takes year of birth as the parameter. Okay, and then this block. Now here we are going to return this time we are not consoling it. Okay, so we are not saying console.log, but here I'm saying return. Now how do we calculate the age of a person given birth year? So we say current year minus year of the birth, right? So let's suppose that we are into 2025, and so how would we do that? So 2025 minus year of birth that we are getting from the user, right? So if someone was born in 2001, the code execution will run like this. So 2025 minus, and when you pass this year of birth, then what was that? 2001. So 2001, so the output will be 24. Okay, so now let's call age calculator and let's pass 1999. Now if I save this, you won't see any output. If I save this, there is no output, right? Of course, the browser refreshed. If I save the file again, did you see this circle moving here? It reloaded, but we did not see the output. Why? Because this time we are not using console.log within the function, but we are actually returning something from the function. And so always remember, when you return something from the function, the return value is stored in this entire line. So this entire line will actually replaced with this value. So 2025 minus 2001, that would be 24. Okay, so this entire line will be 24. Now 24 on its own is not going to do anything, right? We need to console it. So rather than consoling this 24, we can console.log this entire statement. Okay, so I can say console.log this entire statement, and now if I save, you see 26. Okay, so 2025 minus 1. Okay, do you think it should have been 26? Oh, we passed 1999. Let's pass 2001. So now we get 24, right? Now the best way to do this one, or I can say another way to print the value, is by storing it in a variable and call it age equals to this one. And now you can console.log age. Okay, and the output will be same, 24. So this is function returning function. Now if I comment this out, first of all I'm going to duplicate this code, and then I'm going to comment this code, and this time if I use console.log, now you don't need to do this one. You just call it, and that's it. You will see the output. You see 24, because you have straight away said that, hey function, when someone executes you, do this. But in the case of return, you say, hey function, when someone executes this, return them this, and let them figure out what they want to do with this return value. And so now what you did, you saved that to a variable called age here like this, and then you used this. Okay, and then you got the output. Now this way you have more control over function. How? Suppose that you want to use this function again. You can say that const age of John equals to, you can run this age calculator function again, and here you can pass let's say John was born in 2003. Okay, so now this 2003 will come over here, and then it will be replaced here. Okay, so now 2025 minus 2003 is 2022. So 22, not 2022, so 22. So 22 will be stored in this variable, and now you can operate on it. So you can say console.log, let's use template string. I can say age of John in 2025 is age of John. Okay, so if I save this, you see age of John in 2025 is 2022. Again, if you want to calculate it for someone else, you can create a variable for them. You can say age of Mike equals to age calculator, and then Mike was born in 2006 as you. Now you can say, just repeat this code. Why do you write again? Console.log age of Mike in 2023 age of Mike. So age of Mike in 2025 is 19. So this is when a function returns something. Always remember that not all the time we console.log something within the function, but we also return something from the function. So when you return something from the function, when you call it, so this function call with the value, so argument, this is the argument, this is the parameter, right? So when you call the function, this entire function is actually the value Okay, so this entire function is the return value of this function execution. So always remember this one. Okay, this might sound little confusing, but watch this video again and you'll understand it. Okay, and the next up I'm going to discuss higher order function. Now to understand higher order function, the understanding of return was essential, and that's why I first talked about what happens when you return something from the function. So that's why we talked about return, and now we are going to understand about high order function, which is also called as when a function returns a function itself. Right now we are just returning a simple expression which would evaluate to a value, but what happens when a function returns a function? So let's now talk about higher order function in JavaScript. Now before I start to explain you what is higher order function and how it works, I'm going to give you a little warning. Now the code that I am going to show you in this example might seem little intimidating to you. Now this happens because it needs your logic to be cleared. Okay, so if you don't understand, if the code or the example that I'm going to show you does not make any sense to you, you don't need to worry. Just keep calm and try to understand what is going behind the scenes, because all the lectures are built on the basis of previous knowledge that we have gained. Now leave the rest of the things to me. I guarantee you that I'm going to explain it in a really very layman term, in a very simple way, and this is really easy. It's not really difficult to understand. Okay, so let's now start understanding what are higher order function. Now if you focus clearly, I have written few statements here. So in JavaScript, functions are the first class citizens. Now when functions are first class citizens, then function comes with lots of power with it, because in JavaScript we use functional programming. Well, we don't have this mandatory rule to use functional programming. These are some types of programming that we are not going to get into yet. These are some advanced level concepts. Okay, but you can use different types of way to write your code. Okay, now one of them is by using this function. So in JavaScript, function have been given lots of power, and I have mentioned the 3 power that it has. Okay, now it has some more powers that we are going to discuss a little bit later, but on a top level of everything, this 3 power defines how function can be mostly useful in programming languages like JavaScript, where we have paradigm like functional programming. Okay, now if you read the first statement, it says that we can assign a function to a variable. Now when we do this, then the result is function expression. So we have already done this above here. So this part here is function expression. We declared a function and we stored it in a variable, and then we used it. So this here is a simple example of a function expression. Now this is one use case of function being first class citizen in JavaScript, and we have already seen this. Now the second thing is that we can pass a function as an argument. Now what is an argument? So the argument is the value that you pass to the parameter. So this is the parameter, and when you call this function, you can pass it an argument. Now so far we have just passed, so we have just returned something like this, but now we can actually use a function here as well. Now I'll come back to that little bit later, but now if you read the third thing, it says that we can return a function within a function. Now let me come back to that thing real quick. So far we have been passing this number, literal number, and then we evaluated that, but now we can pass an entire function as an argument. So this year of birth currently is receiving a number, right? But we can actually pass it a function as well. Now that function will be defined above on the top, and then we can pass that function as an argument. Now I can understand this might be going over your head, so let's now try to understand these two statements one by one. We have already seen the first one, function expression. So this is the exact example of function expression. So let's now understand we can pass a function as an argument. Now let me quickly show you this thing. So this is calculator. Okay, now let's see that how does calculator work. So you take two number, right? So let's say you take number 1 being 12, and then you operate on that. So suppose that you want to multiply. Okay, so you will click this multiply button. Okay, and then you will again take the second number. So let's take 30, and now you can click this equals, and it will result you this 60, this 360 actually. Okay, now let's try to implement this same scenario, and then by this way we are going to understand these two things. Okay, and I'm going to make everything crystal clear. So let's say that we are trying to build a calculator in JavaScript. So on the top of everything we are going to write code. So the logic would be something like this. So what can we do? So I can say const calculator equals to a function that receives two parameter, number 1, number 2, and then here I am going to pass another parameter which is going to be the type of calculation that the user want to perform with these two numbers. So here I am going to define a local variable type of calculation. Okay, and then this function body. Now here goes the code that we want to do. Now here we are going to return something, right? But what we are going to return? Well, we are going to return a function from here. Now that function will be defined here, and then it will be passed to this variable by calling this function in the form of an argument. Okay, now again I know confusing, don't worry, I'm here. Here I'm going to define a generic function. I'm going to call it multiply, and it will receive two parameters, and we are just going to return a multiply b. Okay, and then let's duplicate and then make it add, and this time it is going to just plus this. Okay, so we have two type of calculation. So we have multiply and we have add. Now how do we use this? To understand these two concepts, how are we going to use this? Well, here first of all we are going to let's call this calculator function first. Okay, so I'm going to call this calculator. Let's pass two number. Number 1 I will pass again let's pass 12, and let's this time for number 2 we are going to pass 40. I just passed 12 and 30, resulted into 360 as the overall output, but now I'm going to give 12 to the number 1 and 40 to number 2, and then in this type of calculation you actually pass an entire function. So you push an entire function. Where is that function? Here is that function. Now you pass, let's say that you pass this multiply, right? So you are passing this multiply. Now this multiply, so let me show you again. This number 1 will get 12 as the value, right? And this number 2 will get 40 as the value. Now the type of calculation is not a number, neither an string, but it is this function which is multiply. Now this multiply is receiving two parameters, a and b. So it will be something like this, a comma b, right? This is type of calculation. But what is this type of calculation? This type of calculation is this function that we have passed, well, not this add but this multiply. So we have passed this multiply function here in the form of this argument. So now we are going to return this type of calculation from here. So we simply take this type of calculation variable, which actually is this multiply function. So I paste it here, and now this type of calculation receives two argument, which is a and b. Okay, so we open this code block, well, not code block but parenthesis, and now we pass num1 and num2 to it. Okay, and now all I have to do is that I have to save it in a variable. I will say output equals to this entire calculator, and now if I paste this console.log, I'll say output. If I save this, you see 480. Okay, did you see this 480? So what happened is that this multiply function was replaced with this type of calculation. So something like this. If I take this multiply, so this multiply function came over here, and then we passed number 1 and number 2. Now this number 1 and number 2 is already defined here. So number 1 was assigned to A and number 2 was assigned to B. Let me prove it real quick. I just shifted back to the code, and now if I paste console.log, not paste but write console.log, I'll say number 1, number 2, and then let's see the type of calculation as well. Okay, if I save it, you see number 1 is 12, number 2 is 40, and number 3, well, not number 3, but the type of calculation is itself a function which is called as multiply, which receives two parameters A and B. Now what is this A and B? This A and B is this number 1 and number 2 that we have passed to this type of calculation. Okay, behind the scenes the logic is pretty clear. This is confusing, but this is clear. Now if I change this multiply to add, now these two numbers will be added, so the result will be 52. Okay, did you see that? This is 52. Okay, so two things are happening here. The first one is that we can pass a function as an argument. We defined one function here, second function here, and then what we are doing is that we are passing this function as an argument. The first argument is a number, the second argument is also a number, but the third argument is actually not a number but the type of calculation that we want. Okay, so this type of calculation will be called like a function, and then we are passing number 1 and number 2 it, and here you see that we passed a function to a function, and then we returned a function from the function. So this is the power of higher order function. Now let me elaborate a little bit more on it. Okay, so now suppose that you want subtract, right? You can again create a variable or divide. Let's go with divide. Why not? Function divide, again receive two parameters. By the way, you can call these two variables anything. You can call it yeah, why not? But from here you will have to return the same variable. Okay, so this A and B is local to this multiply function, this A and B is local to this add function, same way this A and B is local to this divide function. So from here you will have to return B divided by A. Okay, B divided by A, just a simple return statement. And now if you call divide here, divide, now the numbers will be divided, so you get to see 3.33. okay, so if I do the math real quick, 40 divided by 12, so 40 divided by 12, 3.333. so this is the output. Okay, so this is how functions are considered to be higher order function in JavaScript. So let's now summarize all of the points that is mentioned here. So the first point says that we can assign a function to a variable. We did it here. We created a function, we assigned it to the variable calculator, and then we can pass a function as an argument. So we have passed it here. So the first argument is 12, which is a number, and then second argument is 40, which is number 2, and the third argument is the function itself. So we are saying that, hey calculator, I am passing you number 1, which is 12, number 2, which is 40, and the third argument that I am passing you is the type of operation user wants to perform. So something like this, we are passing number 12, hey JavaScript, I passed you number 12, and then the type of calculation, so multiply, and then number 2, and then when we execute this function we get 360. Okay, so again type of calculation itself is a function, so we called this function and then we passed number 1 and number 2 in it, and then number 1 and number 2 was assigned to this A and B variable of this multiply function. Okay, and the third point says that we can return a function within a function. So this entire part is a function, right? Now we are returning a function within a function, so this is also a function, right? See, this is this is the main function, okay, and then we are returning a function from within of a function, from inside of a function, which makes it a higher order function, and then we are using this one. Now how does the output gets evaluated? So remember, when we return something, then the entire function's variable gets the value. So this calculator, when you will call it, then this entire calculator will be assigned this value 60. How? Because here number 1 will be 12, number 2 will be 40, so and it will be calculated. So it will be calculated, then this entire return statement will evaluate to the value and it will be stored to this variable, and we are exactly seeing that here. So calculator 12 40, and so 40 plus 12 is 52, and yeah, because we are using divide, don't get confused if I quickly shift it to add for a real quick example. So 40 plus 12 will be 52. This entire line will turn to 52 and it will be stored in this output variable, which you can use it, okay. So this is what happens when we return something from the function. So I hope that functions masterclass was really very useful to you. Now if you really like these videos, do make sure to like and share it with your friends. Make sure to comment your feedback on it and do subscribe it. Now again, before I quickly move on, so let's now quickly talk about arrow functions in JavaScript. So far we have been writing or declaring functions like this in JavaScript, and so this is a very simple example of a function declaration, and this is a very simple example of a function expression. Now we have another type that is called as an arrow function. Now how do we create an arrow function? In this video I'm going to give you a very general overview of arrow function, and we will talk about advanced concepts and how an arrow function is different than a function expression and a function declaration. We will cover that in a little bit later video because this involves understanding of higher level concepts like how does this keyword works in JavaScript. So when we will understand about that, then I will explain you how all of this works, okay. But for now, let's just take a simple overview of an arrow function. So suppose we want to greet someone, okay. Now to write an arrow function, all you do is you declare a variable. So yes, it is also pretty much similar as function expression. So you say let greet and then you say equals to, but this time not writing this function keyword but simply doing this. So just a simple parenthesis and then this literal arrow, so this equals symbol and then this greater than symbol and then this code block. So this is an arrow function. Yes, it is as simple as that. All we do is that what we had earlier, we had this function keyword, right, and we did not have this arrow function. So this is function expression, but now what we did to convert this function expression into an arrow function, we put this arrow here and then we removed this function, and that's it. This became an arrow function. Now let's just copy this one. If I paste here, and now if you call it, other than writing the arrow function, everything is pretty much same. You call it the same way you called other two functions, right? So if I copy this console.log statement, I will just paste it here. I will say hello from an arrow function. If I save the script, you see it says hi from an arrow function from line 160. So this is arrow function. We just removed this function keyword and we just pasted, or we just declared or wrote an arrow between parentheses and the open code block, okay, and this became an arrow function. Now we have little more things to do now about parameters, right? So if you have parameter, if you want to receive parameter, you can do that. You can say a, b, and if you want to add them, you can say console.log a plus b, and again you can pass them numbers. So 12, 45, 57, right? So you get the output 57. Now always remember that if you have I can return something as well, right? I can simply return something. I can say return hello, right? So now to use this return statement, you will have to save this greet function into a variable. So I can say const what equals to greet, and now you say console.log what. Okay, so if I save, you get the value hello. We already understand how does a return statement works. So when you return something, then the entire value is saved to the variable. Okay, and then variable here is when you call the entire function, this actually holds this hello value. So this entire greet function has this hello value, which you then save to a variable, and then you use it, right? Now always remember that when you have single return statement, see, this is multiple line of statements, right? But if you have a single return statement, you can actually print it in a single line. So you can do something like this, okay? And then you can skip this block, this code block. You can actually skip this code block. Now when you skip this code block, you don't longer need this return statement, so you can skip this return as well. And now it is as easy as this. So if you do this, you see we are getting the same output. Okay, so always remember that when you have a single return statement, you can just omit the return keyword as well as the code block, and this is a very simple arrow function. Now you can make it even more shorter. Now let's say that you receive one parameter. What you can do is that if you are receiving just single parameter, see, if you are receiving multiple parameters, then these parentheses are required. But if you are just receiving a single parameter, you can skip these parentheses as well. And now you have this single parameter which you can add here. So you can say hello plus a, not like this, but by using template literal. So you can say hello $a, okay? And now you can pass this greet function some value. You can say code, and now if you save, you get hello code. So this is a very simple example of an arrow function. If you were to do this one using this simple function declaration, you'll have to pass here. So you say a, and then you pass code from here, and then you use it. But this is an overall arrow function. It is the shortest way of declaring a function. Now this function has some greater advantages, because if it does not have an advantage, why was it even created in ES6? An arrow function has greater advantages, which we are going to talk about when we will discuss about how to write good codes, or we will talk about advanced concepts like how does this keyword work. By the way, let me tell you that arrow function does not bind its own this. Again, does not make much sense, right? But don't worry, I'm gonna explain this when we will talk about how JavaScript works. JavaScript engine, execution context, execution stack, and all. Okay, so we will talk about all of that in that section. But for now, let's continue to understand what are arrays. Welcome back. Let's now talk about the first built-in data structure that we have in JavaScript, arrays. Don't get curious about this word called data structures. It will become all clear by the end. So now let's say that I want to store the details of my friends in a variable. How can we do this? From whatever we have learned so far, we will create a variable and store the data. Now this is cool, but this is not really fun to do, because imagine if we have to store the names of 10 friends, we would have to create 10 variables. So this does not sound like real fun. Wouldn't it be great to bundle all of the details into one block or one big container all at once? Yes, it would be. So to do this, we have data structures in JavaScript, and arrays are one of them. Arrays help you to create a container of multiple data all at once, and this is important because programming is most of the time all about data. So we get data from somewhere, we store and process some data, and then we get some data back. And this data has to go somewhere, so it has to be stored in some place, and that's why we use data structures just like arrays. And the two most important data structures, at least in JavaScript, are arrays and objects. So in this video, we will learn all about arrays, and in the next one, we will see objects. Let's now see how to create a very simple array. To create an array, you just declare a variable. In my case, since I want to store name of my friends, I called it name of friends, and then you say equals to these empty pair of brackets. Inside this, you can refer all your friends' name separated by a comma, and then this is a very simple array. And if you want to see the output in the console, you can do console.log name of friends. If you save it, there you go, you have a very simple array. This is a very simple array. Now in JavaScript, we have one more way to create an array, and that is by using the new keyword. So let's say that we want to create an array of years. So I can say const years equals to new array, and now inside this array you can pass all the years separated by a comma, and then this will be an years array containing all the years. And so if you want to see the output, you can say console.log years. If you save it, there you go, you have multiple arrays. One created using the literal array syntax, that is pair of brackets, and another one is by using this new array. Now this is something called as constructor, and we will understand about this new keyword when we will understand about object-oriented programming in JavaScript. So always remember, the most simplest way to create an array is by using the literal array syntax. So for now, you can skip this one, but just I wanted to clear it because this is also one way of creating an array. Now another part of dealing with an array is to understand how to access data from inside of an array. So let's say we want the name of our first friend. How can we access that? Well, here comes indexing. Indexing refers to the location where a particular data is stored, and in arrays, indexing always starts at 0. So remember, in your school days, you were given to count numbers and you always started from 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and goes up to whatever number you have been given to count up to. But in programming, we don't start counting from 1 but from 0. So here, if you want to access this Sheetal, you can access this data from its indexing position. So this is 0, and then this is at 1, this is at 2, similarly this at 3, and the last one is at 4. Okay, so Sheetal is at 0 index. So for example, let's assume that we are on a railway ticket line. We want the ticket. So the first person that is in the row will be counted at 1, and then 2 and 3. But if you were to simulate the same scenario using an array, person 1, person 2, for example, you can name it from name of friends, so you can say get ticket, person 1, person 2, person 3, then the person 1 will be at 0 index. He or she will not be at first index but at 0 index, because very simple, always remember, in programming, mostly, not mostly, but I think always, indexing starts at 0. So you count the first value from its 0 index. So if you want this Sheetal, you can simply refer it like this. So you again open this pair of brackets and you say give me the 0 index. So it is same as saying name of friends at 0 index, that is Sheetal. So if you save, you see you get Sheetal, right? Similarly, if you want this data Mayank, you can say from index of 1, you can position, you can pass the index of that data that you want to access, and it will give you Mayank. Similarly, if you want Akash, you can simply pass the position of Akash, that is 4. There you go, you got Akash. So this is how you retrieve a data from inside of an array. Now we can also find the length of the array. So for example, if someone asks you how many data are inside of this array, so generally you would start to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But avoid doing this. We don't do this in programming. We make it very simple. So to do this, to find out the actual length of a given array, you do not count, but you use a built-in method that is called as length. So here you simply say name of friends, and then you say dot, and then you say length, and when you will save it, it will return you the length of the array. So it will be 5 because we have 5 data inside of this array. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I save it, you see we get 5. But of course, indexing starts at 0. Don't get confused with indexing and the number of data that we have inside of the array. Indexing simply stores the position of the data. So if you want to access Sheetal, you can refer 0 index because array starts at 0. But when someone asks you how many data are inside of this array, you always say that okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have 5 data. If you count these numbers, these would total up to 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. So that's why you are saying it 5. And of course, if you hover over this length method, you see it says gets or sets the length of the array. This is a number 1 higher than the highest index of the array. So length will always be plus 1 than the last index. So last index is 4. So 4 plus 1 equals to 5. Okay, so you'll always get 5. So actually this is pretty useful. For example, if you want to find out the last item from the array, let's add few more. Now I added few more items inside of the name of friends array. More precisely, name of few more friends. Now if I ask you to retrieve the data for Abhinav, actually the last data that we have inside this array. So typically you would start to count the index. So if Akash is at 4, you would say 5, 6, 7, 8. So to get Abhinav, you will simply refer the 8th index. So if you save, you get Abhinav. But we don't do this. We can use this length function, actually length method, not function. So you can use this length method to retrieve data that is in the last position inside of an array. So you simply say name of friends, and then here you pass this array, and then here you simply say name of friends dot length minus 1. So if you save, you get Abhinav. How does this process is evaluating? Let me show you. So you are simply saying name of friends. So this is the variable, and then inside this name of friends dot length is 9. So 9. Name of friends dot length will return you 9, and when you say 9 minus 1, you will get the indexing position of Abhinav. So here you will get 9 minus 1 equals to 8. Okay, so then it will evaluate to name of friends to 8, and it will give you Abhinav. So the same thing is happening here. You see, we say name of friends at 8th index, it gave me Abhinav. Similarly, this process is also evaluating like this, resulting into Abhinav printed here in the console. So this is a very simplest form of array. That's how we access data inside of an array. Now we can also for example, if you want to update an array, okay, you can update the data. For example, let's say we are no longer friend with Rakhi. We can replace this Rakhi with any other detail. For let's example, for example, I can say I am friend with John Wick. Okay, I can simply say name of friends index, find out the index. So index is 2. Now equals to, I'll say John Wick. Okay, and so now you will see that this Rakhi will be replaced with this John Wick. So if I now quickly console.log name of friends array again, now you will see we no longer have Rakhi inside of this array, but Rakhi has been replaced with John Wick. But altogether you really cannot replace this entire array. So you cannot say name of friends equals to a new array containing new data. So I can say Raman Prabhat. No, it will result into an error. So if you do this one, it will give you type error. It will say assignment to constant variable. So there you go, it says type error, assignment to constant variable. So you can mutate the array, but you really cannot altogether replace the original array. Now can you see this? It says type error. So can you find something interesting here? It says uncaught type error, assignment to constant variable, and this is true. So when we were learning about variables, I told you that a variable that is declared using the const keyword, they are immutable, which means we cannot update the data of those variables. But wait a second, we clearly did that here. So we said name of friends at index 2, that is Rakhi, should now be updated with John Wick. So when we saved that, we got a new array back with Rakhi replaced with John Wick. But how is that happening? We created name of friends with the const keyword, but consts are immutable. You cannot update const. Isn't this a contradiction? Yes, it is. But what I did not tell you at that time is that only primitive values are immutable, but an array is not a primitive value. It's a non-primitive value, and so we can actually change it. So we can mutate the data inside of an array, and this works this way because of the way JavaScript stores things in memory. And again, We will see all about this when we will talk about some advanced steps like how JavaScript works behind the scene. But for now, don't confuse yourself with all of this and keep it very simple and stupid. Okay, so moving forward, let's now create an array that stores multiple types of data all at once. And I have commented all the previous console.log statements. So here I'm just going to say const person details equals to this empty pair of brackets. Inside this, we are going to write down the detail about this person. So let's say the first name is John, last name is Wick. Let's consider his age to be 47 and let's ask if he has a dog. Actually false, he was killed. And does he have a car? True, he has a car. And then you can actually pass an entire array itself. So let's pass entire array as an additional data for this person. So you can call it Baba Yaga, his actually call it initial name if you have watched this John Wick series. Then Boogeyman Slayer. Okay, so yeah, this is some details about John Wick. I am a little fan, not big one, but yeah, if you want to console.log, just do that, and there you go, you see your dynamic array. So this is a form of dynamic array. We have different types of data. We have string, integer, boolean, then an array itself. Of course we can pass an object as well, but since we haven't talked about object, we are going to skip it. Or should I do it? Let's go. I can simply pass a very simple object. I will say John. So this is an object. Don't worry, we are going to understand about it. If you save it, expand, and there you go, you have a multiple dynamic array. Okay, so if you want to access data, actually you can call dot length method to find the length of this array. So if you say dot length, there you go, 7. And if you want to access you want to access this array, you can access it with its indexing position. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so okay, person details, 5th index, console that, and you see this entire array. Okay, and so if you want to access the data inside of this array, then again you will have to refer their indexing position. So you can say, let's find out this Boogeyman Slayer, retrieve this one, not find out. Okay, so I'm just going to say give me the data of index 1 that is inside of this array. Okay, so you get Boogeyman Slayer. So this is a very neat example of dynamic array. JavaScript has some built-in functions that we can directly apply on arrays to perform some task, and these are called as methods. So you can consider these methods as operations that we can perform on an array. And of course, we have a lot other use cases of methods as well, but we will see that in details little bit later. But for now, let's understand the complete basics. Now, there are countless methods in JavaScript, but here we will talk about a few ones that we can apply on arrays, and later when we will talk about advanced concepts related to JavaScript, I will introduce you with some important and most often used methods in ES6. But for now, let's use some of the simple methods that we can apply on an array. So first, I'm just going to say console.log this simple array, and there you go, you have this simple array. Now, if you want to insert some data in this array, you can use this push method. So you can call it push, okay, and then like this. So if you read, it says new elements to add to the array, appends new elements to the end of an array, and returns the new length of the array. Here you pass the data. For example, let's pass an array itself. So let's copy this one. Why to write it again? Okay, so if you pass this, now if you print console.log this simple array, now you will see that previously our array had this very simple data, but now we will get an array as well. Our array has this array itself, and then it returned us the length as well. Okay, so this is very simple push method. Simply we have unshift as well. So if you write, let me first write and then I will show you. It says unshift, and if you hover over it, you can read inserts new elements at the start of an array and returns the new length of the array. So push method appends an item in the last of the array, and this unshift inserts an item on the very start of the array. So here I can pass Mr. And now let's print the entire array. Now you see unshift inserted Mr. at the very beginning of the array. And similarly we have pop as well. So I can say simple array dot pop. And when you call pop, you'll have to call it like a function. And then if you hover over it, it says removes the last element from an array and returns it. If the array is empty, undefined is returned and the array is not modified. Now you do not pass anything to this pop, you just call it and then one data will be deleted. So if you save, you see the last data is deleted. So we inserted an array in the last and it is deleted. Now if you want to delete one more data out of the array from the last, just call pop and there you go. You will see that now the true will also be deleted. So now you can see that true is gone. Similarly, if you keep calling it until the data is deleted, the entire data is deleted, now it returned you an empty array. So this is a very simple pop. Pop simply deletes last data inside of an array. And after this we have shift. So I can say simple array dot shift, and if you hover it, it says removes the first element from an array. So unshift enters and shift removes. So now if you save, you see Mr is deleted. Unshift inserted Mr, shift deleted Mr, push inserted a data from the last, pop deleted the data from the last. Similarly, we have two more common methods. I can simply say simple array and dot, if you say index of, okay, and if you hover over it, you can read that returns the index of the first occurrence of a value in an array. For example, if you want to find out the index of let's say this true, okay, you can take it, simply just copy it, and here you just pass it, and now simple array dot index of will return you the index of this data. So again you'll have to copy it. By the way, we can do this here as well. So I can say index of, because we are directly consoling, okay, so I can say index of true, and you will see we'll get the index of this true. So the index of true is 4. So 0 1 2 3 4, okay, that is includes. So I'm just going to say includes, and if you hover over it, you can read it says determines whether an array includes a certain element, returning true or false as appropriate. So if you want to find out if a value exists inside an array, for example, if you want to check if week exists in this array, you can pass this week here like a string, and then it will return you true or false. If you save it, you get true, and if you say weeks, we do not have weeks in this array, so it will return you false. So these are very simple array methods in JavaScript. So this is all about arrays in JavaScript. Next up, we are going to understand about what are objects in JavaScript. So do make sure to like the video and subscribe the channel. I will see you in the next one. Till then, stay safe and happy coding. So after arrays, objects are another type of data structure that we have in JavaScript. So far we have used array to create a container that holds different types of data types together. Now we can do the similar thing by creating an object as well, but there is a difference between an array and an object. So I'm just going to write it here. That is, array is ordered and object is unordered. It will become crystal clear just in a moment. Let's analyze both of them little bit in details, okay? So array is ordered. What does it mean? It simply means that the data that you have inside of this array are ordered. So if you want to access John Wick, which considerably can be called as the first name, then you will access it by its indexing position. Then his age can be accessed with its indexing position, that is 1. So 0, 1, and similarly to access any of the data, you will have to use its indexing position. So this is ordered. Array is ordered, and by the way, I have just created a simple array and just put all of them into a separate line to make it look more readable, okay? So don't get confused. Previously it was looking like this, okay? So something like this. So let's now see what is an object. So an object is a group. It's also just like a container with different data types. So to create an object, you again declare a simple variable. I'm just going to call it person. I'm just going to keep it very simple. And then for array, you used these brackets, right? For object, you use these curly brackets. So just like code block, okay? And inside this, you declare your data. So in array, you directly declare the data, and those data can be later accessed with their indexing position. But the same cannot be done in an object. So inside an object, to create a data, you'll have to use something called as key value pair. So let me write the comment, key value. So here you define the key and then you give it a value. So for example, this John Wick can be called as first name. Okay, so let's replicate this entire array in the form of an object. So I'm just going to call it first name. So this is the key of this person object, and then to provide it a value, you do not write this equal sign but this colon, and here you write the value. So in our case we have John. Now if you want to declare another key value pair, separate it with a comma and then declare it. I'm just going to say last name colon week, and then age to be 47, has a dog, which is false. Okay, false. Now this entire part is called a property of this object. So if I hover over this key, you will see it says property first name having a data type of a string. So this is key, this is value. Together they are called as key value pair and then referred as a property of this person's object. So I'm just simply going to do console.log person. You see this very simple object here in the console. Now if you want to access data inside of this object, you can use two-way. So here you can access it by using dot notation and bracket notation. So bracket notation. Let's see both of them one by one. So here if you want to access data for age or has a dog, just take the property name. So let's say last name. Okay, so let's take last name, copy it, and then here you simply say person dot last name, and then person dot last name will give you this week. And you see when I click person, can you see this become active? So person, and when I click last name, you see last name becomes active. So if you save it, you get week. And if you want another data, you can just say dot, and now you can see that it is already suggesting us that, hey, do you want first name, has a dog, last name? This code editor already figured out that these are some additional properties that we have on this person's object, so user might need them. So yeah, let's access one of them, has a dog. If I save, there you go, we get false, has a dog, false, he was killed. Okay, and another one is by bracket notation. So here after person, you simply write this bracket just like an array, and inside this you pass this string and then you refer this key. So just like this, you don't pass this one, don't do this, it will be an error. Okay, if I save this, it says reference error, first name is not defined. You will have to pass this in this string format. So now this is bracket notation. So if you save this, you get John. Similarly, if you want age, just copy this, paste it, and now it will give you this age. So this is a very simple object. Now did I told you that object can have multiple types of data as well? So remember in previous video, inside an array we inputted an object, I think. Yeah, so same can be done with an object as well. So let's take this array, copy this array, and here I'm going to paste it, but of course we'll have to pass the key as well. I will say additional data and colon this array. So now if you save it, now you'll see this object will have an array as well, that is additional data. And now you can see that this is unordered. We have additional data here in the last, but additional data is appearing on top of it. So this is clearly unordered, but an array is ordered. Okay, and so this is a very simple object. Now additionally, there is one more thing that we need to understand when understanding objects. These are methods. So remember in previous video, while learning objects, we applied few built-in methods that we have in JavaScript to apply on array, such as shift, unshift, post, pop. So let's not try to understand what are methods. So I'm just going to write a simple comment. Methods are simple function inside of an object. So if someone asks you any day that what is a method, just tell them that a method is a simple function that is inside of an object. So remember in fundamental section I told you that functions are actually values in JavaScript, and so when you have a value you can store that into a variable, right? So we can definitely create a key value pair to write a function right here. Okay, so let's assume that we do not have the age of John Wick and we just have birth here. So I'm just going to say birth year age 1980. Okay, let's assume that John Wick was born in 1980. So let's now write a function that would calculate the age of John Wick based on this birth year. So here I'm going to say calc age colon a function that takes this birth year, and then from here we are simply going to say console.log 2025 minus birth year. Okay, and so this is a method. So this calc age is actually a method on this person object. So if you want to call it, you just have to say person dot calc age. See, you don't console.log. Why? Because this is already consoling. So this calc age is a function. Okay, so when you have a function and if you want to retrieve data inside of a function, you call it, right? So here you'll have to call it. But if you do something like this, console.log person dot calc age, let me comment this one out. If you think that if you do this one, then you'll get the age. If you save it, you get the entire function as the output. So no, don't do this, because then it will return you this entire function, because you are actually saying that person dot calc age. So what is this calc age? This calc age, this entire function. So it returned you this entire function. But no, you want the birth year, right? So what happened here? Okay, let's go to console real quick. Okay, so if you want this birth year, we are already saying that, hey, but take this birth year and then console.log 2025 minus 1980, which would actually evaluate to 45, right? So here you don't do this, but here you just do this. So person.calc age, call it. So person.calc age will be called, resulting into this one. So if I save this, now you say, okay, we get none. Why do we get the none? Let's figure out why did we get not a number. And so the reason why we are getting this none as the output is that we are calling this function, but we aren't passing any values to it. So here you can see we have received a parameter birth here, but we haven't passed any value. So here you can say 1980 as the default value, and now if you save, you'll get 45. But again, can you see one problem here? We are passing this 1980 value manually. So if we have to pass this 1980, that is the birth year, manually, then why do we even have this key that has the birth birth year stored in it? How can we use this variable rather than passing values manually? Well, for that you will have to understand the concept of this. So if you want to use this default value, let's get rid of this one, and here inside this just refer this dot birth year, and let's get rid of this parameter as well, because we no longer need this. So when you say this dot birth year, this keyword simply points to the current object that is calling this method. So in general English, this simply means that this dot birth here will now point to person dot birth here, because this is a keyword that targets the current object that is calling the method. So this dot birth here will be equivalent to saying person dot birth here. So now we no longer have to pass the birth here manually, but when you say this dot birth here, it will simply target person dot birth here. Now this is very fundamentals of this. We are going to cover this in little detail as well, but right now I just wanted to make it a little clear. So if I say console.log, I know it might be going over your head, so let me show you something. If I say console.log this, I'm logging out the entire this. So this log will actually tell you that where this keyword is pointing, and when I will save it, you will see this person, this entire person object. So if you save, you get this entire person object. So this keyword is pointing on this entire person object. So when you say this dot birth here, so what is this? This is this person now. So when you say this dot birth here, it will simply means person dot birth here, which is 1980. So this entire statement will be evaluated to 1980, resulting into 45 printed here in the console. So this is method. Methods are very simply a function inside an object. Now you can enhance this method as well. So now after ES6, I think we no longer have to use this function as well. So if you want to enhance this method slightly, get rid of this function and this colon as well, and there you go. This will be clearly same as this one. So this is enhanced method. So if you save this, you'll see there is no difference at all. Okay, so this is a very simple example of objects data structure in JavaScript. Let's move forward and try to understand some more advanced concepts in JavaScript, and I hope you got a lot out of this lecture. So yeah, do make sure to like the video and subscribe the channel. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, stay safe, happy coding. Hey everyone, in this video we are going to understand about loops. So loops are another fundamental concept that we have in programming. So remember, in the fundamental section when I taught you about if-else, I told you that if-else is a control structure, right? Now loops are also a control structure. Now what is loop? Very simple. If you want to iterate over a fixed number of times, you would simply use loops. Now loops has different type of advantages as well, but just keep it simple, okay? And you are going to understand all of the things that revolves around loops. So if I tell you to print this statement 10 times, what would you do? Let's suppose that an analogy, right? If I tell you that you started going to gym and the first day you did 10 push-ups, write it in an English sentence using programming syntax. How would you do this? You would simply say console.log, I am exercising and did 1 push-ups 10 times, right? So literally you would do this console.log and write X, and then it would show up. And to repeat it, you will simply duplicate this line of code and you'll say 2, 3, so on and so forth. Okay, let's keep it only till 3 console.log statement, and you get it. Why to do this? This is wet code. You are writing everything twice. You can use a very simple loop. Now I will first write the loop and then I will explain it. So let's say that I want to replicate something like this. So I went to gym and I hit 10 push-ups. So if I have to print that into a statement, I would simply use a for loop. So I can say for, the syntax for loop is simply just write for and then this set of parentheses, and that's it. And then we have this block as well. So here you write an expression that evaluates to true or false, and then this condition actually executes. So here we have 3 parts. The first one is the initialization. So let me write it. Initialization, and then after this we have condition and then increment. Again, I'm gonna explain everything, just be patient. So here you have to initialize. So see, you are going to print these statement 10 times, right? So you have to keep track of from where the statement started and from where it is stopping. So here you literally just create a variable. So I'm going to call it push-up repetition. Just call it push-ups. I'll say let push-ups, and initially I will set it to 0 because we are going to start our push-up from nothing. Or should we set it to 1? Anything, 0 or 1, just keep it at 0. And after this you write this condition. So how long you want this loop to run? Well, I want this loop to run until push-up matches to less than 10. So here I can say push-ups is less than 10. Okay, and after this we increment this, and notice how I am separating them with a semicolon. Okay, so this is mandatory. Now here you increase the push-up repetition by 1. So here you say push-ups equals to push-ups plus 1. Now let me explain you what is happening. So first push-up is 0, right? So this will be like this, so 0. And after this it will be checked. Hey, is push-up less than 10? This will print true. Push-up is less than 10. So if push-up is less than 10, just do this one. Push-up equals to push-up plus 1. So now 0 will become 1, and then whatever you do inside this, it will be printed. So let's just do this one or the first one. Okay, there you go. If I save this, you see it says 10. So this statement will not be printed 10 times, but this will indicate that okay, so developer tools printed this statement line 10 times. So I am exercising and I did one push-up, but you can see that each time we are just printing that I did one push-up, but I have to do something like this. I am exercising and did 2 push-ups, 3 push-ups, something like this. So for this I can use a template string. I can use this template string, and here other than saying one, I can directly combine the value for push-ups. Okay, so now it will be like I am exercising and did push-ups, 0 push-ups, 1 push-ups. Okay, so if you save this, you see we get I am exercising and did 0 push-ups, and then 1 push-ups, 2 push-ups, and then we get the value till 9. So let's now analyze these lines of code and try to understand for loop in a little bit more efficient way. And now before we start, I can say that remember I told you that if you have this line of code, which is pushup equals to pushup plus 1, you can write this shorthand for that, that is pushups plus plus, and this will equivalent to saying pushup equals to pushup plus 1. This just increments the value, the current value, with 1. Okay, so okay, so and you'll see that there is no changes. Now let's say that now this value is 1. Okay, so now current value is 1, and now again it will be matched from here. Is 1 less than 10? Of course 1 is less than 10, so now it will again be evaluated to some spacing issues, true, and now 1 will be incremented, so now it will become 2, and this line will be printed, and now it is 2, so again it will be checked for 2. Is 2 less than 10? Definitely 2 is also less than 10, and since 2 is less than 10, do the same thing, it will increase it to 3, and it will keep happening until we get till 10. So here when we will find 10, is 10 less than 10? False, 10 is not less than 10. Increment will stop, and then we will exit from the loop, and now you will see that we are only getting I am exercising and did 9 push-ups. Why? Because we don't count the last index. So if you want to count the 10th index as well, then you will have to do something like this, push-ups less than equals to 10, and now this will actually be true because 10 is not less than 10, but yeah, of course it is equal to 10. Okay, so if you save it, now you get I am exercising and did 10 push-ups. So this is very simple for loop. Okay, and this would actually be true by now because we are using less than equals to, so it is true, and so it will increment to become 11. And now when you evaluate 11 is definitely neither equals to nor less than 10, so now the execution will stop. So this is a very simple for loop. You use for loop to repeat a line of code a given number of times. For example, if I tell you to print from 100, you simply say for, I'll say let num equals to 0, and then you say num should be less than equals to 100, and then keep incrementing num plus plus, and then simply you do console.log num, and when you do this, you'll get we will get the output from 0 to 100. So we get the output from 0 to 100. If you want 1 to 100, just initialize from the 1. Okay, so now we will get from 1 to 100. So this is a very simple for loop. I know this is complete basics. Okay, so I tried to summarize all of them as easily as I could have. Okay, now another principle for loop is to iterate over an array. So let me quickly create an array. I will say dummy array equals to, it is very common in programming to iterate over an array and print entire item or entire data individually. How can we do this? Well, very simple. We can fetch the data from its indexing position, right? So we can do something like this. Dummy array of 0 index will give you true. The first index will give you false, right? But again, if you'll have to do this, you'll have to repeat these codes, right? Console.log dummy array 0, 1, 2, 3. It would be same as doing this one. So this is wet code. Write everything twice. We don't want to do this. We do not do this in programming. We write dry code. So we can use for loop to iterate over this array and print each data individually. So let's do it, and then I will explain it. So here we just do for, okay, And then a very common variable that we use while initializing our initializer variable. So far we have used discrete variable names like num, but we use I and j. Most common is I. So here to initialize the variable name, we can say let I equals to 0. Okay, and so I is a very common initializer variable that we use inside of the for loop. Of course, you can use any variable name. You can say John Wick. There will be no problem at all, but just to keep it very simple, you just do I, because for loop is a block in itself. It does not have any literal meaning. You use for loop for once and then you forget it. Okay, so there is no need to become variable friendly. You just want to do something inside of this expression, actually inside of this parenthesis, which will evaluate to true or false. Okay, and so you do this, you do something this is a dummy array. This name is important. The variable naming here is important, but the variable naming convention here does not require too much effort. Just keep it very simple. Call it I, j, k. The most common is I. Okay, and then after this we want to iterate up to something. Well, what is up to something? Well, that is the length of this array. So that's why when I click it, you see that the tab 9 is automatically suggesting me that, hey, do you want to iterate over dummy array.length, which would be, I don't know, I don't want to count dummy array.length. So yeah, I surely want to. So if I click here, you see my for loop is completed. So now let me explain you. So initializer is 0, and then we are looping till dummy array.length. So if you count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, well, this is the indexing variable, right? So if you console.log dummy array.length, you will get the length. So console.log, I can tell you straight away the length of array, but again I want to show you something. Length, if I save this, we will get 5. Okay, so manually you can write 5 as well, but again if you write 5, then you will always loop until 5. So now if you write 5, if you insert some data inside this array, for example, let's say that now you inserted many data like 8, 90, 80, 40, 30, this for loop will only iterate till the 5th data. So 1, 2, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, and it will ignore all of these. How can we fix this? Well, for this you just say dummy array dot length. You don't have to tell the for loop that you have to iterate over this many number of times. You simply say dummy array dot length, and this will tell the for loop that, hey, you have to iterate over this dummy array till its length is covered. So now you have to say dummy arrays index of I, because we are iterating over each of the individual items and then we are getting the data saved here. So we want, because this is 0, 1, 2, right, an array are 0 based. So if you say dummy array at index 1, in the first attempt it will be same as this one. So dummy arrays index 0. In second attempt it will be dummy arrays index 1. So something similar to this 0, 0, 0, 1. Okay, so let me write the execution phase. So first let I equals to 0. Yes, 0. Is 0 less than dummy array dot length? Yes, dummy array dot length would be somewhere around, I don't want to count, but it will surely be less than 0. So increment will increase, so 0 plus 1 will be 1. So now it will be 1. So is 1 less than dummy array dot length? Dummy array dot length is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So yes, 1 is less than 9. So it will also evaluate to true, and now this 1 will increment to 2, and this execution will keep running until this condition is satisfied. So now if you save this, you get the entire data back: true, false, John Wick, this. But if you do not do dummy array dot length, but if you manually write 5 or 6, now you see that our entire array is not covered, but only we get the first 5 values, and the remaining 4 values are were not iterated. Okay, so always use dummy array dot length, actually. Okay, not dummy array dot length, but array dot length. So if you save it, you get the entire data out of the array. So this is very simple. This is very simple task that we have to very often perform while programming. Yeah, iterating over an array. So whatever we did till now, this is all called as forward looping. So we looped all the way from beginning to the end. So now let me tell you about one more task we very often perform on an array, and that is backward looping. All of this will become crystal clear just in a moment. Now just to clarify, I reduced the data inside of this array. Previously we had 8 to 9 items, but now I just kept it very simple, so I deleted all those extra data like 40, 80, 90. Okay, so yeah, this is forward looping. What is forward looping? See, we looped on this array from forward, so all the way from 0 to 1 2 3 4, so from 0 to 4, so printing data all the way from true to weak, so from 0 all the way to 4. Now in interview you can be asked to loop on an array from backward. So this is a very general question that is very often asked to a beginner, to loop over an array but from backward. So I thought that I should include this one as well while teaching you about loops. So let's now understand what is backward looping. So first let's analyze what we did so far. So we looped all the way from 0 to 4. Okay, and well, not 4 but I think 3, so 0 1 2 3. Now we have to loop backwards. So now I want you to print weak John false true. So now we have to find a way to loop all the way from 3 to 0. So now let's write code for this analogy, so this kind of scenario. Okay, so again I'm just going to use this for loop, and now let's say let I, and what do you think will be the initializing value? Should it be 3? Well, it should be 3, but do you think we should hard code it here? No, because imagine if we have 10 more data, it will only evaluate till the third index, so 0 1 2 3, so other data will be ignored. So we should never hard code that here, but we should let the program itself decide that what should be the initializer. So what is this 3? What is this 3? Well, this 3 is the length of this array minus 1. Okay, so if you say dummy array dot length, it will give you 4, and so if you want to find out the initializing value, you just have to decrease minus 1 to it. So instead of hard coding the value, we can simply say dummy array dot length minus 1, and then after this we will write the condition. So we want to decrement, so we will write the condition. You can see tab 9 is suggesting us, but I'm just going to write manually. I'll say until I is greater than or equals to 0, and then here we will say I minus minus, and then you just have to say console.log of dummy array I. Okay, so if you save, now you get all the data printed backwards. So now let's see how this code is analyzing. So first let I equals to dummy array dot length minus 1, that is 3. Okay, so 0 1 2 3, so 3, we are starting all the way from backward, so 3, and then it will be checked, is 3 greater than or equals to 0? Yes, it is. 3 minus 1, so that will be 2, and then again it will be evaluated for 2. Is 2 greater than 0? Greater than or equals to 0? It surely is true. 2 is greater than or equals to 0, and then 2 minus minus, which will be 1. Now is 1 greater than or equals to 0? Definitely it is. So now we will come to 0. Now is 0, I think, why am I writing this true here? I don't know, some indexing issues. But now is 0 greater than or equals to 0? Let's figure out. So if I say console.log, because this can be a very well point of confusion, is 0 greater than or equals to 0? If you save, line 269 says true. Okay, so it will also give you true, so the data for 0 will also be printed. But now what is happening? 0 minus minus, so 0 minus 1, that is minus 1. So is minus 1 greater than or equals to 0? Let's see. Is minus 1 greater than or equals to 0? False. So now this part is false, and so loop will terminate. So that's how you are getting the data. So first you are getting the data for third index, that is false, then the second index, that is John, so third one is weak, then we have this John, then false, this true. So this false is coming from this console.log. Okay, so I mistakenly added that. So first we are getting the data for third index, that is weak, then second index, which is John. Similarly, for first index we get false, and then the very last, that is 0th index, we get true, and then loop terminated because when we went to -1, this evaluated to false. Okay, so this is a very simple backward looping. This is a very general concept, but this is very confusing as well. Okay, so I thought that since this might be a very well question coming in interview, I should discuss it while talking about for loop. Another type of loop that we have in JavaScript is while loop, and understanding this loop is also very easy. So you just write this while, and then there you go. So this block of code will keep executing while the expression that you pass inside these parentheses will evaluate to true. So in pure English, it would be like simply saying while this is true, keep doing. Okay, so very simple. Now we write this while loop little bit differently. So inside while loop, first here if you observe the for loop, we have the initializer, and then we have the condition, and then increment. But in while loop we do not have anything like that. We write while loop little bit differently. So first here we are going to write what expression. So let's say what number. Let's say that we want to print from 0 to 10. So I can say number should be less than equals to 10, and that's it. Now for this you will have to create a global variable. So outside of the while loop you will have to declare this number variable. So you can say num equals to 0. Okay, and now here you simply say console.log number, and then you increment it. So you say number plus plus. So this while loop is checking that if number is less than equals to 10, console.log number plus plus. So in first iteration it will check number 0 is less than 10. Yes, true, it is less than 10. So this entire expression will evaluate to true. Okay, which means that number will be 0, and now number will be evaluated to become 1. Okay, and now this number will again become 1. So 1 is 1 less than 10. Of course 1 is also less than 10. So this expression will again evaluate to true. So now 1 will be printed, and then similarly we will get 2. Okay, so let's quickly shift that back. I hope you understood the analogy. So number is less than equals to 10. So if I save this, you get data from 0 to 10 printed right here. So this is very simple while loop. So while loop is very versatile, and this is very powerful. So this is part of something you can call as a bigger way of writing a loop, or iterating over some kind of data that has bigger impact on our applications. Now again, I'm keeping it very simple. I could have explained this in really very details, but I don't think that would really be that would be too much at this point. Okay, so keep it very simple. Now always remember that whenever you write expression inside this this parenthesis, this should not be true for an eternity. For example, if you do something like this, while 10 is less than 20, console.log 10 is less than 20. Never do something like this. This will be eternally true. Okay, so 10 will always be less than 20. So this will always evaluate to true, right? So if you do something like this, you will see that your browser will start to freeze. So if you save, just in a moment, you see can you see the repetition? We get the output this many times, and if you keep waiting for at least 10 to 20 seconds, you'll see this will keep increasing, and eventually it will lead to freeze your browser. So if you try to do something, for example, if you refresh it, it will not stop. You can't click this button. Even though if you click, the loop will keep to increment the number. And if I tell you practically, my laptop started to heat little bit. Yeah, I'm not lying. Okay, so this may be the fact that I've been recording from last 10 minutes, but still yeah, it is getting quite heated up. So if I keep the mic on for 2 minutes, you will see the fan moving very fast. But I just want to tell you that never do something like this. Don't write loops that will eternally be true. So if I try to write something, can you see my browser is freezing. If I hit enter is not getting observed. Okay, I'm hitting it is not getting observed because the browser is freezing. I'm not able to drag and drop it. Can I? But it froze down. Yeah, the browser is freezing. You can see it. The preloader is moving very slowly. So this is a symbol that browser has started to freeze. So I will have to start the recording as well as I'll have to start the browser. Okay, so yeah, good luck. From now onwards we are going to start understanding document object modeling. We have completed the complete fundamentals of JavaScript programming language. So do make sure to subscribe and like the video. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, stay safe, happy coding. Gonna start it real quick. Up until now, whatever code we have written in JavaScript, that is the purest form of it. We are writing the code and we are expecting it to do something based on the logic. But JavaScript was originally created to interact with the web pages and add dynamic effects to them. Let me give you a very simple example of it and then we will dive deep into it. So I will request you all to type this URL manually, codeblock-johnwick.netlify.app, and then this will bring you to this website. So this is the portfolio website that we developed in our front-end development course. There you learn a lot about front-end technologies. We understood complete HTML, CSS, Flexbox, Grid, and also learn about good practices to follow related to front-end development like writing BAM code. I'm talking about block element modifier, using CSS variables to declare reusable stylings, amazing browser reset for additional control over our website development process, and also understood mobile first design approach, and then developed this amazing portfolio website. So if you have not watched that video, make sure to watch that. Those 10+ hours will be your best time ever spent learning front-end development. So now let me show you how JavaScript helps us to interact with the web page. So I just told you that JavaScript helps us to add dynamic effects to the web page, right? So let me show you. If I reload this website, now you will see that after the reload process is done, now you see that after 2 seconds this animation got loaded. Okay, now if I navigate little down, you see after some seconds we got our about me here. Now the same thing is happening here. Now you may feel like that this is all animations, and you would not be totally wrong. This is animation, but how have we achieved this animation process? That is done using JavaScript, and of course we can see a very beautiful form as well. Okay, and this is not just a dummy form, this actually works. Okay, so I can show you. I can say first name to be code. I'll say code@code.com. so if someone wants to contact me, they can contact me. Okay, so I can say, hey code, I loved your JavaScript as well as front end, come on, and course, thanks. Now when I will hit this button, then an add event listener is added to this button. Now what is that event listener? I'm gonna tell you in a moment, but something will happen when I hit that button. Now that something is sending the message. So if I hit this send message, now the message will be sent. There you go. Just in a moment you'll see, well, what happened? Send message. Am I not connected to internet? Yeah. So message sent successfully, and after 5 seconds you see that the field got cleared and we also got rid of the message sent successfully notification. So everything that you just saw, this all is achieved using JavaScript. So it is very essential for you to understand JavaScript if you want to become a really good front-end development. Okay, and yeah, I do not have much things to show you right now, but yeah, I'm going to show you the responsiveness section quickly, and we will do something. Okay, so we are already on responsiveness mode. Now can you see? Let me expand it. You see, on the desktop mode we can see our nav bar, our menu bar, but when we switch it to the mobile version, I can also control the layout mode from here. I can say, let's say iPhone SE. On iPhone our website will look something like this. Now menu bar is hidden. Now if you click this toggle menu, now you can see the menu bar. Okay, so all of this functionality is achieved using JavaScript. Now if I click this about, you will see that our about is now the active menu. It surely took us to about section, but now the about is actually the active menu. Now if I click services, expand it, now this services is the active menu. So all of this is achieved using JavaScript. Okay, so yeah, let's now start understanding JavaScript. So this is what JavaScript was originally created to be used for. This process of interaction of JavaScript code with the web page is what we call DOM manipulation or DOM interaction. You can add amazing dynamic effects to the web page using JavaScript. So let's now learn all about JavaScript DOM so that we can move one step ahead in our JavaScript journey. So what is DOM? DOM stands for Document Object Model. It's a structural representation of all the elements that we have on our web page. It allows us to access HTML elements and then manipulate them as per our requirements. For example, we will be able to change the text content of an element and its attributes, and even add CSS styles to elements using our JavaScript file. So DOM is technically a bridge between HTML documents and JavaScript code. Now DOM is automatically created by the browser as soon as the browser loads the HTML page, and it is stored as a tree structure. So let's now see this tree structure in a little more detail. And to really explain the DOM and its objectives in really simple language, let's see this example. On the left side, we have a very simple HTML document that contains some elements, and corresponding to that on the right side, we have the DOM structure of the same HTML document. As I already mentioned, this is a tree structure which looks a bit like a family tree, and actually we use terms like child element, parent element, sibling elements, and so on when we talk about DOM tree and DOM manipulation. Now always remember, in this tree, every element is an object and is called a node. Now you can see for each element in HTML, there is one element node in the DOM tree, and we can access and interact with each of these nodes using JavaScript. So the DOM always starts with the document object right at the very top, and the document is a very special object that we have access to in the JavaScript, and this object serves as an entry point into the DOM. So whenever we have to access elements from the web page, we access them using this document object because it contains all of the elements. Now the first child element of that document is the HTML element, which is usually the root of every HTML document. Then next, HTML also has two children, head and the body. So we can also find them here in the DOM tree. And in HTML, they are adjacent elements. So they are siblings in our DOM as well. Now we have even nested elements, so it keeps adding them to the DOM tree, such as we have meta tags in the head and a few elements in the body tag, and then some of the elements again had some elements in it, so it is deeply nested. And with that, finally we have all the HTML elements in our DOM tree. But the DOM tree has actually more than just element nodes. It also has nodes for all the texts and other stuffs, because the rule is whatever is in the HTML document also has to be in the DOM. Now you can see that the DOM really is the complete representation of the HTML document, so that we can manipulate it in complex ways. And with this example, now you have a good overview of what is the real use of JavaScript DOM and how it works and how it looks like. But before we finish, I need to give you some additional and important pieces of information related to the DOM that many beginners find confusing. So many people believe that DOM and its methods that we are going to see shortly is part of the JavaScript language itself, but this is not true. DOM is not part of the JavaScript language itself. JavaScript as a language is just the dialect of the ECMAScript specification, and all of the DOM related stuffs is not there. Up until this point, we have always used JavaScript language itself in its purest form. But now, we will also learn to use JavaScript in the browser. Surely, we have used Google Chrome to run our code in the developer console, but now we will see how to manipulate web pages that are actually displayed and rendered in the browser just like any normal website that you know. But now you might ask, if DOM is not the part of JavaScript language itself, then how does this all work? See, DOM and DOM methods are actually part of Web API. So the Web APIs are like the library that the web browser implements and that we can access from our JavaScript code. API stands for Application Programming Interface, and we will learn to build one after learning backend development, but more about that later. For now, you need to understand that Web APIs are basically libraries that are also written in JavaScript and that are automatically available for us to use. And all of this happens behind the scenes, and we do not have to import anything in our code or do anything extra. Other than DOM, we have some more APIs like timers and fetch and many more, and we will learn about the uses of these APIs as well, but in a dedicated advanced section. But for now, let's see some of the tasks that we do using the DOM. So these tasks are very simple: accessing elements from the web page, creating and deleting elements from the web page, manipulating the content like adding styles, and then listening to events like click, hover, submit, and more. And one very good example, we already saw that when we were exploring the CodeBlock's portfolio website that we developed in the front-end development course. So remember the form where we fill the form, and when we hit the send message button, the message was sent. So on that send message button, an event listener was attached that was constantly listening for an event, and the event that the button was listening for was click event. So other than click, we have many events: mouse over, mouse in, something like that, and we are going to understand about most of them. Okay, so this is enough details. Let us start doing some DOM manipulation in practice. So see you inside. Okay, so let's now see how do we interact with the web page using the DOM. So since we are talking about a new topic, I again have created a new dom.js file so that we can keep the content separate. And again, I have linked that to the index.html using the script tag. And as for the h1, we have the same h1 again, but this time I have added a class as well as an id to this h1, and in a moment I will show you why. So let's now do some DOM manipulation. So remember how in the presentation we understood that everything is contained within the document object. So it would be nice if we try to log out that document object and do some manipulation to that. By manipulation, I actually means we will be figuring out that what that document object actually contains. So if you say console.log document, because we know document is the starting point, right? If I save this, then if I expand this part here, now you see that on document we have many properties: location, URL, bg color, body. I mean, we have a lot of properties. So instead of going on all of the properties one by one, it would be really nice if you try to call few of them. For example, you see that, by the way, you can see title is advanced concepts in JavaScript, and if I go little upwards, because that is the title, you see the title is advanced concepts in JavaScript. Then we have head that contains all the data of head. Domain name is this one, 127.0.0.1 localhost, and then we have doc type is latest. So you can call these properties on this object and it will give you the same output. Okay, so if I say domain, right, I can say domain, you'll see we get this domain name. If it would have been Google, if you try to do the same for the Google, it will give you google.com. okay, so this is domain. Same, I can say title as well, so it will give you the title, advanced concepts in JavaScript. Similarly, you can also access head and it will give you everything that is within the head tag. So meta, then we have title, and then we have this style as well. Okay, and then you can also call the body and it will give you all the body. So there you go, you see the entire tag that is contained within this body. Okay, even the script, but we are not going to go into depth because this is actually executing the script. And then how about calling all, because we have this all as well. Now when you say all, then it is going to give you all the tags that is currently available in your index.html file. So HTML, inside HTML we have head, meta, 3 meta tags, 1 title tag, style, body, that we have one h1 with an id of heading dash primary and a class of heading dash primary. Then we have script tags, and then it is continuing, so the length is 11. Okay, and do we have few more methods? Let's quickly check. If I expand, yeah, sometime it can happen. Okay, so you'll have to refresh few times so that you can see the actual methods or properties that is inside this document object. So yeah, you have base URI. Base URI will give you the complete path of the URL, so this one, entire path. Okay, and then char set is UTF-8. So this actually contains all the details that is rendering here on the web page. Okay, all right, but this is not what we are actually going to get into. So this document object actually gives us all the methods that we can use to do all of these 4 tasks, like accessing the element, manipulating the data, creating element, and adding event listeners to that. Okay, so let's now do some real DOM manipulations. So the first thing is that in order to do something on an element, you will have to fetch it. For example, if I want to do something on this h1, for example, if I click on h1, then something should happen. But before that, before clicking, you will have to get this h1 from this web page. Now there are multiple ways of getting data from the web page, so let's now see that. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to write the number 1. I'm going to say that I can say get element by tag name. Very simple tag name. Okay, so this is a method that we get on the document object. So again, I can say document. So the first one is getting the element by the tag name itself. For example, if we have this h1, we can get the data with the h1 itself. Okay, so if you want to access this h1 from the web page, you can get the h1 by its tag name. If you have a paragraph, you can get the data of paragraph using the tag name itself, that is p. Okay, so here I can say document dot the method is get element, and you can see we are getting suggestions. Do you want to use id, class name, tag name? We want these elements by tag name. Okay, and this is actually elements, not element. Okay, get elements by tag name. Now call this, and here you'll have to pass the name of the tag in the string format. For example, I want to say h1. So now this get elements by tag name will go to this entire HTML and will figure out all the tag that is h1, and then it will store that into this line. Now to store this into this line, we'll have to store this in a variable. So I can say const, I'll say all h1 equals to document.get elements by tag name h1. Okay, now if I say console.log all h1, you'll see we will get h1. This is a collection because it gives you all the elements with similar type. Okay, so if I expand this, you see we have just one element at 0th index, because this actually returns you an array. So you can see, there you go, you have this h1. Now if you repeat this h1, let's duplicate it. If I duplicate this h1, now you'll see you will have a collection of 2. So if you expand this one, you see on 0th index you have this h1, and first index you have this h1. Okay, this is very simple. I'm taking it completely simple. I'm explaining it in a more layman term. Now if you want to access only the first one or only the second one, you can access it using its indexing position. So you can say, hey, I want to access the second h1, so you'll have to call the first index because array starts with 0. If I save this, you'll get the second h1. Although both of them seem similar, there is no difference, but you can understand that this is the second h1. Okay, because that's how array works. So this is one way getting elements by the tag name. And then we have by id, so we can get the element by id. So again, I can say document dot get element, and this time it is element, not elements, element by id, and now call it. Now always remember that call these methods name accurately. Slight mistake and everything will be problematic. So if you say names is not get elements by tag names is not a correct method. If you save it, you see it says type error. Document.get elements by tag names is not a function. Tag name is a function, not names. So always be vigilant towards this thing. Okay, so now this is get element by id, not elements by id. And if you want to read, you can read. It says returns a reference to the first object with the specified value of the id. Now of course we already have applied this id, so we are going to take this id, the name of the id, that is heading dash primary, and here we are just going to pass that. And again, I'm going to save that to a variable. I will say h1 with id. Okay, so now we are going to get the h1 which has this id applied to it. So I can say h1 with id. If I save this, you get 2 h1 because we have the same h1. Similarly, we can also create a paragraph. Why not? Let's quickly do that. I will say paragraph, and let's use emmet. I will say para. I am a para. I'm gonna take this id and paste it here. I'll say para, and let's log out the para. So the paragraph that has this id, we are going to hold that into this para variable, and then we are consoling that right here. So if I save, we have this para. Okay, now this output we are getting from this line, from line 7. Okay, now this is from id, and of course we can access from class name as well. So same way we can also say document dot get element by class name. I'm gonna call it, and here we'll have to pass the class name. So this time we also have a class name applied to it, but let's create a new anchor tag. I'm gonna say anchor. I will say main __ link, doesn't matter the class name. I'm gonna say click me. Now if you want to hold this anchor tag right here, you can see here click me, you can hold the value of this using the class name. Okay, so you can say right here main dash link, and I'm going to say link equals to this one, and now I'll say cl link. I'm gonna save it. So there you go, you get HTML collection of this link. Now this is get elements by class name. Do we have something like element by class name? If I save this, no, it says no, we do not have get element by class name. We have get elements by class name. Okay, and it returns an array collection of the similar type of data. So HTML collection, if I expand this one, you see we have a dot main link. Okay, so the element that has this class applied to it, it is getting returned, getting hold into this link, and then we are accessing that. After that we have query selector and query selector all. So here I'm going to write query selector, and this is the most used. Okay, so now I can say document dot query. You see query selector and query selector all, that was getting suggested. Now query selector is really very important for us to understand, because here you can pass the query. Actually, for example, if you want to access a class, actually you want to access a element with the tag name, you can pass the tag name. If you want to access an element using this its id, you can pass that. If you want to access an element using its class name, you can do that as well. Okay, so query selector literally takes the query that you want to fetch for. For example, I want to fetch the element, let's say how about let's comment this one out. Okay, commenting this one out, I'll say I want to fetch the h1 that has a class of heading dash primary. Okay, so here we'll have to say heading dash primary, but not like this. We'll have to pass this dot as well. Okay, so that we can say that, hey query selector, I want you to fetch the element that has this class applied to it. Okay, and then I can say const, I'll say main heading, because I know this is the main heading. Now I can say cl main heading. I'm gonna save it, and now you see we are getting this h1 that has this heading dash primary applied to it. Okay, now again, if you want to fetch an element with its id, you can again say that now I want you to fetch the element which has this id applied. So the same id is applied to this h1 as well, so there will be no changes reflected here. We are going to get the same data outputted here. Okay, and similarly, if you want to fetch data using the tag name, you can do that. You can say h1. How about accessing anchor? Why not anchor? Why always h1? So anchor, and there you go, you see this anchor tag. Okay, so this is query selector, and similar to this we have query selector all, but query selector returns you array. Query selector all returns you all the queries that you have for a specified search. Okay, so it returns you the first matched element. If you have another anchor tag, for example, you see if I duplicate this anchor tag 3 or 4 times, it will still return you only the first one. It is not going to return you all the anchor tags. It searches the document, and whatever the first data it finds true, it returns you that. So when you want to select every data that has the same class applied to it, you can use query selector all. Okay, so now I can say, why not document dot query selector all, and here I can say that, hey, query selector all, select all the query of this anchor tag, and I'm gonna say const I'll say all anchors, and here I'm going to give it the class name actually. Okay, so main dash link, I can do that as well, this one as well, there will be no problem. If I say, it will still return us the array console.log all anchors. If I save this, you'll see it will return node list of 5 data, all of the main dash link. Okay, now I can say that I don't want to fetch all the query using the tag name itself, but with the class name. So I can say dot main underscore link, and then it will give you the same data here. You see this? Okay, so you are getting all the data with this class applied to it. So main underscore link. So these are some fine 5 ways of how we can access data from this web page. And after that, we are going to talk about how can we manipulate the data of the elements. Now before we move on to understand how to manipulate the data of elements, I want to give you a little clarification on query selector and query selector all, and which one to use. So notice how when you say query selector on anchor tag, it is returning you the first anchor tag. So this is true. Query selector all gives you all of the instances of the selected query, but query selector only gives you the first instance of the selected query. So even if you say dot main underscore link, this query selector will only return you the first instance of the element that has this main underscore link class applied to it. So if you save this, you will see there is no changes in the outcomes. Whereas when you say query selector all dot main underscore link, it returns you the complete array of all the elements that has this class applied to it. Okay, so right here you can see it. Now you can ask me which one to use. Well, very simple to understand. Again, if you want to fetch elements, all of the elements that has this class applied to it, you can use query selector, but in most of the cases we do this query selector all when we have to style menu bars and do something like, for example, if inside a container we have all the images, we have, for example, we have 5 or 6 images and we want to style all of the images similarly, then we can access all the image using query selector all. It will fetch us all the images at once. And query selector is very simple. If you want to access data using the class name, using the ID, you can just use this query selector, because you are sure that it is going to give you only the element that you are asking for, and that too the first instance of it. So it is not going to give you the entire element. Okay, now about these get elements by class name, tag name, ID, I actually mostly use this elements by ID and this query selector. Okay, so these two I mostly use, query selector and elements. Again, you can use this get elements by tag name, get elements by class name, but the thing is that query selector gives you additional control. Here you don't have to worry about if it is a class or it is an ID. You can just pass the query and it is going to fetch you the element. Whereas when you are going to use get elements by class name and get elements by tag name, then you'll have to be pretty sure that, okay, so since we are calling this get elements by tag name, then here I will have to pass a specific tag name. But do you really think that if you pass this h1, then only that h1 is going to be on your web page? For example, what if you want to access a div? Now there can be many divs on your document. So if you say get elements by div, then all of the div is going to be held in this variable. That could be actually terrible. So instead of using elements name, class name that actually has a more semantic meaning, try to use this ID, because ID cannot be repeated, it only exists once, or query selector. Okay, so this is the reason why I mostly prefer to use get element by ID, query selector and query selector all. Okay, so I was almost on my way to teach you how to manipulate the data of elements after getting it. But then thankfully I took a break because I almost burned out myself, and then after recovering I was doing something on my personal project, and then I realized I am missing something, and that is not teaching you the real world implementations of some of DOM methods to fetch data based on some logic. So let's now learn that, and after that we will move on to understand how to manipulate the data of elements. So not always we access data with these methods: query selector all, get elements by id, get elements by tag name. Sometimes we also have to access data based on the logic. For example, what if you want to figure out the parent of a children or all the elements of the parent? How would you do that? For that you will use a specific methods. So this time I have created a very simple generic div. I have given it a class of container that holds a simple h1 that also has a class container underscore underscore heading. A very simple div, right? Now what if I want to access the parent of this h1? How can we do that? So by naked eye you can figure out that okay, so the div is the parent of this h1. This is very simple, but when you will be writing real world web apps, then these data can be complex. Then figuring out the parent or child, the relationship, will be little tough. For that you will have to use these logical methods. So let me show you. For example, if I want to figure out the parent of this h1, first of all I'm going to get this h1. Okay, so I'm just going to say const heading equals to document dot query selector, and here I'm going to pass, what is the class? I think main heading, container underscore underscore heading. So I'm going to say container underscore underscore heading. So in English sentence we are saying that hey, query selector, get me the element that has this class applied to it. Okay, and then after this we are going to say console.log heading. So the heading, now we want to fetch the parent of heading, right? So now we can say parent node. So parent node is the method, well not like this but like heading dot parent node. So this parent node method will actually return you the parent of this heading. So if you save it, you see you get container. Similarly, if you want to figure out all the childrens that a parent has, you can use the child nodes property to it. Okay, so for example, again we'll have to hold the container. So I'm just going to say container and not this one. Okay, let's delete it. Container, we are holding the container, and then after getting it here we are just going to say container dot child. This time this is nodes, okay, child nodes. So if you save it, it is going to give you all the child of this container. There you go, node list. If you expand, you see we have text and then the h1 itself and then one more text. Now you can be confused, well we just have this simple h1, then why are we getting this 3 data in the node list, text 1 2? Okay, so the reason is that can you see this line break? This line break is also added to the node list. Okay, so if you expand this at 0 index, you can see that the node value is /n, so this is also counted. Okay, so that's why you are getting at 0 index this text, and then h1 dot container at first index you get the actual element. If you want to access the 0, you can actually do that. How about doing it? I haven't done it earlier, so let's do it now. What if I say child nodes at 0 index? What will it return us? Let's say it is returning us this text. Okay, if I expand again, the value is /n. Okay, so yeah, you can pretty much guess for yourself. And let's go ahead, and now I'm going to show you a few more. These are, for example, if we have, let's say that after h1, how about creating an anchor tag? Okay, now I can say by now, very simple by now. Okay, I want to figure out that give me the siblings that are after a specific element. For example, I want to figure out all the siblings after this h1. I can use required method for that. So I can say, yeah, why not heading? We already have this heading. So I can say that hey, heading dot I can say next sibling elements. So it's next element sibling, not next sibling elements. So if you say heading dot next element siblings, it is going to give you all the siblings of the heading. So anchor, so anchor is the next sibling. Okay, so So you see we have this sibling. See, this is the parent, okay, and then this is the children, this is the children. So the relationship between both the children contained within the parent is called siblings. So both of them are siblings. So your brother, your sisters, you call them siblings, right? This is your parent, and then you have your brother, and then you have your sister. Both of them are siblings. If you keep repeating this, you are going to get all of the parents. Well, actually you get only first anchor. And what if I do, how about getting a span? Lol. You still get only first siblings. So this, always remember that this next element sibling does not return you all of the sibling. So what if I say siblings? Do we have method for siblings? No, we do not have any methods for sibling. It only returns you the first sibling. Okay, so some practicals are worth doing straight away. And then same way you can also access the elements that are before an element. So I can say lol, I am before h1. Okay, and so if you want to figure out the elements that are before a specified elements, you can use previous element sibling. So now you can say give me all the previous element siblings of this h1. So it will give you all the span. You see this span. Okay, so yeah, these were few more ways of accessing elements based on some logical conditions. Next, now move up and try to understand how to manipulate the data of elements. Let's now talk about manipulating the data of the element. Let's say we want to change the content of this h1. So the first thing we will do is we will fetch the element from the web page and then manipulate it. So let's do it. Now let's go to index.html because I want to show you something. This time I have commented the div that had the class of containers so that we will have to deal with little code, okay? So we won't be confusing ourselves too much. Now let's say that I want to manipulate the content of this h1. So to do that, first of all, we will have to hold this h1 itself. So I'm just going to copy the heading dash primary class, and here I'm just going to say const head equals to document dot query selector, and here I'm just going to give it this class name with this dot. And now on this head we can call this inner HTML. So this is the method that gives you the ability to change the inner content of the element. So here I can define my text. So I want to say CodeBlock JavaScript is amazing. Okay, now if I save this, now you see that the content got changed. Okay, similarly if you want to add a stylings to it, you can do that. For example, if you want to add a background color to it, you can do that. You can simply say head dot style dot, and now you'll have to use the CSS property. So you want to change the background color, so we'll have to say background, and this time you do not say dash color. This is how you write in CSS specification, right? But when you are declaring properties to style an element in DOM, you use camel case notation. So every following word is capitalized. So here you'll have to say capital COLOR. Okay, so this is camel case notation. So instead of saying background dash color, you'll have to say background color in camel case notation. And now you can see that how tab 9 is suggesting us that, hey, do you want this property? Yeah, surely we do want. And now in the string you can define the color. So let's say I want orange. I'm going to save it. Now you see background of orange is applied to it. Similarly, if I want to increase the font size, I can say font size and let's say 50 pixel, and now surely the font size increased. Now if you want to add additional styles to it, for example if you want your own declared styles, you can do that. Let's go to index.html and here let's declare a style. I'll say active, and I'm just going to change the color to be blue. Okay, and now I want to add this active class to this element. Okay, how can I do that? Very simple, we can do that. We'll have to say head dot class list dot add. By using class list dot add, you will be able to add a class on the element. Now here you just have to say the name of the class. Okay, this time you don't have to say dot. Okay, just say active. Now when I will save it, you see that the color of the h1 is now blue. If you go to elements, you will be able to see that h1 has two class. One is heading dash primary and one is active class. Okay, similarly if you want to remove a class from this element, you can also do that. So you can say remove, you can call remove method, and then on that you will have to pass the class name that you want to remove. So let's say I want to remove heading dash primary. If I save this, now you see that heading dash primary is removed. Okay, so let's now do some advanced DOM manipulation. Let's now talk about advanced DOM manipulation. For example, so far we have manipulated the data that is already available in our DOM, like this h1. We created this h1 manually, but now we will learn how to create our own element using JavaScript. We are not going to create any element in this index.html itself. No, we are going to use JavaScript to create element. So let's say I want to create a div. So here I'm just going to declare a variable called as div, because that is eventually what we are going to create. Okay, now on the document object we have a method called as create element. So pretty much you can guess it for yourself that what it does. So you can say create element and then you call it, and inside this create element method, in the string format you pass the name of the element that you want to create. So we want to create a div, right? So I'm going to call it div. So document.createElement will help you to create an element, and then we are saving the data on this div variable. Now if I save this, by simply doing this we are not going to create any div. So if you check our elements inside the body, you won't see any div. The reason is that simply creating is not sufficient. We will have to actually push the location of this div. For example, we want this div to appear on our body, right? So we will have to push this div to our body, and for that we will have to fetch body as well. So here I'm going to say const body equals to document dot let's say query selector, and I want to fetch the body. Okay, so here I can say body, and on this body we have this method called as append child. So this method helps us to append an element on the described element. Okay, so here I can say div. Now if I save this, you will see we have a div. Now surely we do not have any content inside this div. Now let's create a paragraph and then push that paragraph inside the div. Okay, so here I can again duplicate this part and let's bring it here, and I'm just going to call it paragraph. We created a paragraph. Now since we created a paragraph, let's quickly give this some text as well. Okay, so I'm going to call inner HTML so that we can define the content for the paragraph. I will say I am a paragraph. Okay, and so now we are going to push this paragraph onto this div. So this time we are going to say div dot append child paragraph. Okay, now if I save this, you will see we will have one paragraph that is inside this div. Now this element we have created using JavaScript. See, we do not have anything called div that holds a paragraph. We created all of these elements using JavaScript. Okay, now if you want to have this div a class, you can again say div dot let's say class list dot add. I want to add a container class to it. I can say container. Okay, if I save this, now our div will have this container class. You see our div now has the container class. Similarly, if you want this paragraph to have some class, you can say p dot class list dot add. I will say container underscore text. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Now you see we have this container, and inside this container we have this paragraph which has a class of container underscore text. Now if you style this, then you will see that style will reflect here. The changes will reflect here. So I'm just going to copy this style, not style but the name of the class that we just added. Sometimes I myself fumble. Okay, now inside the style tag, I'm just going to give some styling. So what should I do? How about increasing the font size? So I can say font dash size, and this time we are actually using the CSS, so we don't have to use the camel case notation. Okay, here I'm just going to say, let's say 2 rem, that would be 32 pixel. Did you see that the font size increased? Let's say what, text decoration to be underlined, text decoration to be underlined. Okay, you can see this. So now we are controlling the creation of the element using our JavaScript file. Isn't this amazing? We don't have to touch our HTML to create an element. We can create an element using this DOM. Okay, now surely I can add a class to any element using this classlist.add method. But what if I want to add an ID to it? How can I do that? Well, pretty easy. We can do that too, but this time you'll have to do it in a different way. This time you'll have to call setAttribute method on the element. So on paragraph, since we are going to add ID on paragraph, we are going to call setAttribute on this paragraph element. This receives 2 parameters, actually 2 arguments. Okay, the first one is the attribute that we want to define. So we want to define the ID attribute, and then in the second argument we can provide the value. So here we are just going to name it. So I'm going to say container dash para. Now remember, what are attributes? I have taught about attributes in my front-end development course. So attributes provides additional information to the element. Okay, now if I save this, now you will see our paragraph surely has an ID that is called as container dash para. So that's how you also add an ID to the paragraph. Now let's quickly see how to insert an image, since image also needs to have 2 attributes. One is source and one is alt tag. So it will be really fun to build that. Okay, so let's say I want to insert an image. I'm just going to call img equals to document.createElement img. So now I can say img.src equals to I'm just going to provide an online link. You don't have to do this. I open unsplash.com, and the first random image that I found, I just copied the image address and I just pasted it. Okay, now since image also has an alt attribute, I can say img.alt to be a random image. Okay, let's capitalize it, a random image. Now our image is ready, we just have to push it. So I'm just going to say, hey div append this image. Okay, if I save this, now you'll see our image will be here. So you can see this. So this is the random image that I copied. Now you can ask me that we are defining this source on this image as well as this alt on this image. Why are we doing this separately? We just learned about this method setAttribute. Why are we not using this setAttribute method? You can do that. So you don't have to do img.src. You can also do this. You can say img.setAttribute. The first attribute is img for sure, actually source, not img, source, and then the value will be this link. Okay, you will see there will be no change. Okay, the only difference is that this setAttribute can only have 2 parameters, actually 2 arguments. The one is the data itself, actually the what do you call it, attribute itself, and then second is the value. But image also contains an alt attribute. Then again for that you'll have to call img.setAttribute again, and then here you'll have to say this time I want this alt, and then alt will be random image. So if you do it, then you can see that how we'll have to repeat the method name twice. So the better is doing this. img.source equals to this one, img.alt is this one, and then append this image. If I comment this part, if I quickly get this into document, there will be no changes. Both of them are going to work fine. So you can see image has an alt tag of random text. Okay, this is completely optional. You can whatever you like, you can do that. Let me quickly get this one again so that I can show you the difference, which is null. So you can see that both of them have no difference at all. Let me quickly fix it little up. Let's now move forward to understand a little bit more. Now I'm going to tell you something. There is a drawback of using this append child method. So let me now show you that. I'm going to comment this code, and this time I have created a new div with parent class. Okay, and now I'm going to do something. So I got that parent div with this query selector, so this div itself, and then I created a new paragraph, and then we inserted this new paragraph few text. Okay, not few text but some text. Now I'm going to push this paragraph into the parent div. So I just have to say parent div dot append child this new para. Okay, I'm gonna save it. Now you will see that we will have this new paragraph inside this parent div. Okay, now I'm going to create one more paragraph. I will say const another para equals to document dot create element paragraph, and this paragraph will also have inner text of this is my second paragraph. Okay, now I'm going to append this another paragraph also into this div. So I'm going to say parent div dot append child another para. If I save this, now you will see that the newly inserted paragraph is appearing after the first paragraph. So this append child method creates the element after the first element. It means that if any element is already there in the container, and then if you create a new element, and then if you push that new element in the container, then that new element will always appear after the already created element. Now I may want this to happen, but what if we want to create the element at a specific position? For example, what if I want this paragraph to appear before this paragraph? Now I can do this. I can actually call this paragraph to be created first, then this. Now this will solve the problem. You will see if I expand this div, you will actually see that this is my second paragraph is appearing first, then this paragraph. This surely fixes the problem, but now we'll have to control the code manually. What if I tell you that there is another better way to fix it, and that by using another method which is called as insert adjacent element. This method gives you more control over where you want your element to be created. Okay, so the method name is insert adjacent element. Now this insert adjacent element method accepts two arguments. Okay, first one is the position and second is the element. Now let me show you the documentation. So if you say insert adjacent element, if you search for insert adjacent element MDN, the first link will get you at this web page. Okay, so here you can read, says this method interfaces inserts a given element node at a given position relative to the element it is invoked upon. So first one is the position, second one is the element. So the element that I want to insert, let's say another para. Okay, I want to insert another paragraph. Now where do I want to insert? I have four options: before begin, after begin, before end, after end. So before begin simply means that even before the target element itself. So the target element is div itself. So even before the div, not inside, but even before the div, this paragraph will be inserted. So if you say before begin, if I get you here, you will see that this paragraph is appearing even before the div. Okay, so similarly we have after begin as well. So if you say after begin, then after begin will fix the problem, then this paragraph will be the first children of this parent. So if you say after begin, now you will see that our paragraph will be created inside the parent and it is the first children of this parent. Okay, similarly we have two more position, before end and after end. So before end is just inside the target element after its last children. So very simple, before end will create it in the as the before end will simply make it the last children. Okay, so there you go, this is my second paragraph. Okay, and after end is very simple, just like before begin. After end will create after the div. So there you go, you see after the div we have this paragraph. Okay, great. So this is how you can control the position where you want to create your element. Let's now move forward, and the only thing that is now remaining for us to understand in DOM is understanding how to listen for multiple events. So let's now see that. Okay, and after all of this, finally we have to understand about events. Events are fired on the actions taken by the users. For example, clicking a button on the web page is an event. Hovering over an element is also an event. Moving the mouse like this one is also an event, or simply pressing the button on your keyboard like this one is also considered an event. Moreover, scrolling the web page or simply dragging and dropping something is also considered an event. So we have a lot of events in JavaScript. Now remembering all of these events is not a good choice. So it's better if we take a look at the documentation. So just make a search for event reference MDN and possibly click the first link, which will get you to the correct documentation for events on JavaScript. And here you can read, it says events are fired to notify code of interesting changes. So I just mentioned that events are fired on the actions taken by the users. Okay, now if you go little down, you can see event index. Here is the event type, their description and documentation. Now you don't have to get into all of this animation, asynchronous data. These are overwhelming data which I really do not find for a beginner to really involve their mind into. Okay, CSS transition, database, DOM mutation, drag and drop wheel, focus form, full screen. Let's go down, because there we'll see the real events. There you go, event listing. So these are some events that we can use for our purpose. For example, drag event, drag end event, okay, animation event, full screen event. I just told you that pressing buttons on keyboard is also considered an event. For that we have this key up event, key press event, key down event, okay, pointer event, and then we have animation blur event, which we apply on input box, click event, copy. I mean, we have lots and lots of events. Yeah, mouse enter, mouse leave, mouse move. Okay, if you go little more down, open event, load event, toggle event. We are going to see something similar to toggle in front-end development course, not in this one. So there I've exactly talked about something similar to toggle event. How do we toggle between classes? Submit event. This is one important event that we are going to talk about. This event is this event is applied on the form. Okay, now let me tell you in the beginning itself that you can see there are lots and lots of events, right? But we don't have to learn about all of these events, because even if you will develop high-end web apps, you will mostly use a handful of these events, such as click is mostly used. So when we click on a button, okay, mouse events, key press events, submit events, blur, these are some of commonly used events. Okay, so it is completely okay to not remember these events, and indeed in general we should not remember things in programming. We must understand the context of it, and fairly it is very simple for us because all the events works in a similar way. So if you understand about the working of one event, the rest you can figure on your own. You can just simply go to the documentation. For example, I can show you this submit event. If you open it, okay, so remember I told you that how we apply this submit event on the form. So you can read more about it, and here you can find the example as well. So here you can see the example. Okay, moreover, if you want to read about, let's say, click, and if you are having trouble finding here, just press Ctrl F. Since I'm on Mac, I'm going to press Command F, and here I'm going to say click, and not K but CLICK. Okay, and mostly since there are 8 searches, I'll have to click event. Okay, if I click it, here you will be able to read more about it. Okay, so add event listener click. When someone clicks a button, then this event will be fired. Okay, now let's see few of them on our own, and then we will move forward. Alright, so let's now see how we work with events in details. So these are few handful of events that we use mostly. So let's now talk about these one by one. So the click event is the most common one. So let's start with the click event. Now I have commented all of the previous code, and let's quickly delete this console.log statement as well. Now click is associated with a button. So when we click a button, then we are expecting something to happen. Okay, for that we'll have to create a button on our HTML. So in the document I'm just going to create a button, and I'll give it an ID of btn, and I'll say click me. Okay, and let's go to DOM, and here we are just going to say const btn equals to document dot, because we need to select it, query selector, and we are going to select it with the ID. So the ID is btn. Okay, you can call it button as well. So button will be a more generic variable name. Okay, button. Now I want that when I click this button, then an alert should pop up here. Okay, now to do that, you can add an event listener on the button. So to use event, you'll have to add event listeners to the elements. So on the button I can just call button, and then here I just have to say dot add, and you can see tab9 is already suggesting us that do you need add event listeners or add event listeners with click. Yeah, we need add event listener. So make sure to use the camel case, that's the correct variable name. Okay, so add, every letter is capitalized. Okay, every word actually is capitalized. So add event listener, and we'll have to call it. Now this takes 3 arguments. First one is the name of the event, so such as click, submit, key press, mouse events, then a function, and after that it also takes one more parameter that is called as script, use script, or actually it's called as use capture, which we do not have to talk about that much because that's completely optional. Okay, so here we are going to pass the type of the event. So the type of the event is click, because of course on button we are going to click it. Now my goal is to, when I click this button, then an alert should pop up. How can I do that? Well, for that, in the second argument you'll have to define a function, and it's legit a function. So you'll have to create a function like this, and then here you define all the code that you want to execute once someone clicks the button. So here I just want to say that alert I was clicked. Okay, and now if I save this, come over here, and if I click this button, you'll see a pop-up that says I was clicked. And now to get rid of this, you just have to say OK. Similarly, you can also say console.log. So instead of this alert, you can say console.log, and now when I will click the button, you will see I was clicked. If you keep clicking it, you can see that this number keeps increasing. It does not print this I was clicked statement again and again. It just updates this number so that it can identify, it can actually tell you that okay, so you have clicked the button this number of times. Okay, let me zoom. If I click it again, you see that the number keeps increasing. Now let me explain you this in a little more detail. So this function here is an anonymous function, and this function will only execute once this event is fired. So when we clicked this button, then this click event was triggered, and then this function was executed. Now you can cut this function, and you can create this function separately, and then store that in a variable, and then refer that variable here. You can do that as well. I can say const do this equals to this function. Okay, and now I can take this do this function, and I can refer that here. So when click event will occur, then do this function will be called. Now we don't have to call it. Okay, don't call it. This do this function will be called once this click event will occur. So now if you save this, if you click it, you'll see the same output, I was clicked. Okay, so it is as simple as that. You take the element, you add an event listener to it, the type of event, and then what you want to do, you define that by creating a function. Okay, so after that we have submit. So this submit button, this submit event, we access this submit event on the form. So let me show you the documentation. Okay, so let's go here, and I'm gonna search for submit submit event. If I click it, if I go a little down, you can read it. So if you read, it says the submit event fires when a form is submitted. So submit event is used with the form. So whenever we are submitting the form, then we need to save the data. Okay, so something like that. And we can find an example if we navigate little down. So here you can find the HTML and then the JavaScript. Well, here is the example. So if I do something, if I click submit form, you see form submitted, it generated a timestamp and it gives us a unique timestamp. So if I click submit form again, you see that each time it is generating us a new timestamp. Okay, and so let's see the code. And I'm just going to copy it, okay, because I've already taught you how do we work with form in the front end course. Okay, you can read about the example. So this example uses event target, which is form.add event listener, to listen for form submit and logs the current event.timestamp. Whenever that occurs, then prevents the default action of submitting the form. So let me explain you everything in very layman term. Okay, so first of all, we are going to paste this HTML right here in the index.html file, and then let's come to DOM, and we'll have to, let's say it. So we have form and then we have this log. Okay, so let's get it. We are going to say, I think we already have this example here, so why not copy this? So let me copy this, and I'm going to paste it here. And they have used get element by id to get the value of form and this log. Okay, so let me explain you what is happening. So we are going to add an event listener to this form. So I can say form dot add event listener. The type of event is going to be submit, and then here we can pass the function that we want to execute once this form was submitted. Okay, now here you don't have to always use function declaration. You can use a function, arrow function as well. Okay, so the more modern syntax of declaring a function, that is arrow function. Okay, so the work that we have to do is to, when someone submits this form, then the timestamp should be pushed into this paragraph. Okay, so the inner HTML of this paragraph should have the timestamp of the exact time when this submit button was hit. Okay, so when it was pressed. So here I can actually say, so if I navigate above here, you can see it says that yeah, whenever that occurs, then prevents the default action of submitting the form. What does it mean? See, when you have a form, then the default behavior of form is reloading, which means that let me show you. If I fill this form, let me save it. Let's go here, and if I fill this form, if I say something, if I hit submit form, did you see our web page reloaded? See, our web page is reloading. Okay, now we do not want to do this. So for this, we will have to prevent our form from loading. Now how can I do this? Well, here comes event. So in this function, in this anonymous function, that is also called as a callback function, which we are going to talk about in asynchronous JavaScript section coming up next. So here we receive an object that is called as event. So whatever event, whatever object, so here we receive an object that contains all the detail about this type of event. For example, if you want to know about the details of this submit event, you can catch that here. So here we receive an object, and mostly it is called as E, but you can call it anything. You can call it my events. Okay, but mostly it is called as E or events. Let's call it event. And then here, since the default behavior of the form is reloading the web page, we'll have to prevent that from happening. Okay, so I can say event dot, on this event method we have this prevent default function, and we'll have to call it. Now if I save this, let's come over here, and now if you try to use this form, submit form, you will see that our form, our web page is not reloading. Okay, so we fixed one thing. Now after that we have to do this. So we have to take this log, and on this log we have to insert the data of timestamps. Now where can I get that timestamps? Well, you can get the timestamps from this event object. So if I log this console.log event, you will see that we receive lots of properties on this event object. So if I quickly write something, submit form, you expand this, you see on this event, on this submit event, we have these much properties, and one of them is timestamps. So this is the value that they are getting right here. They are pushing it here. Okay, so here I can take this timestamps. So here I can say log dot inner HTML, and here I'm just going to use a template string, and then here I'm just going to say the current time stamp of the form submission is this dollar event dot time stamp. Okay, and if I save this, now if I write something, do this work submit form, you see that our paragraph got this inner HTML pushed into it. Now if you see here, you'll see that it has used text content. What's the difference between text content and inner HTML? Well, in inner HTML you can actually completely modify the target element. For example, the target element on which we are pushing the text is paragraph, right? Now it would not make sense, but let me do it. Here I can actually pass the HTML. So here I can say that, hey, I want this to be converted into an H1. Okay, so now if I save this, you will see that we'll have an H1 inside the paragraph. So random text submit form, you see that our output is now translated into an H1. So if you now see the element inside paragraph, we have this H1. Okay, so inside paragraph we have this H1. So if you now change this to text content instead of inner HTML, then text content simply formats this entire thing. It does not parse this H1 into the original H1 tag of HTML. So if you say, what is this text content, if I save this, let's do it, lol submit form. Now I can see that entire H1 is rendering. Of course this is working. See, if I keep hitting submit form, you see that our timestamps is updating. But since we have added H1 as well, so text content simply means whatever the content of text, just output that. Okay, so this is the difference between text content and inner HTML. So I will always suggest you to use inner HTML. You have additional control by using inner HTML. Okay, so this is the submit event, and after this we have key press event. Again, key press event simply means to when you press something on the keyboard, then something should happen, and key press event is used on input object. So yeah, we already have this input type text. So let's see a very pure example. Okay, so let's search for key press event, expand this, and key press event, this one. Okay, let's not get into this, let me show you. I'm going to say that first of all we'll have to create one input button on its own. I'm just going to create input dot text. Okay, I'll say nothing, but type is text. I'm just going to give it a class of enter. Okay, and nothing. I'm just going to give it a placeholder, enter your name. We will have this input. You see we have this input. Okay, now on this input we can actually add a key event. So first of all we'll have to get this input event itself. So I'm going to get this. So I'll have to say, let's duplicate this one. Okay, and this time we are going to use query selector, and this one, enter. Okay, and the class is dot. So I will say input, and on this input we can add this event listener that is listening for key press and then do something. So I can say console.log. I'll say key was pressed, and now if you want to know which key was pressed, again you can receive that on this event. So you can call it event, and now here you can say console.log event, save it. If I save it here, if I will have to go to console. If I click this, now if I hit keyboard, I'll have to hit the keyboard. You see, now if you expand these objects, you will actually be able to figure out that which key was pressed. So C was pressed. Okay, expand this to figure out that B was pressed. Okay, so here you can log it, key was pressed. Let's use the template string. I can say key was pressed, I will say event, not like this, dollar event dot, the property name is key. Okay, so I can say key. Okay, now if I save this, let's go here. If I press key, now I see key was pressed A, D, F, G. Okay, so that's how you deal with key press. And same way we have this mouse events as well. For example, if I have this H1, so somewhere over here we already have this H1. Okay, so I can apply an event listener on this H1. So let's get this one. So to get this H1, we are just going to fetch it using query selector and with the ID. Okay, so like this. And now on this heading main, we are going to add the event listener, that will be mouse over, and we are going to do a very simple task, that is we are just going to change the color. Okay, so heading main dot style dot, let's say color equals to orange. Okay, so now when you will move our mouse over this H1, you will see that the color will change. Okay, so did you see that the color changed? Okay, so this is DOM manipulation, the complete basics and fundamentals of using DOM to interact with the web page. Now as for now, you don't have to know more than what I taught you. Of course, I could have taught you the advanced concepts of DOM as well, but I deliberately choose to keep it as simple as I could have. This is enough DOM understanding for you as a beginner. Now in this course, we are not going to develop any major project because I want you all to first clear your concepts of JavaScript. We will take care about projects in a separate video. There I will teach you advanced DOM manipulation with some more deep concepts. For now, just clear your basic concepts revolving around JavaScript, become enough comfortable that you can understand the code on your own. Okay, let's now move on and let's now understand how the internals of JavaScript works. There is a clear difference between knowing JavaScript and understanding JavaScript. Whatever I have taught you so far is all good for knowing JavaScript. You can move forward and continue your journey. But if you really want to become good in JavaScript, you will have to understand the working of it. You can ask me, is it that necessary? Without a doubt, I will say yes. You will ask me why, and I will say most of the development related work, I am talking about front end and back end, are done using the JavaScript language. Gone are the days when we used to create basic web apps by separating the HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Now JavaScript has become more powerful and the world of development has changed. Now we have front-end frameworks like React and Angular that enhances our workflow and lets us control the development from one single main point. So with its rapid use in developing industry-level projects, the expectations of employers are all-time high. They want to hire professionals who actually know what they are doing, not someone who does something but have no idea about how that works. So it becomes really important for you to understand the working of JavaScript and what goes behind the scenes. So now we are going to do the same. We will understand the complete working of JavaScript. We will understand what is JavaScript engine and the runtime, what is execution context and the call stack, scope chain, hoisting, this keyword, and the clear difference of this keyword in a regular function and in an arrow function. And we will also understand how primitives versus object values differs. This one is pretty interesting, and remember, I had promised you I will teach you about this one. So yes, this section is fully packed with all the essentials of JavaScript knowledge that you must have if you really want to become confident in JavaScript. So let's go ahead and let's dive in. How is JavaScript code executed? So JavaScript always runs in some environment, that is most typically the browser. It can be any browser, Chrome, Firefox, Safari, etc. This is where JavaScript runs. So when we write the JavaScript code and runs it, there is a lot of important steps happens behind the scenes. So what happens is the host, so where JavaScript is hosted, has a JavaScript engine that takes the code and executes it. In very simple term, a JavaScript engine is a program that executes JavaScript code. There are many different engines out there like Google's V8 engine that Google Chrome uses, but there are others such as SpiderMonkey and JavaScript Core and many more. Now, the first thing that happens inside the engine is that our code is parsed by a parser, which basically reads our code line by line and checks if the syntax of the code that we gave is correct or not. So this means that the parser knows the JavaScript rules and how it should be written in order to be correct and valid. And if you make some mistake, then the parser will stop the execution and will throw you an error. And if everything is correct, then the parser produces a data structure called as abstract syntax tree, which is then translated to machine code. Now this code is no longer the JavaScript code, but a set of instructions that can now be processed by the computer's processor, and it's only when our code already converted to machine code actually runs and does its work. It is not important to memorize all of this. Just getting a basic idea of how the code is parsed behind the scenes in the JavaScript engine is enough. So let's now move on to the next lecture and understand the execution context and the call stack. In the last lecture, we saw what happens in the JavaScript engine once we run our code and how it is parsed and then converted to machine code. Now let's focus on the order in which the code executes, and for that we need to understand execution context. All JavaScript code runs in an environment, and these environments are called execution context. So you can imagine an execution context like a box or a container that stores variables and in which a piece of our code is evaluated and executed. We will go more in depth in the next slide. Now, the default execution context is always the global execution context. Remember how I just said an execution context is the environment in which a piece of our code is executed. Now, related to this, always remember these 4 points and understanding the execution context will be easy. The default execution context is always the global context. So this is the start of the execution. Every program starts with the calling of the global execution context. To make it more simple, you can consider it the main function from where the parsing starts. Remember that I just said that an execution context is where a piece of code is executed. Well, in a global context, all the code that is not inside of any function is executed first. And this is very important. So again, the global execution context is for variables and functions that are not inside of any function. And this will become clear just in a moment when we will see the code execution representation. Now, you can also think of an execution context as an object. Remember objects from the introductory lectures? So the global execution context is associated with the global object, which in the case of the browser is the window object. So everything that we declare in the global context automatically gets attached to the window object in the browser, and it works like this. Declaring a variable called myname or window.myname is the exact same thing. It's like myname is a property of the window object. Now, we all know that properties are just variables attached to objects. So this makes sense, right? Now I know that these all may be going over your head, so it's completely normal. I will suggest you to take notes and read these terms word by word and line by line and try to find the resemblance between them and give it some time. It will all make sense. You can come back to these lectures anytime in the future. These are not going anywhere. And if you have doubt anyway, you can ask me in the comment section. Again, remember the global execution context is for code that is not inside of any function. But what about code that is in functions? It's actually very simple. Each time that we call a function, it gets its own brand new execution context. Okay, now let's see an example and then it will all make sense how the code execution works. So this first declaration of channel name variable is not in any function. So we are in the global execution context. The red arrow is pointing to that. So this variable is stored in the global object. We will see how that works in the next lecture. Next up, first function, the second function, and the third function. These three functions are also in the global execution context. So all of the global data are stored in this global execution context. And now this is where the fun begins, because here is where we have called the first function. So again, remember the rule. A new function gets its new execution context, which means a new execution context for this function will be created and it will be put on the top, forming the so-called current execution stack. Now, for the duration of this first function call, the execution context for that function becomes the active context in which the code is executed. So let's get inside the first function with our arrow and see what is inside that function. So this a variable will now be stored in the execution context for this function and not anymore in the global code. In simple language, all the code described in the first function will be stored in its own execution context. Now inside of this first function, we are calling the second function, and I hope you are ready with your guess what will happen. Yes, again a brand new execution context will be created and put on the top of the execution stack, because we are calling a function and each function gets its own execution context in which their code is stored. And now this becomes the active context. So in this function, we have variable b stored in this new execution context, and now we call the third function inside of the second function, and once more a new execution context is created and put on the top of the stack, and now this becomes the active execution context. So inside of the third function, we just have few variable declarations and nothing much. So it will be stored in this execution context. So this function has now done all its work, and so we say when a function is done, it returns. So what happens to its execution context? Well, it simply gets popped off the stack. Then the context of the second function, which called the third function, is back to being the active context, and we go back to the second function. So this c variable gets stored in the current context, and after this function returns, this context also pops off the stack. And now we are back to the first function, and here the same thing is happening. So the function is done, it returns, and so we exit it, and the execution context pops off the stack. And this is how all the code gets executed. All three functions created three execution context and popped off the stack when the function returned. And once all of the code is executed, we then mark our program to be finished, permanently popping off even the main context. It truly marks that our program is finished doing the task it was intended to do. I hope that all of this made sense to you. Now you may ask, how are all these execution contexts actually created, and why is this so important? So let's now take a small break, and in the next lecture I will show you how the execution context is created. In the last lecture we saw when an execution context is created, but how does that happen? Let's see now. Let's start by creating a representation of an execution context so that we can have a bit more details of how it works. We can associate an execution context as an object, and this object has three properties: variable object, which will contain function arguments, inner variable declarations as well as function declarations, the scope chain, which will contain the current variable objects as well as the variable objects of its parent, and then the this variable. Alright, so how is an execution context created? So let's first revise what we already know. That is, each time a function is created, we get a new execution context and it is put on the top of the execution stack, right? Now this happens in two phases: creation phase and the execution phase. In the creation phase, first we have the variable object. We will talk about this in the next slide. The creation of the scope chain, and lastly the this keyword is determined and set. So basically, the properties of the execution context object that we have here in the left side are defined. Then in the execution phase, the code of the function that generated the current execution context is ran line by line and all the variables are defined. If it is global context, then it is global code that is executed. So let's now look at the creation of the variable object in the creation phase. So this is what happens in the creation of the variable object. The argument object is created containing all the arguments that were passed into the function. The code then is scanned for function declaration, and for each function a property is created in the variable object pointing to that function. This means that all the functions will be stored inside variable object even before the code starts executing, and this is very important for you to know. And lastly, the code is scanned for variable declarations, and for each variable a property is created in the variable object and set to undefined. And these last 2 points is what we commonly call hoisting. Functions and variables are hoisted in JavaScript, which means that they are available before the execution phase starts. They are hoisted in a different way though. The difference between functions and variables is that functions are already defined before the execution phase starts, while variables are set to undefined and will only be defined in the execution phase. Now, just to recap all of this once again, each execution context has an object which stores a lot of important data that the function will use while it is running, and this happens even before the code is executed. Let's see all of this by writing code, and we will start with hoisting because this confuses a lot of beginners even though it is fairly a very simple concept. So let me explain that to you. So I was about to teach you hoisting practically, and I have prepared a simple presentation for that. But then I realized in this presentation I have used words like scope and block quite often. But wait a second, you are not familiar with these concepts yet because these are related to scope and scope chain, and we haven't talked about scope yet. So I thought it would be little, not much, but little confusing for you to understand hoisting without understanding what scope is. So I decided I should get you familiar with scope first, and after this we will talk about hoisting. And believe me, scope is also pretty easy to understand. So let's now talk about scope. So scoping answers where can we access a certain variable. In JavaScript, each function creates a new scope, which is the area in which the variables it defines are accessible. In many programming languages, a scope is also created by if block, for block or while block, but not in JavaScript. In JavaScript, only a new function creates a new scope. Also in JavaScript, we have lexical scoping, which means a function that is lexically inside another function, means it is written inside another function, gets access to the scope of the parent function, and with that it also gets access to the variables and functions that the parent function defines. Let's now see all of this in code and it will become crystal clear. But first, let's now understand a scope chain with an analogy by visiting a township. Understanding scope is really not that difficult. Imagine we are inside a township and this township is divided into 4 blocks. Block A, which contains some houses, and I have given them the name house A, house A1, house A2, and then inside block B we just have one house, house B, and similar to this we have block C with just one house, house C, and block D, house D. Now, how can we understand scope with this analogy? What is the context of JavaScript scope with this analogy? In JavaScript, we have 3 levels of scope. But first, let me tell you what is a scope. A scope is the area in which a variable is declared and is accessed. So we have 3 levels of scope: global scope, local scope, and then block scope. So let me now explain you all of this in a very simple term. So this mango tree is in the center of this township. So this mango tree is not inside anyone's compartment, anyone's block, okay? Which means that mangoes on this tree, I want to apologize in advance because I'm really sorry for all the analogies that I'm bringing here related to food. I really love mangoes, okay? I could not find better example than this. So this mango tree really contains some sweet and juicy mangoes. Now since this mango tree is in the global scope, mangoes of this tree can be plucked by everyone. So all of the houses has access to these mangoes. So house A can pluck it, B, C, D, everyone can pluck it, okay? Why? Because this is in the center of the township. If I take this tree and if I put it inside block A, now this mango tree is no longer part of the global scope, which means this mango tree is now in local scope of block A, where we have these three houses. So mangoes of this tree can only be accessed by these three houses: house A, house A1 and house A2. Mangoes of this tree can no longer be accessed by house B, house C and house D. Why? Because this mango tree is now inside the local scope of block A. Now if you take this mango tree and now if you put it inside the scope, actually the block of this house A1, now the mangoes of this mango tree can only be accessed by this house A1. Now neither house A nor house A2 can access mangoes of this mango tree. So I hope the analogy has been really cleared. So if it is in the global scope, everyone can access mangoes of this tree. If it is inside the local scope, then mangoes can be accessed locally. And if it is inside an individual block, then only that block can access mangoes. So this is very simple scope. Now related to this, let's now write few lines of code and then it will become crystal clear. So I have declared a variable mangoes on tree and I have set it a value of 10. So just consider that on our mango tree we have 10 mangoes. Now I'm going to create few functions. Function house A, which will try to access this mangoes on tree, and then house B and house C. And I'm just skipping house D because the example will work pretty much similar for that function as well. So we are trying to access mangoes on the tree inside of all of these functions. So just consider that all of these houses are trying to access mangoes on the tree. If I save this, you will see that all of the functions were successfully able to access mangoes on the tree. So now let me explain it with the analogy. So this mango tree is in the global scope. So this variable is in the global scope. So something that is in the global scope, any function can access it. So house A was able to access it, house B and house C was also able to access it. So it's in the global scope. Now if I move this mango tree in this block A, now these three houses will not be able to access this mango, okay? Which means that if I create this variable inside house A, now house B and house C will not be able to access the mangoes. If I save this, you will see uncaught reference error. Mangoes on tree is not defined from line 12, 17 and 14. So from line 12 and 17, okay? So these two functions were not able to access mangoes on the tree. Why? Because now the tree has been moved inside this block. This tree is no longer inside the global scope, but this tree is inside this local scope, okay? So this is scoping. Scoping tells where a certain variable can be accessed. Now inside this, if I create one more function, I'll say function house A1, okay? And now if I try to console.log mangoes on tree, and now I'll have to call it house A1, you will see that house A1 is also able to access mangoes on tree. So if I save this, you see that we are accessing 10. So from line 9, we are able to access house A1 is also able to access mangoes on the tree. Why? Because this mango tree is inside block A, and then block A has, so these houses has access to block A, so they are able to access mangoes. But now if I put this mangoes on tree inside house A1, so Yes, right here. Now you'll see that this house will not be able to access this mango. Okay, so if I now save this, you'll see we will generate reference error from line 6. So from line 6, mangoes on tree. So it says mangoes on tree is not defined. Why? Because now mangoes on tree is inside this block. So this is global scope, code that is written globally. This is block scope. And now in JavaScript, if, else, while, these are the code that creates block scope. Okay, but this is a function, so you can consider this as local scope as well. But you can understand the context that if this variable is created inside this block, then only this block can access this variable. If you try to access this variable outside of this block, it will throw you an error. Okay, so this is a very simple example of scoping. Let's now take it to advanced level, because we also have to understand certain rules related to scoping. In previous few lectures, we have learned that each execution context has a variable environment, a scope chain, and a this keyword. So in this lecture, we are going to learn what scope and the scope chain are, why they are so important, and how they actually work. And let's start by understanding what scoping means and learn about some related concepts. So scoping controls how our program's variables are organized and accessed by the JavaScript engine. So basically, scoping asks the question, where do variables live, or where can we access a certain variable and where not. Now in JavaScript, we have something called lexical scoping. Lexical scoping simply means the way variables are organized and accessed is entirely controlled by the placement of functions and block of program's code. For example, a function that is written inside another function has access to the variables of the parent function. So again, variable scoping is influenced by where exactly we write our functions and code blocks, and scope is the space or environment in which a certain variable is declared. As simple as that. Now in JavaScript, we have the global scope, function scope, and block scope, and we will talk about all of these three in a second. But let's also define what the scope of a variable is. So the scope of a variable is basically the entire region of our code where a certain variable can be accessed. Now I know these concepts might be confusing for now, but after looking at a few examples and writing some real code, you will understand everything I just showed you here. Now let's talk about three different types of scope in JavaScript. So that's global scope, function scope, and block scope. And remember, scope is the place in our code where variables are declared. And when I say variables, the exact same things are true for functions as well, because functions, after all, are also just values that are stored in the variables. So first, the global scope is once more the top level code. So this is for variables that are declared outside of any functions or block. These variables will be accessible everywhere in our program, in all functions and in all blocks. So really everywhere. Next, each and every function creates a scope, and the variables declared inside that function scope are only accessible inside that function. This is also called a local scope. So local variable lives in the function, so to say, and outside of the function, the variables are then not accessible at all. Anyway, in this example here, the current year is 2023 inside the calc_age function, and therefore we can use it in the function to do calculations. But outside of the function, the variable is not found, and if we try to log that outside of the function, we get a reference error. Now traditionally, only functions used to create scopes in JavaScript, but starting in ES6, blocks also creates a scope now, and with blocks, we simply means everything between curly braces, such as the blocks of the if statement or a for loop. So just like functions, variables declared inside blocks are only accessible inside that block and not outside of it. Now the big difference is that block scopes only apply to variables declared with let and const. So again, only let and const variables are restricted to the blocks in which they were created. That's why we say that let and const variables are block scoped. So if I declare a variable with where, that variable then would still be accessible outside of the block and would be scoped to the current function or to the global scope, and that's why we say that where is function scoped. Finally, also starting in ES6, all functions are also block scoped, at least in strict mode, which you should always be using anyway in development mode. And just like with let and const variables, this means that functions declared inside a block are only accessible inside that block, and we will see examples of all of these in next video when we will write some code. Finally, also starting in ES6, all functions are also block scoped, at least in strict mode, which you should always be using anyway. And just like with let and const variables, this means that functions declared inside a block are only accessible inside that block, and we will see examples of all of these in next video when we will write some code. So now to understand all this a little bit better, let's actually look at a more real and detailed example and also learn about the scope chain. And here we have some code with different functions and blocks, and we are going to take a look at the scopes that are in this code as well as build the scope chain. And of course, we start with the global scope. So in global scope, my name is the only variable that is here in the global scope. Now technically, first function also counts as a variable that is present in the global scope, but I want to keep it simple here, and so I will only consider variable declarations and no functions. Just keep in mind, whatever I am explaining here for variables also works the same for functions. Anyway, inside the global scope, we have a scope for the first function because each function creates its own scope, remember? And what's in this scope? Well, it's the age variable that is declared right at the top of the function. Next, inside the first scope, let's now consider the second function, which will also create its own scope containing the job variable set to software engineer. So as you can see, we have a nested structure of scope with one scope inside the other. But now comes the actually interesting part, because here in the second function, we have this line of code where we need the myname variable and the age variable, which are not declared inside the current scope. But we really need these variables because otherwise we can't create this string here, right? So how can this be fixed? How will the JavaScript engine know the value of these variables? Well, the secret is that every scope always has access to all variables from its outer scopes, so from all its parent scope. In our example, this means that the second scope can access the age variable from the scope of the first function, and of course, this also means that the first scope can access variables that are in the global scope because that is the parent scope. As a consequence of this, the second scope will then also be able to access the myname variable from the global scope because it has access to the variables from the first scope, and this is essentially how the scope chain works. In other words, if one scope needs to use a certain variable but cannot find it in current scope, it will look up in the scope chain and see if it can find the variable in one of the parent scopes. If it can, it will then use that variable, and if it can't, then there will be an error, and this process is called variable lookup. Now, it's important to notice that these variables are not copied from one scope to another. Instead, a scope simply looks up into the scope chain until they find what they need and use it. What's also important to note is that this does not work the other way around. A certain scope will never ever have access to the variables of an inner scope. In this example, the first scope will never get access to the job variable that is stored in the second scope. So again, one scope can only look up in a scope chain, but it cannot look down. Basically, so only parent scope can be used, but not child scopes. Anyway, with all this in place, now this line of code, which is console.log, can be executed and print to the console, Ankit is a 30-year-old software engineer. Even though the myname and age variables are not defined in the current scopes, all the engines did was to get them from the scope chain. Now, we still have one more scope left here, and that's the one created by this block here. So starting with ES6, not only functions create scopes, but also blocks. However, these scopes only work for the ES6 variable types, so for let and const variable. That's why the only variable that's in the scope is the isAllowedToDrive variable, because the isAnArmyLover variable is not declared with let or const. Therefore, it is not scoped to just this block. Instead, isAnArmyLover variable is part of the first function scope because it is declared with var. So remember the rule, block scope only works with ES6 variable types. Now about the scope chain, if the isAnArmy variable is in the first function scope, then of course the second function scope also has access to it, even if it doesn't really need that variable. Also, the scope chain does apply to block scopes as well, and therefore in if block scope we get access to all the variables from its outer scope, so from the first function scope and of course from the global scope. Now it is important to understand that our purple block scope does not get access to any variables from the green second function scope, and the same is the other way around. And why is that? Well, it's because of lexical scoping, as we learned in the last slide. So the way we can access the variable depends on where the scope is placed, so where it is written in the code. In this case, none of these two scopes is written inside of one another. They are both child scopes of the first function. We could even say that they are sibling scopes. So by the rules of lexical scoping, they cannot have access to each other's variable simply because one is not written inside the other one. We can also say that the scope chain only works upwards and not sideways. Alright, we have understand a lot now. Let's take a small break, and from the next section we will start understanding everything practically with code. So this is the same example that you just saw in the presentation. We have a variable defined in the global scope which can be accessed anywhere in the code, and then we have this first function inside which we have this age variable declared with this const keyword, and then we have this if block, and I will show you in a moment why this if block. And then inside this first function we again have second function, and then we are calling it. Now here all we are trying to do is trying to build a meaningful string by using all the variables that are defined in the different scopes in our program. So you can see that this my name and age variables are not defined in the scope of this second function. We just have this job variable defined here. But if I save this file, you will see that we are successfully able to build a meaningful string out of it. So it says CodeBlock is 21 years old, software engineer. Now the purpose of this example is to make you understand how does the variable lookup upwards works. So in the second function's scope, we just have this job variable. We do not have my name and age defined here. So how this second function is able to access my name from this global scope and this age from its parent scope? It's pretty simple, right? I told you the rules. If a function is lexically sitting inside another function, then this function has access to all of the code that is defined in its parent function, right? So this second function did a variable lookup upwards. First, it tried to figure out the my name and age variable inside this scope, where it could not find these two variables. So second function did a variable lookup upwards. So it went to its parent to find out these two variables. There it could not find my name, but yeah, it found age. So it fetched the value of age from there. And now to figure out the variable my name, the second function did even higher variable lookup upwards. So it went to the global scope. So remember, global scope is accessible from everywhere. So now this second function was able to find this my name variable in the global scope. So now it fetched the value of my name from global scope. Pretty simple, right? Now what is this if block? Now before explaining you why have I created this if block, let me tell you that it is really important for you to understand the difference between let, const and var when you are working with scope. So related to this, I am going to write the rules. So the rule is, variables declared using let and const keyword are block scoped, which means that variables created with let and const keyword are accessible only inside the block they are created. But variables declared using the var keyword are function scoped, which means they are available inside the function they are created, which means that here you can see inside this if block we have created allowed to drive variable using this let keyword. Okay, so if you try to access this allowed to drive variable outside of this block, you will run into an error. You can use the const as well. Okay, so if you try to access it here, if you say console.log allowed to drive, it will throw you a reference error. It says allowed to drive is not defined. So line 33. So from line 33 we generated an error. Why? Because variables declared using const and let, they are block scoped, so they are only available inside the block they are created. The same thing will happen for let keyword as well. Okay, if I save this, we'll have the same error. Okay, but if you try to access this can enroll for army variable, now you will actually be able to fetch it, so we'll get true. Why? Because variables declared using the var keyword are function scoped. So if you declare this variable can enroll for army using var keyword within this if block, then it means that this variable is accessible for us to use inside this entire first function, because variables are function scoped. This is the rule. Let and const are block scoped. So if you want to access this let, then you'll have to access it only inside this if block, and now you'll be able to get the value of allowed to drive. So now you get the true. Okay, now if you try to do something like this, you can do it. You can say can enroll for army, and then here again we can use the template string and we can access this can enroll for army variable. So if I save this, we will see nice formatted string. So can enroll for army, true. But if you try to access this allowed to drive variable, you will not be able to access. Reference error. Why? Because this allowed to drive variable is declared inside this if block, and we are trying to access this inside this scope of the second function. So you cannot do that. Okay, if you really want to use this allowed to drive variable, then you'll have to bring in the scope of the first function. So now truly making it available in the first scope. So now if I save this, now we will be able to get this true. And let me change this one, can enroll for can drive, true. Okay, so this is how a scope actually works. Always remember this. Okay, now always remember that the variable that you have created in the child function, they are not accessible into the parent function. So you cannot access this job here. So if you try to access job, again you are going to run into error. So it says reference error, job is not defined. Why? Because variable lookup only happens upwards, it does not happen downwards. So this function, second function, can access variables of its parent function, but the parent cannot access any data of its child. So let me give you a very simple example. I can say function parent, or let's call it grandpa. Okay, grandpa, and then inside this I can say function papa, and then function child. Okay, so if your grandpa purchases something, const chocolate, I hope the spelling is correct, cad buddy. Your father, when he was a child, he could have easily accessed this chocolate, right? And similar to this, if your parent purchased some, let's say car, okay, I can call it a scorpion, then the child can also access this car. Okay, so I can say cl car. Okay, and yeah, I almost forgot to call this. So let's call car, and we'll have to call papa function here, and then we'll have to call this grandpa right here. If I save this, you see we get true. Okay, we are getting this reference error from this line 35. Let's comment this out. So now let me explain you. So okay, we are getting again car is not a function, so it's papa. Okay, or actually it's child. So child, okay, good. Now you see we get Cadbury and a Scorpio N. So grandpa has some chocolates. Our father has a car. This child was able to access this car, and then this child can also access this chocolate. So I can say chocolate, okay. If I save this, you'll see that child is able to access the chocolate as well as the car. But if you try to, if you have something, for example, you purchased something, I can say const, yeah, why not? I also purchased chocolate. I will say dairy milk. There is no power in this world that can let a father snatch, I would say snatch, but children thinks that no, you cannot actually get chocolates from your children, okay, because they are kid, okay. So if you try to access this chocolate of kid, I will name it chocolate of child. I'm gonna access this chocolate of child here. You will see that we will not be able to access it. Reference error. Chocolate of child is not defined. Why? Because child can access parent. You can access all the properties of your grandpa, of your papa, but you will not let your papa or your grandpa access any of the items that you have purchased, of course, because you are a kid, okay. So you are mature enough to understand that when you become adult, you will be sharing every good things with your grandpa and papa because they have worked really hard for you to put where you are right now, okay. So this is the example for all the kids when they are not mature, okay. So yeah, this is very simple example. Variable always works upwards, it does not works downwards. Child can access parent, but parent cannot access child. This is the rule of JavaScript, not the rule of life. Let's now move forward and try to understand what is hoisting. Hoisting is a fairly simple process, but it is often misunderstood. So we learned that an execution context always contains three parts: a variable environment, the scope chain in the current context, and the this keyword. So we already understand the scope chain. So now let's understand about variable environment, and in particular how variables are actually created in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, we have a mechanism called as hoisting. In JavaScript, some types of variables are available for us to use before they are declared in the code. Now it is commonly said that hoisting is simply magically lifting the variable and putting it in the top of their scope, for example, to the top of the function. Now this is what hoisting looks on the surface, but behind the scenes, that's in fact not what happens. Instead, behind the scenes, the code is scanned for variable declarations before it is executed. So this happens during the so-called creation phase of the execution context that we talked before. And then for each variable that is in the code, a new property is created in the variable environment object. And that's how hoisting really works. Okay, now remember, hoisting does not work the same for different variable types. So let's see how hoisting works for function declarations, variable defined with var keyword, variables with let and const keyword, and also function expressions and also arrow functions. So function declarations are hoisted and the initial value in the variable environment is set to the actual function. So in practice, this means is that we can call function declarations before they are actually declared in the code. And it works this way because they are stored in the variable environment object even before the code starts executing. And to just tell you that a function declaration is a block scoped, which means they are available only in the block where they are declared. But yes, only if you are using a strict mode, which you should always use. But in sloppy mode, even function declarations will be function scoped. Moving forward, variables declared with var keyword is also hoisted, but they are hoisted to undefined, and this is a really weird behavior for beginners. You might think you will get error if you try to access a variable before it is declared or to get the actual value, but not to get undefined, because getting undefined is just really weird and it's not useful either, right? And actually, this behavior is a common source of bugs in JavaScript, and this is one of the main reasons in modern JavaScript it is suggested to almost never use var to declare variables. On the other hand, let and const variables are not hoisted. Well, technically they are hoisted, but their value is set to uninitialized. so there is no value to work with at all. And so in practice, it is as if hosting is not happening at all. Instead, they are placed in the so-called temporal dead zone, which makes it so that we can't access variables between the beginning of the scope and the place where the variables are declared. So as a consequence, if we attempt to use let and const variables before it is declared, we will get an error. Also, let and const are block scope, so they exist only in the block they are created, and we have already seen this in the scope video. And all these factors together is basically the reason why let and const were first introduced in the JavaScript language and why we use them now instead of where in modern JavaScript. Okay, but now what about function expressions and arrow functions? How does hoisting work for these? Well, it depends if they were created using var or let or const, because keep in mind that these functions are simply variables, so they behave exact the same way as variables in regard to hoisting. This means a function expression or an arrow function created with var is hoisted to undefined, but if created with let and const, it is not usable before it is declared in the code because of the temporal dead zone. I will explain this in a moment, please wait. So again, just like normal variables. And this is the actual reason why I told you earlier in the functions video that we cannot use function expressions before we write them in the code, unlike function declarations. Okay, now to make everything crystal clear, let's discuss the temporal dead zone in little details, and then we will write some code to understand all of this better. So in this example code, we are gonna look at the job variable. It is a const, so it is scoped only to this if block, and it's gonna be accessible starting from the line where it is defined. Why? Well, because there is this temporal dead zone for the job variable. It's basically the region of the scope in which the variable is defined but can't be used in any way. So it is as if the variable didn't even exist. If you still try to access it while in the temporal dead zone, like we actually do in the first line of the if block, we will get a reference error telling us that we can't access job before initialization. So exactly as we learned in the last slide. However, if you try to access a variable that was actually never even created in the last line here where we want to log x, then we get a different error message saying that x is not defined at all. What this means is that job is in fact in the temporal dead zone where it is still not initialized, but the engine knows that it will eventually be initialized because it already read the code before and set the job variable environment to uninitialized. Then when the execution reached the line where the variable is declared, it is removed from the temporal dead zone and then it is safe to use. So to recap, each and every let and const variable get their own temporal dead zone that starts at the beginning of the scope until the line where it is defined, and the variables is only safe to use after the temporal dead zone. Alright, now what is the actual need for JavaScript to have a temporal dead zone? Well, the main reason that the temporal dead zone was introduced in ES6 is that the behavior I described before makes it way easier to avoid and catch errors, because using a variable that is set to undefined before it's actually declared can cause serious bugs which might be hard to find. So accessing variables before declaration is bad practice and should be avoided, and the best way to avoid it is by simply getting an error when we attempt to do so, and that's exactly what a temporal dead zone does. A second and a smaller reason why the temporal dead zone exists is to make const variables actually work the way they are supposed to. So as you know, we can't reassign const variables. So it will not be possible to set them to undefined first and then assign their real value later. Const should never be reassigned. And so it's only assigned when execution actually reaches the declaration, and that makes it impossible to use the variable before. Okay? Alright, so let's now understand all of this by writing few lines of code. Let's now understand hoisting by writing few lines of code. Here I have declared three variables using var, let and const keyword. Now remember what is hoisting? In JavaScript, some of the variables are available for us to use before they are declared. So these variables are declared on line 80, 81 and 82 respectively. Now according to hoisting, we will be able to use few of these variables even before they are declared. So what if we try to access variable a on line 76? What do you think will be the output? So if you really paid closer attention in the previous video, you will be able to answer. So remember, I told you that variables declared using the var keyword, they are actually hoisted, but they are hoisted with the value of undefined. So if I save this, you see we get undefined. Why? Because variables declared with var keyword, they are undefined. Now what do you think will happen if I try to access this intro variable which is declared using this let keyword? So let me tell you that it will generate an error. So if I save this, we will get a reference error. It says cannot access intro before initialization, and same thing will happen for this year variable which is declared using the const keyword. So if I save now, again we are getting the same error, reference error, cannot access year before initialization. The reason is pretty simple. Variables declared using let and const, they are not hoisted. Technically they are hoisted, but their value is uninitialized, so they are in the temporal dead zone. So again, that's why if you try to access variables created using let and const keyword before they are declared, it will result into an error. Okay, so pretty simple, right? So this is hoisting with variables. Let's now see hoisting with functions. So here I have declared three functions: function declaration, function expression, and an arrow function. So we have already talked about all these three types of functions in the functions video, so there should be no problem understanding it. Now let me just explain you what are we doing with these functions. So we are just taking two parameters, we are receiving two parameters, and then we are returning the sum of those two parameters. So yeah, we are going to receive numbers, right? Now what do you think will happen if we try to access these functions before they are declared? So let's not do that. So since we are returning, then we need to either hold the value in the variable or directly console.log the function itself. So I'm going to log the function itself. Okay, I'll call add declaration, and here I'm going to pass two arguments. I'll say, let's say 20 and 40. Now what do you think will be the output of this code? So you can see the function is declared on line 86, and then we are calling it on line 85. So do you think that we will be able to print the sum of 20 and 40? If I save this, you will actually see the sum getting printed in the console. So 60. Well, the reason is function declarations are hoisted, and they are hoisted to its actual value, which is the function itself, right? So we have seen this in the presentation. Now what do you think will happen if I try to do the same thing with this function expression and arrow function? So let's call this one. Now if I save this, we are going to run into an error. The error will be reference error. If I save this, you see we get reference error, cannot access add expression before initialization. And if I comment this out, then we are going to get the same error for add arrow function as well. Reference error, cannot access add arrow before initialization. Well, the reason is pretty simple. Remember, I told you variables declared using the const keyword and let keyword, they are not hoisted. But before that, let me explain you something. Remember, when we were learning about functions, I told you that function expressions is nothing but a variable that has the value of function. So this is a variable, and this variable has the value function. This is also a variable which has the value of this function. Remember, so functions are also values in JavaScript. So if we have this value and if we want to deal with this value, then of course one major thing that we can do with these values is we can store them into the variable, right? Now we have declared this variable using const keyword. Now remember, I just told you that variables declared using const and let keyword, they are not accessible before they are declared. Why? Because they are uninitialized. They are hoisted, technically they are hoisted, but they are hoisted uninitialized, and they are still in the temporal dead zone. So I think I have this presentation open here. you can see it. Let and const variables, they are technically hosted, but the initial value is uninitialized because they are still in temporal dead zone. So you cannot access variables created using const and let keyword before it is declared. So let me quickly show that for let as well. We are going to get the same error, okay? If I comment add expression, you see we are getting the same error for add arrow. So const and let cannot be accessed. But if I quickly change this to where, now what do you think will happen? Well, let me tell you that we are going to run into an error again, but this time the error is not going to be reference error, but the error will be type error. If I save this, you see we get the type error. Add expression is not a function, and the same thing, the same error we will get for add arrow as well. So type error. Now you can ask me what is the difference between this reference error and the type error. So let me explain you pretty neatly. So remember, so variables created using the var keyword, they are hosted, but they are hosted to undefined. So it means that this add expression is actually undefined. So here we are actually not calling the add expression itself, but here we are calling this undefined. So if you do undefined, if you call undefined, then you are going to get the type error, okay? But first let me show you this. If I console.log the add expression and as well as add arrow, you'll see we will get undefined. If I save this, did you see we get undefined? Why? Because variables declared with var keyword, they are undefined. So it means that we are doing the same thing like this. We are getting reference error. So it's same as doing this one, undefined, and then passing it the arguments 12 and 12. If I hit enter, we are getting the same error, right? So type error. Undefined is not a function. Type error. Add expression is not a function. So I hope that this distinction between how hoisting works with function declaration, function expression, and an arrow function is clear to you. So always remember that hoisting only works with function declaration. Okay? So if you try to access function expression before it is declared as well as arrow function before it is declared, then you are going to run into an error. Either it will be a reference error or either it will be type error depending on the variable that you have used. Okay, so this is pretty simple hoisting. It simply tells that where a variable is accessible, where a function is accessible. Okay, so yeah, do make sure to go through this very simple table and try to do the manipulation on your own. Okay, next up we are going to talk about this keyword. So it is really very important for you to understand. Next up we are going to talk about this keyword, and then we will understand the more use cases of this keyword, how it actually behaves in multiple occasions. And after that we are going to understand about primitives versus objects, so the difference between them. So I'm going to see you in the next one. So the third and the last step of the creation phase is determining and setting the value of this variable, or also said as this keyword. So both are correct. So this variable is a variable that each and every execution context gets, and as we already know, it is stored in the execution context object. So where does this variable or this keyword points? In a regular function call, this keyword is undefined, but only in a strict mode. In sloppy mode, this keyword inside of a regular function call points at the global object, which in case of the browser is the window object, and this is actually the default. As simple as that. In a method call, which I hope you remember is a function attached to the object, this variable points to the object that is calling the method. And something very important about this is that this keyword is not assigned a value until a function where it is defined is actually called. So again, even though it may appear that this variable refers to the object where it is defined, this variable is technically assigned a value as soon as an object calls a method. Now, equipped with all the knowledge that you have gained so far, this makes total sense, right? Because this keyword is attached to an execution context, which is only created as soon as the function is invoked or called. So invoking or calling simply means the same. So now let's again write some code to understand this clearly, and yes, do make sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Let's now understand about this keyword by writing few lines of code. So I already have written few examples and I'm going to walk you through this. So few of the codes we have already seen. So this object we saw in the presentation, but nevertheless I'm going to walk you through what this object is actually doing again. So remember, in the global execution context, this points to the window object. So if you do console.log this in the global execution context, then this will refer to the window. And then if you try to access this inside of a regular function call, so the function could be anything. It could be function declaration, function definition, but not arrow function, because arrow function does not bind its on this. I'm going to explain you that in a moment, but this is a simple function declaration, and when you try to access the value of this inside of a simple function call, then in strict mode this will always be set to undefined. But in sloppy mode, let me show you, we are using strict mode, so that's why you are saying undefined. But if I quickly comment this line, now we are in the sloppy mode. So in sloppy mode, even if we are accessing this keyword inside of a regular function call, this will point to the window object. If I save this, you can see that this is pointing to the window object. Now in a method call, this keyword points to the object that is calling the method. Here I've created a very simple object, and which has few properties: first name, last name, year of birth, which I think was not in the presentation, but I added it because I want to show you something important. Okay, and yeah, just in a moment. So yeah, again I have say my name method and then calculate age method. So method should be pretty clear as of now. We have understood methods in much broader way, and I think I have talked about methods in quite a few times in recent times as well. Okay, so method is a very simple function that is attached to the object. Here I have named it say my name, which is a function which is simply concatenating the value of first name and last name. Here we are saying this dot fname, this dot lname. So in this context, this dot fname and this dot lname will be pointing to obj.fname and obj.lname. Why? Because this object is calling this method. So when an object calls a method, and if you have used this keyword inside that method, so this keyword will point to that object. Now we could have also done this. So if you want to access fname, remember how do we access the properties inside of an object? We say obj dot the name of the property, okay, name. Okay, if I save this, we will get John. But now instead of saying obj.fname, obj.lname, we are saying this dot fname. Okay, and then it will be equivalent to obj.fname plus obj.lname, and then it will simply generate John Wick. Okay, similarly we have calculate age, so it is also a function. Console.log 2026, so I'm assuming 2026 is the current year. 2026 minus this dot year of birth. So this year of birth is already declared here. So here we are saying this dot year of birth, which means that obj dot year of birth. Again, we could have done this as well. So we could have manually said obj dot year of birth, and it would work completely fine. But why to do this? We can simply refer this, and then it is simply going to point to the current year of birth that is declared in this object literal. Now always remember that this is not a code block, this is an object literal. Okay, now let me show you one very important thing. Remember I told you that now remember how I also said that this variable or this keyword is technically assigned a value as soon as an object calls a method. Now you may think the reason why this keyword was able to point to the properties of this obj object is because this keyword is sitting inside this object. Well, this is not the case. The reason why this keyword was able to point to the properties of this obj object is because this obj object called this say my name method, which in return this keyword asked a very simple question: what is the method that is calling me? So say my name is the method that is calling you. Now where this say my name is declared? So this say my name is declared inside this obj object. So this way this keyword will figure out that okay, so since say my name is inside this obj object, then I should target the properties of the current object that is calling the method. Okay, so this is how this keyword actually figures out the value it should target. Now let me give you a very simple example and then you will be able to understand. So here I'm going to create another object. I will say Captain Sparrow, and here I will declare year of birth, and I'll say 1978. So let's now calculate the age of Captain Jack Sparrow. Now again, I can define this calculate age variable here, okay, but why to do that? Again, I just said calculate age variable, but don't call it variable. This is property. It was my mistake, okay, apologies. Calculate age is a property. Again, it is a variable, but if this is inside an object, then the more technical term for this variable will be calling it a property, okay. So again, I can define a calc age property here, but why to do so? I can borrow this method from this obj object. How can I do that? Well, I can say that Captain Sparrow dot calculate age equals to this obj dot calculate age. Now don't call it, okay, that's it. Now this process in JavaScript is called method borrowing. So instead of creating the same method in this object, we can actually borrow it. So we are simply saying that hey, Captain Jack Sparrow dot calculate age, and remember how we created a property using this dot object as well. So here we are simply saying that Captain Sparrow dot calculate age is getting the value from obj, so obj dot calculate age. Now if you want to figure out what is the age of Captain Jack Sparrow if he was born in 1978, then all you have to do is Captain Sparrow dot calculate age and then call it, and now if you save it, you see now the age is 48. Now this keyword is actually not pointing to this object dot year of birth. Now this keyword is pointing to Captain Sparrow dot year of birth. Why? Because again, what is the object that is calling the method? In this case, Captain Sparrow is the object that is calling this calculate age method. So when Captain Sparrow called this calculate age method, again this keyword asked very simple two question: what is the method that is calling me? So calculate age is calling you. Now where this calculate age is sitting? Now in this context, this calculate age is sitting inside this Captain Sparrow dot calculate age. Okay, again this calculate age is inside this object, but here we have borrowed it. So this is same as if we are having this calculate age written here. Again, it is not visible, but we have borrowed it. So now we have a property called as calculate age inside this Captain Sparrow. So I can show you. If I do Captain Sparrow, well, I'll have to do it here. So let me delete this, and if I quickly get it here, if I save this, if I execute, if I expand this object, can you see year of birth 1978, and then we have this calculate age method. Again, this calculate age is not inside this Captain Sparrow, but since we borrowed it from obj.calculate age, now we are also getting the reference of calculate age, which means this proves that this variable is technically assigned a value only when the object calls the method. Okay, so this is pretty clear. Now one more thing that I want to show you is that, okay, now remember I told you in the intro that I will also teach you about the difference of this keyword in a regular function and in an arrow function. So let's now discuss that. Now again, I have a very simple object with some properties: first name, year, and then calc age. Now always remember that arrow function does not bind its own this. So the difference between the this in a regular function and in an arrow function is that in a regular function the this keyword is simply undefined if we are using strict mode, which we should always use. In sloppy mode it is again window, but in strict mode it is undefined. But in arrow function the context of this keyword is completely different. Arrow function does not bind its own this. Arrow function bind this from its parent, so where it is sitting lexically. So here I'm just going to create a very simple arrow function, and I'm just going to call it say, let's call it greet. Okay, greet, and this is going to be a very simple arrow function, and here we are just going to log this, the value of this, and of course I'll have to call jack dot greet. If I save this, you'll see we will get the value of window here. Did you see? We get window. The reason is the parent of this greet function is window. Okay, so this greet is actually sitting in the window object, so that's why we are getting the context of this inside of this arrow function pointed to the window object. Now this entire part is not a block. Okay, it's just the object literal, so don't get confused. This is not the block, this is object literal. So this entire part is again in the global execution context. Okay, and so is this greet arrow function as well. Okay, so again here if I try to do this, so this in the context of an arrow function points to the window object. Now what will happen if I try to log this first name variable here? We will get undefined. If I save this, you see we get undefined. The reason why we get undefined is that there is no variable called first name declared in the window object, and this in the context of this arrow function is pointing to the window object. So I can again, let me log that out. So the value of this is of course window, but window, there is no first name variable available on window. Okay, but again if I create, and this is actually a bug, so this is the reason why we should never declare variables using var keyword. So if you have accidentally created this var with this first name variable with var keyword, and if you say John Wick, why not? Now you'll see that now this greet will simply greet this first name. So if I save this, you'll see John Wick. Okay, now again this greet is sitting inside this Jack, and so the first name is Jack. But again when you called this dot first name, this is not actually accessing the first name of the Jack object, but it is getting the value of the first name from the window object, so from its parent. Okay, now why is that? Well, this is because inside of this function here this keyword is window, so here it is pointing to the window, so it is as if there is a property of first name declared on the window object. So remember, if you create a variable using the var keyword, then the property of the same variable is created on the window object. So I can show you, if I expand this window, we are going to see this variable of first name declared somewhere here. So we'll have to go a little down in the F section. So F, did you see this? We get the first name. So variables declared with first name, well not first name, but again I'm fading away because I'm recording in night, lots and lots of retake, so you should consider subscribing. Okay, putting lots of hard work. So again, variables declared using the var keyword, they are actually available in the window object. So that's why when you say this dot first name, the parent of this greet, since it is window object, it is pointing to the first name. Okay, so this is the pitfall of using the variable. So again, you should never use one more reason why you should never use the var keyword to declare variables. Now if you want to fix this code, if you want this keyword to not target the first name from its window but to target the actual object where it is defined, just use the regular function call. Okay, so I can say function, and now you will see that now it will greet Jack. So if I save this, and now we are back to Jack. Okay, now one more thing I want to show you is this one. So what do you think will happen if I try to check out? First of all, we are checking if Jack is born after 80, and then we are returning. So this dot year, if this is less than equals to 1980, we are not going to get anything. Okay, so the simple code is we are checking is, let me change the variable name, is born after 80. So is born after 80, and here we are checking that this dot year is less than equals to 1980. So if this dot year is less than 1980, then we are going to get false, right? So what do you think will happen to this keyword? So do you think that this keyword in this context will point to this year? Let's see. If I save this, we get a reference error. Well, not reference error, we get type error. It says cannot read properties of undefined. Why this dot year is undefined? Well, the reason, let me log this. Okay, I'll say this. If I say this, then it will point to undefined because this is a regular function call. So remember the rule: in a regular function call, this keyword points to the undefined, at least in the strict mode, which we should always use. So in sloppy mode, again, this inside of a regular function call will also point to the window object. But since we are always suggested to use strict mode, we are fine doing this. Okay, so that's why you can see that even though we are inside of a regular function and then we are calling this function call, this is not pointing to the current object, but this is simply undefined. Why? Because this is the rule. The rule is even though you are inside of a regular function call, this keyword will always point to undefined. So it is as if we are trying to access this. So we are saying undefined dot year. So there is nothing called undefined dot year. So if you try to do this, you will get type error. Undefined dot year, you get type error, cannot read property of undefined. Okay, so this is very simple, this keyword. I hope these lectures are very usable for you. Again, I am explaining all of these terms in real layman terms, so I hope all of these do make sense to you. But again, when I was learning JavaScript, all of these did not make much sense to me when I was starting out. So if any of this code is not making sense to you, then consider it completely normal. Okay, no need to panic or no need to frustrate. I just want you to repeat this video, try to watch it a few times and try to again manipulate the code. That's why in the beginning I told you that you need to code along. Just don't sit and watch me write the code and then try to absorb, but yeah, sit in the front of the desktop and then try to do whatever I'm doing. So code along. Okay, always code along. Okay, let's move forward, and I think it's getting to night, so I'm gonna take some rest and then I will see you in the asynchronous JavaScript section. I think yes. We are almost in the end of understanding how the internals of the JavaScript language works, and as promised, now we will see the big difference between the way primitive data types versus the objects which are considered reference values are stored in the memory. And this is one of the most confusing concepts in JavaScript that any beginner finds very difficult to understand. So understanding this will really make you a good JavaScript developer, and this question can frequently come in interview. So if you understand this topic, then nailing the interview is going to be very smooth. Okay, so first I'm going to write some code and then I will show you what is the problem, and then we will see a neat explanation to understand the logic behind that. Okay, so let's say I want to create a variable that will store my password, and then I want to update the password but also wants to keep a reference of my old password. So here I'm going to declare a variable called as password, and I will hold the initial value of 100 to it. Now I want to update my password, so now I can say now the password will be 101. But wait, didn't I just say that I also want to keep a reference of my old password which is 100, right? So again I'm going to create one more variable. I will call it old password equals to the password. Okay, and now if I console.log password and the old password, you are going to see the expected result. If I save it, so if I save this, we are going to get the expected output. So the password is 101, which is the updated password, and then the old password is 100. So on line 160, we are declaring this password variable with the value 100 in it. And then on line 161, we are again creating a new variable old password, and then we are referencing the value for old password to be the original password, so 100. So remember when I was explaining you the variable, I told you that when you declare a variable, the variables are created in the computer's memory, so on a real location with the value of it. So password is created in the computer's memory on a real memory, okay, and then this value is stored in this variable. And so when you create another variable, in our case old password, and then if you refer the value for this old password to be another variable, then the value of that variable will be stored in this old password. Okay, so the state is preserved, and then we are updating the password to be 101, and when you log password and old password, then you get the expected output. Now other than this, we have objects which behaves slightly differently. So here I'm just going to declare my details object, which will contain very simple details about me. So fname, let's assume my name is Jack, and then I am 23 years old. Now I also have one friend who is also called as Jack. So let's now create an object for that friend as well. But again, I don't want to create another object for that friend as well because his name is also Jack. So we are just going to reference this entire object for him, okay? So I'm just going to say const friend, and I'm doing this so that I can show you the problem. So I'm just going to reference my details. So now my friend is also having the same data, but again his name is Jack, his age will be different, which I will come at this in a moment. But first let's log out the value for both. I will say my details age, my details, and my friend age friend. Okay, if I save this, you will see that both of the objects data are same. My details is fname Jack, age 23, and my friend's detail is also his first name is Jack and age is 23. Now both of our name is same, but of course age is not same, age is different. So my friend's age is 34. So here I am manually going to change the age of my friend from 23, which is by default, to 34. So here I'm just going to say friend dot age to be 34. Now when I will hit Command S, focus here, if I save this, can you notice something interesting here? My details first name is Jack, right? But now age is 34. What is happening here? See, here I have said my friend has exact same detail as me, but his age is not 23 but it is 34. So here I have manually said friend.age is 34. See, I haven't said my details.age to be 34. I have said friend.age is 34. But if you notice, my object has also updated the age value from 23 to 34. My friend's age is 34, but at the same time, my age is also updated to 34. Now this is very weird. Why is this happening? So let's now discuss about this by looking at the behind the scenes of how JavaScript stores data in call stack and how it stores data in the heap. So primitive data types are always stored in the call stack, and reference value data types, they are stored in heap. So let's now discuss about that and it will become crystal clear. Now before we can understand code that we just wrote, we need to clear some point. First, we need to remember about JavaScript's primitive data types, which are number, string, boolean, undefined, null, symbol, and big int, and everything else are considered as objects. So objects created with object literals, arrays, and even functions are all objects in JavaScript. We have seen this already in the data types lecture, but that time I did not explain to you how both of these differs. So now let's understand this. Now when we are talking about memory and memory management, it is usual to call primitives primitive types and object reference types because of the different way they are stored in the computer's memory. Now we need to see the JavaScript engine again, and this time I will give you few more informations related to the JavaScript engine, and it is very important for you to understand. So far we have seen the JavaScript engine containing only call stack, but it also contains one more essential tool that is called as the heap, where objects are stored in the memory. So all the objects, or in other words reference types, are stored in the memory heap. On the other hand, primitives or primitive types are stored in the call stack, and actually they are stored in the execution context in which they are declared. But just to make it simple, let's just call that the primitive types are simply stored in the call stack because that's where execution context run. Now, how does all of this works and why our example behaved in that weird way? Let's find out. So here we have two examples that we saw in the code, as well as the JavaScript engine with the call stack and the heap. Let's start by looking at the primitive values example. What happens inside the JavaScript engine and the computer's memory when we declare a variable like password equals 100? First, JavaScript will create a unique identifier with the variable name. Then a piece of memory will be allocated with a certain address 01 for example. And finally, the value will be stored in the memory at this specified address. So in this case, the value of 100 will be specified at the memory address 01. And this all happens in the call stack where primitive values are stored. Now, what is extremely important to understand here is that the identifier actually points to the address and not to the value itself. So it is like the password is equals to 100, but in fact, password is equals to the memory address 01, which holds the value of 100, and this distinction is very important to keep in mind. In the next line, we declared old password equals to password. So as we already know that the variables actually holds a memory address, what do you think the old password should be? Well, it will simply point to the same memory address as the password variable. So it will look like old password is also 100. Good. Now in the next line, we then set the password to 101. So we updated the old password. So what will happen then? The value at the address 01 will certainly not become 101 because that will then change the value of the old password as well, since they both point to the same address. So this would not make sense at all. Also, the value at a certain memory address is immutable, which means it cannot be changed. So instead, what is gonna happen is a new piece of memory is allocated and the password identifier then points to the new address, which is now holding the new value of 101. This is why when we log both the variables to the console, they both return exactly the values that we expect. Now with a reference value, things work a bit differently, which is why this example gave us an unexpected weird behavior earlier. Let's now see why. When a new object is created like this myDetails object, it is stored in the heap because this is not a primitive data type. And such as before, there is a memory address and then the value itself. Now in the case of the reference value like this myDetails object, myDetails identifier does not point directly to this newly created address in the heap. So in this example, address 080723 in the heap. Instead, it will point to a new piece of memory that is created in the stack, and then this new piece of memory will then point to the object that is in the heap by using the memory address as its value. In other words, the piece of memory in the call stack has a reference to the piece of memory in the heap, which holds the myDetails object, and this is the reason why we call objects reference types in this context. So again, when we declare a variable as an object, an identifier is created which points to a piece of memory in the stack, which in turn points to a piece of memory in the heap, and that is where the object is actually stored. And this works because the objects might be too large to be stored in the stack. Instead, they are stored in the heap that is like an almost unlimited memory pool, and the stack just keeps a reference to where the object is actually stored in the heap so that it can find whenever necessary. Now next in the code, we created a new friend variable that we set equals to myDetails object. So what will happen now? Well, just like with the primitive values, friend identifier points to the exact same memory address as the myDetails identifier, and again that address contains the reference which then points to the object itself, and like this the friend object is now exactly same as the myDetails object. Now here comes the interesting part, because now we are going to change a property in the friend object by setting the friend.age to 34. So what happens is the object is found in the heap and 23 is changed to 34. And even though we define the friend variable as a constant, we can actually still manipulate the object without any problem. And when you think about this makes sense because we are actually not changing the value in the memory for the friend identifier. It is still 080723, so the reference to the object. All we did was to change the value in the heap, and that's not a problem. So it's a misconception that all the variables declared using const are immutable. In fact, it is only true for primitive values but not for reference values. So keep that in mind whenever you are working with const. Anyway, as we log the friend variable to the console, we get the age of 34 just as we set the age before. But then, when we log the myDetail object, we get this weird behavior that we previously could not explain and understand. But everything that we learned in this lecture, it actually now makes sense that in the myDetails object, age is now also 34, even though we never changed myDetails.age directly. And the reason for this, as we can clearly see in the slide, is the fact that myDetails and friend actually points to the same exact object in the memory heap. So whenever we change anything in the object, it will always reflect in friend and in myDetails, so in both of these objects. So these are basically just two different identifiers pointing to the exact same value. And once again, that value is the memory address 080723, which points to the reference in the memory heap. And one important implication of this is that whenever you think that you are copying an object, you are really just creating a new variable that points to the exact same object. Now there are ways around this, but in general, this is how reference values works in JavaScript. So I will suggest you to make sure to really understand this because this can be an important question in your interview. So yes, maybe watch this few more times and try to draw the analogies between the code and how it works behind the scenes. Okay, so we are all set up now to move forward. Let's now take a small break and then we will see what is asynchronous JavaScript. And yes, I have put a lot of efforts, so liking the video and commenting your feedback will be extremely helpful. Hey everyone, so now we are going to talk about asynchronous JavaScript. So whatever code we have written so far were all synchronous in nature. What do I mean by this? JavaScript is a single-threaded programming language, which means that the parser of JavaScript by default executes each line one by one. So let me give you a very simple example and this will all become crystal clear. So if I write console.log line 1 and if I duplicate this code multiple times, I will see line 2, line 3 and 4 and 5. You can pretty much guess the output by yourself. If I save this, you see we get line 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So first this line was executed, parsed and then executed, then this and so on and so forth. So this is the default behavior of JavaScript. Being a single-threaded programming language, it just has one thread in which the code executes and all of these codes executes line by line. Now let me give you a very simple example problem and then it will all make sense. Now since JavaScript is a single-threaded programming language and all of the code executes line by line, if I write an alert in between line 4 and 6, here if I just write I am a simple alert, okay, what do you think will happen? First of all, what does alert do? It simply alerts us a pop-up with this message, right? Now if I save this, then you will see that first these 3 lines printed and then we saw this pop-up, alert pop-up, and then these two console.log will not be evaluated to print line 4 and 5. So if I save this, focus here. Did you see first line 1, 2 and 3 printed and then now we saw this alert pop-up and now we cannot see line 4 and line 5. The reason is very simple. JavaScript is parsing all of the code one by one and then when the work is done, then it is going on the next line, which means first it parsed line 1, printed line 1, line 2 printed line 2, line 3 printed line 3, and then it executed this alert, which is a function which again is simply giving us a very simple pop-up window with this message. Now this pop-up window is not done yet, which means this is still in the work. Now how do we get rid of this pop-up? Well, by simply clicking this OK, because when we will click OK, then the program will be marked finish. Now when I will hit OK, now JavaScript was free from this line, and the parser then moved to line 6 printing line 4, and then line 7 printing line 5. So this is a very simple problem of JavaScript. It is a single threaded programming language. Each line is executed one by one. Now you can ask me, then what is the problem? Well, the problem is, let me write the simple comment. The problem, now what is the problem? The problem is pretty simple. Let's assume we are developing Instagram for our local family members. Now they all want to upload photos of our family gathering. Let's say that their photo has different sizes. These photos are 1 MB, 2 MB, 3 MB, 4 MB and 5 MB in sizes. Now if by mistake they uploaded the 5 MB photo size first, then after that if they try to upload this 1 MB, 2 MB, 3 MB or 4 MB photo size, then these all photo, even though they are less in size than 5 MB, these all file sizes will have to wait before this photo is processed uploading. So here I can say 5 MB photo size is uploading, and after that I can say 4 and say 1 and 2 and 3. I'm going to ask you a very simple question. Which photo do you think should be uploaded first? The photo with less file size or the higher file size? Of course the less file size, right? But if you pushed mistakenly, even though if you pushed mistakenly the 5 MB photo size to be uploaded first, after that even if you try to upload a photo with slightly lesser MB than the first one, which is of 1 MB, it will have to wait. It will have to wait for whatever seconds until the 5 MB photo is finished uploading. So this is the problem. You see that this is a very simple task. 1 MB photo will, let's assume that it will take 4 seconds to upload, and this photo will take 30 seconds to upload. I'm just assuming, okay, 30 seconds or 30 seconds, let's say 20 seconds to upload. Now again, it doesn't make sense that this 5 MB photo should be uploaded first, then these two lesser file sizes will have to wait just because this 5 MB photo is taking 20 seconds to upload. Okay, so this is the problem of synchronous JavaScript. If you write a program on line 12, it doesn't matter if it is going to take 30 seconds or 30 days or 30 months. Until and unless this program is finished, the parser will not move to the next line to parse it. Now there is a way to solve this, and that way is understanding how to write asynchronous code. Now asynchronous JavaScript is not a feature in JavaScript. It is just some set of rules and methods. How we use these set of rules and methods to write code in such a tweaking way that it makes our code asynchronous in nature, because by default all of the code are synchronous. If I save this, you see, of course I'll have to click OK. 5 MB photo size uploading, 4 1 2 3. Okay, so again everything is synchronous, so we will have to write this code, we'll have to tweak this code in such a way that it will make sense to upload a photo with lesser MB size first and then the higher MB size later. Okay, or why not all the photos can upload at the same time as well, depending on the data speed, the flow of data, how it is uploading on the server. Okay, but again this is the very general example of what is the issue with JavaScript. Now let's say that I want to solve this. Now let me mimic a very general solution of this problem, and then we will move forward to understand all of this in little bit depth. Okay, now let's say that I want to fix this problem. I want 1 MB photo to be uploaded first, and then 2 MB, 3 MB, 4 MB and 5 MB. So in ascending order. How can I do that? We can do that, we can mimic this solution using the set timeout function. Now set timeout function is a part of window object. Okay, now set timeout function in itself is not a part of asynchronous JavaScript. This is just a browser API tool that is given to us in the JavaScript to mimic a certain delay. Now let me write the code and then it will all make sense. So you just have to call set and then time out in an uppercase way, actually camel case way, okay, and then call it. Now this set timeout function takes two parameters. First is a function like this. Let's pass an arrow function, and then here you'll have to pass a time delay. So here I'm just going to pass, let's say 10,000 milliseconds, which is equivalent to 10 seconds. Okay, now whatever code you will write inside, that code will execute after 10 seconds. So this set timeout function after 10 seconds will call this function. So whatever code you'll write inside this function, it will automatically be executed after this time expires. So here I'm going to write process of, let's say 5 MB data, 5 MB photo uploaded. Okay, let's assume that 5 MB photo takes 10 seconds to be uploaded. Okay, similar to this I can again call it, and now I can say 4 MB photo uploaded and it took us 8,000 milliseconds, which means 8 seconds. And I can again do this for 3, and this time it is going to take 6 seconds. And let's say for 2 MB photo it will take 4 seconds. Okay, 4,000 milliseconds. I'm going to comment these codes. Let's use multi-line comments and asterisk slash. Okay, good. Now let me tell you what will happen. See, first this set timeout function will print this, because 4,000 milliseconds will be evaluated first. Why? Because again I just told you that when the time will expire, then this code will be executed. So which comes first? Again 4 seconds comes first, right? So by the time this 4 seconds will be done, this callback function will be executed, printing 2 MB photo uploaded, and then 3, 4 and 5. So if I save this, I'll have to press OK to get rid of this simple alert. Now see, after 4 seconds, not 2, 4 seconds, 2 MB photo uploaded, 3 MB photo uploaded, 4 MB photo uploaded, and now 5 MB photo uploaded. Now this is asynchronous JavaScript. Even though our file is 5 megabyte of size, we are not waiting for this photo to be finished so that we can proceed to upload the 4 MB photo. We are simply saying that when the right time is there, just execute the function. Again I'm just mimicking this. Okay, so this is asynchronous JavaScript. This 2 MB photo, when it is lesser in size, it uploaded first, and then 3 MB, 4 MB and 5 MB. So this is a very simple example of asynchronous JavaScript. So let me give you one more example. I'll say console.log, I'll say start, and after this I'll say end, and here I'm going to write set timeout. Here I'll say console.log, say I am printed after 4 seconds, and here I'll pass 4,000 milliseconds, and then after that again I'm going to pass set timeout. I don't know why I wrote it again. I should have simply just pressed command shift alt arrow. Let's do this one. It's shift control down arrow, okay, or shift option down arrow. Okay, now here I'm just going to write 0, which means not waiting at all. 0 seconds simply means not waiting at all. And when you are writing 0, you don't have to write 0 0 0 0 4 times. You just have to say 0. Now I'm going to pause these all code because I want to give you a homework. Now this is a very simple example that I have written here. I have commented all of the previous code above. Okay, now I want you to pause the video and try to come up with the answer. What do you think will be the output of this simple code? Now I just want you to pause right now, and after 2 or 3 seconds I'm first going to evaluate this code, and then I will show you the output, and then I will explain that. Okay, so pause the video now. So I hope you were able to figure out the solution of this code. Now let me show you that what will be printed. So first this start will be printed because of course the script is starting on line 34. All of the previous code has been commented out. So here start, and then after this start, what do you think will be printed? We know that this set timeout function delays the execution for this provided time frame, which means this 4000 milliseconds, which means that this code will be printed after 4 seconds, and now the execution will move onto this set timeout. Now since we are not waiting at all, because 0 seconds is not waiting at all, so you may think that after that we are going to get this console.log I'm not waiting at all should be executed quickly. So you may think that we will get I am ... okay, and after that we will get this end, so end, and after that we will get this I am printed after 4 seconds. I am printed after 4 seconds. If you think so, you are wrong. The reason you are wrong will be discussed in the next video, but now let me tell you the answer. The answer will be this start. First the start will be printed, and after that we will get this end, and after this end we will get this statement here, and then after that we will get I am printed after 4 seconds. If I save this, let me separate this code as a wrong, right, okay. Now if I save this, you see start, end, I am not waiting at all, and after 4 seconds I am printed after 4 seconds. Start, end, I am not waiting at all, should be executed quickly, and then I am printed after 4 seconds. Why are we getting this output? See, we are not waiting at all. We are simply saying that hey, set timeout, print this line, execute this function after 0 seconds. So if we are not waiting at all, then why? See, here we are waiting, but here we are not waiting at all. So if we are not waiting at all, then why are we not printing this set timeouts code first and then the end? Instead we are printing start first and then end first, and then our execution is moving to this set timeout, and then eventually printing the line that is waiting for 4 seconds to be printed. Well, the reason is pretty simple, but that pretty simple reason will be discussed in the next video, where we are going to see all of this with a very simple and neat presentation of what is event loop, what is the role of callback queue, which is also called as message queue, how does execution actually happens in this code, and we'll understand about web APIs as well, okay. So yes, see you in the next one. Again, take it very simply, try to manipulate this code on your own, and all of this will make sense, okay. I'm just taking it very slow. These are very simple to understand, okay. So I've really put a lot of emphasis over and explaining how these codes actually works. That's why I'm talking in a really slow way. Otherwise I put a lot of editing into my videos, but this time I'm going to keep it as much raw as I can, okay, because this is really very confusing concept. Asynchronous JavaScript is really very confusing. It is not tough, friends, it is not tough, not at all. It is confusing. It's the things like execution context, call stack, message queue, event loop, how does all of this interacting together to print whatever the output it just printed. So if you understand all of this, come on, you are going to master JavaScript. This is the reason why I first talked about how does the JavaScript's internal actually works. I could have simply taught you that hey, this is asynchronous JavaScript, this is the work of asynchronous JavaScript, but then I realized that no, this is not the correct way. I should first get into the details, as much details as it is required for you to understand, like what is execution stack, call stack, how does all of these works, and then I should talk about asynchronous JavaScript because these are connected. So in the intro I told you that all of the lectures are built upon the previous knowledge. So now all of your knowledge is going to be utilized in the next video, where we are going to see this neat presentation. In this video, the goal is to explore the internals to get a better understanding of what exactly is happening. I recommend watching this explanation twice and then drawing the execution stack of each function call with hand on a paper. This way, you will have a lot of exposure to various forms of asynchronous programming, and it is going to reinforce and reinstall exactly what is happening behind the scenes. Now, we are going to start off with a little visualization of understanding how our code is executed and what are the roles of other properties like event loop and web APIs. So let's dive in. Right here, we have our first of 3 examples that we are going to look into. Now, even for a very simple synchronous example like this one, there is still quite a bit going on. So let's take a moment to break down what we are seeing here. At the top left, we have the JavaScript code that is executing. So this is our very simple script. We created a variable and we print a message to the screen. Down below, we have the terminal output for that script. So as the script prints something, that will show up down here. On the right hand side, we have all the internals that are running behind the scenes in the engine. We have the call stack, the web API, our callback queue, and our event loop, all of which works together to get our asynchronous programs running. Now, for simple synchronous examples like this one, the only of these 4 we need to worry about is the call stack. So let's take a moment to start there. Now remember, I told you that the call stack is a simple data structure provided by the JavaScript engine. The only job of the call stack is to track the execution of our program, and it does that by keeping the track of all of the functions that are currently running. The first thing that is going to happen is that our script is going to get wrapped in the main function, which starts the execution. Now something when it gets added to the call stack, it means that it is going to execute. So the engine is going to start parsing our code from here on line 1. Here we declared a constant x with the value 20, and then we go ahead and declared a constant y with the value of 30. Then we move on and do a simple console.log of x plus y. Now console.log is indeed a function. So remember, I told you that each function call gets its own execution context in which the code it has defined are stored and executed. So right here, we are going to get console.log pushed onto the call stack. So now we have the main function and we have the console.log. Now once console.log is dropped onto the call stack, that is actually going to run, and we are going to see the value show up in the console. We would get sum of 50 printing in the terminal. Now when a function is done doing its job, it gets removed from the call stack since it is no longer executing. So at this point, this console.log has done its job of printing something to the console. It is now going to finish by getting removed from the call stack. From here, we do not have any more code to execute, so we mark the program finish, which means our main function is going to finish as well and going to be popped off from the call stack, and now we are left with an empty call stack. At this point, our program is done. Now this is just the first basic example to get comfortable how the call stack is going to work. Although we have already seen how this works, but I made sure to show it once again with the example in the context of asynchronous programming. The next example is still a synchronous example, but there is a bit more complexity with multiple function calls. If we take a brief look at the script, I can see I have defined a print all locations function that takes an array, and for each location it loops through it and prints it to the terminal. Down here, I have defined the array and passed it to the function. So let's see exactly how things would run when we run our script. The first thing that happens is the main function gets pushed onto the call stack that allows the script to start executing. Right here, we have defined the print all locations function. Now at this point, we are not calling the function, so it is not going to appear on the call stack. The next thing that happens is the parser moves onto the line where we have defined the locations array, and after that we call the function by passing the location array. So this is a function call, so we will see print all locations getting added onto the call stack, and here I have summarized the arguments value, so all fits in this nice block. So from here, this function is the current execution context. Now the only thing inside of this function call is a call to the for each method. We are looping over each locations provided. So for each is indeed a function call, so again it gets added to the call stack, and I have ... in place of its true arguments, which is the function to run. This function is going to run one time for each location. It gets access to the individual location and it prints it. So that is the next thing that is gonna happen in the program. For each is responsible for calling this function multiple times. So the first time it gets called, it indeed is added to the call stack. Now what do we see here? We see that the anonymous function call with the argument patna, and then from there we actually call console.log, which is another function, so that gets added to the call stack as well. Now console.log indeed once again is going to print something to the console, so we will see that appear here in the console. Now console.log is finished, so that is going to get popped off the stack, and once console.log is finished, our little anonymous function is also done, which starts here and ends here. That is also going to finish since console.log was the only statement inside that function, so it gets popped off the stack as well. Now for each does not get popped off the stack because it is not quite done yet. So we are going to see a new anonymous function added to the call stack, and then from there we are going to see another console.log, this time printing Varanasi to the console, and then from there console.log gets popped off and the anonymous function call as well. Now at this point for each has gone through that process 2 times. There are only 2 items in the array, so for each is done and that's gonna get popped up the call stack as well. Now that for each is done, print all locations is also done, and that is the only thing that print all locations does. It just calls for each. When for each is done, the function is over. Now we are again back at where we were before, which means we are all done and the program is marked finished by removing the main function as well. The final result we have here is Patna and Varanasi printed in the console or terminal. So here we cleared the concept for how the call stack is going to allow us to work through our program, keeping track of the individual functions that are actually executing. Now let's go and move on to the third and the final example. This is our asynchronous example that we actually wrote out and ran in the last video. And now we are going to explore how it ran behind the scene, so we can figure out why we were seeing things in the order in which we were seeing them. So since this example is asynchronous, we are going to use call stack, web API, the callback queue, and the event loop all working together to get our application running. Now with like our other synchronous example, again the first thing that happens is the main is added to the call stack that starts the execution of our program. On line 1 we have a log to the call, so the log is added to the call stack, we get the output in the console and then it gets popped off the stack. Next we move to the set timeout function. Set timeout is clearly a function, so again something new gets pushed onto the call stack. Now set timeout is not part of the JavaScript programming language itself. You are not going to find out the definition of set timeout anywhere in the JavaScript specifications, and the JavaScript engine has no implementation for it. Instead, it is the browser API that creates an implementation of the set timeout using C++ and provides it to the JavaScript to use. Executing set timeout actually calls out to the code that is not part of the JavaScript. It's part of a web API which the browser provides for us. Set timeout is then finished executing while the web API waits for the requested amount of time. As we saw, it is the asynchronous way to wait for a specific amount of time and then have a function run. So when we call the set timeout function, it is really registering an event with the browser API, and that is an event callback pair, where the event in this case is simply to wait for 4 seconds and then the callback is the function to run. Another event callback pair might be to wait for a database request to complete and then run the callback that does something with the data. So right here, when we call the set timeout, a new event is registered in the web API. Here we have our set timeout waiting for 4 seconds. Now at this point in the process, that 4-second clock starts ticking down. While we are waiting for that 4 seconds to happen, we can actually do other steps inside of the call stack. So JavaScript itself is a single-threaded programming language. You can do one thing at a time, and the call stack enforces that. We can only have one function on the top of the call stack, and that is the thing we are doing. There is no way to execute 2 things at the same time. Now that does not mean JavaScript process is completely single-threaded. The code you run is still single-threaded however, but JavaScript uses other threads in C++ behind the scenes to manage your events. That is what allows us to continue running our application while we are waiting for those 4 seconds. Now from here, we move on to another set timeout. We call set timeout again, and it is again going to register yet another event in the browser API where the event is 0 seconds, and at this point we have now 2 web API callbacks waiting in the background. So we can still continue to do other things while both of those are waiting for the event to complete. In the first case 4 seconds, in the second case 0 seconds. Now where do we go from here? While the 0 seconds are up, so this callback needs to execute. Now how exactly does that happen? Well, this is where the callback queue and the event loop down below come into play. The job of the callback queue is simple. Its job is to maintain a list of all the callback functions that are ready to get executed. So when a given event is done, in this case when the 0 seconds timer is complete, that callback function, the function we defined right here, that is gonna get added to the callback queue, which is just a standard line. The code whose time is up and needs to be called first gets added to the callback queue for execution. Since there is no items in the list, the callbacks get added right up front. So we have this callback and it is ready to get executed. But before it can be executed, it needs to be added onto the call stack. That is where function go to run, right? Now this is where the event loop comes into play. The event loop looks at two things. It looks at the call stack and it looks at the callback queue. If the call stack is empty, it is going to run items from the callback queue. So at this point, the event loop says, I know you got added to the callback queue, but the call stack is not empty, so I can't execute you. And this is why our function does not run right away, even this is executing just after 0 seconds, which means not waiting at all, right? The event loop needs to wait for the call stack to be empty, but at this point, main is still running. So the parser moves and executes this log, which again gets stacked on the call stack and then logs the value in the console, and after this is done, it gets popped up from the call stack and the main function is done. So from here, program is marked finished, so the main gets removed as well. Now with our regular synchronous scripts, this is when the program actually finishes. The end of main signifies the end of the application. This is not the case with our asynchronous program. Right now, the event loop can start to do its job. It can see that the call stack is empty and it will check if it has anything in the callback queue to push it to the call stack. It certainly has, so it takes that item and moves it to the call stack so the callback can run. So at this point, our callback function is running, that is going to execute the function right there, and here we just have a very simple console.log, which then again prints a message in the console, and then it gets popped off the call stack and the callback function is also done. So this is why we are saying I am not waiting at all after a start. None of our asynchronous callbacks are even going to run before the main function is done. So at this point, the program is still not done. The call stack is empty, the callback queue is empty, which means the event loop can't do anything. The program just waits there for 4 seconds, and after 4 seconds, our other event is done and it gets added to the callback queue. Now again, the event loop notices that the call stack is empty and a callback is waiting in the queue to be executed. It takes the callback and pushes it to the call stack. Now here we again have a log that gets added to the call stack and then prints the message. Now it is done, so it gets popped off the call stack and now the callback is done. And at this point the program is complete. The call stack is empty, the callback queue is empty, and there are no events registered in the web APIs. This means the process would be complete, and over here we have the exact same output we got when we actually ran the application. The only difference is that now we know why we got the messages printing in the order we saw them. It is because JavaScript behind the scenes uses other threads to execute the code, allowing end message printing first, even though we are waiting for 4 seconds for our other messages to print. We also learned why we were seeing end printed before I am not waiting at all. That is because the event loop can't run any of our asynchronous callbacks until the call stack is empty, which means the main needs to finish first. Now this is a really cool technical details, and if you know about this, then you are already miles ahead from those beginner JavaScript developers. And actually I can say that sometimes many experienced JavaScript developers have tough time understanding the execution of the JavaScript, even though the mechanism of execution is fairly simple. Okay, now I made you an expert, so make sure to like and subscribe the channel, and let's now understand how to write asynchronous JavaScript code. If you really want to become good in JavaScript, then a part of JavaScript is to understand how to write asynchronous code. So how to write non-blocking code that does not block other codes from execution. So here I have a very simple example. I have given a task to design a user registration system. Now the steps are as follows. First, the user needs to register. We are going to provide them a form, and then when they will provide their email or maybe mobile number, we are going to send an OTP, and then they will be able to log in, and then we are on the server going to fetch their data from our server and then display the user. We are going to render the view. So the process is fairly simple. So here I have created 5 functions. Register user, where I have simulated that registration form field, and then we have send OTP, one-time password sent. Then login, user was logged successfully. Then we got the user data. It should have been get user data and get user data, and then we build the view and then we displayed the user. Okay, and then we are calling all of this in one by one. So the steps needs to be completed in the order which it is written here. So, and of course that's how you design a user registration system. So first you provide them a form, then send them an OTP, and then let them log in, then get their data, and then display their view. Okay, so pretty simple and straightforward process. Now after all of this code is executing, you can see that other application work is also happening. Now these works can be different: loading suggested profiles to follow, or then maybe displaying the user posts from their favorite artists whom they have subscribed, right? So these are also some tasks. Now if I save this, let's see what happens. Okay, registration form filled, one-time password sent, user logged in successfully, got user data, displayed user data, and then other application process is happening. Now there is a problem. Now all of this is a very good example of synchronous JavaScript in which all the code executes line by line. So first we are going to provide the user a registration form which they will fill, providing their email address or maybe mobile number, and then we are going to send them the OTP, and then they will be able to log in. Then we are going to fetch their data from the server which they have provided while submitting the form, and then based on the data we are going to build a view, and then we are going to render them. Okay, so this is the process. This is a very simple process that happens when we build something like this user registration system. Register, we are going to send the OTP, you will be able to log in, we are going to fetch your data based on the data provided in the login form, and then we are going to render the view. Right now the same thing is happening here. We are calling all of these functions in the same order: call register user, send OTP, login, user data, and display user. And when I saved, all of the data you saw, it is coming in the form of coming in the order in which they were called. Now this is good, but there is a problem. The problem is processes like registering user, sending OTP, letting them log in, and then fetching their user data from the server, and then displaying the user. All of this process is a network request, and network requests can delay. So here I'm going to write network requests can delay. This is the reason why most of the time you will see, if you are logging into some websites, there will be an option of forget password or maybe resend OTP, because this is network request, and network request can malfunction. Sometimes the OTP can delay, or sometimes the OTP will totally fail to be delivered to the client. In this case, we have these options like resend the OTP, or maybe you forget password, okay, reset it again. Okay, so this is the problem. Now how to solve this problem? But first, before understanding how to solve this problem, let's simulate, because I want to show you some more thing so that you can understand what is the problem here. Let's say that the register user network request failed for 3 seconds. So the form was displayed after 3 seconds. So here I'm going to paste a very simple function which you do not have to understand. We are just waiting. We are going to provide it a millisecond, and then the code will execute after the provided millisecond. So let's simulate the delay. Here I'm going to call wait. Let's say that this user registration form was delayed for 3 seconds, and same way the sending of OTP was also delayed for 3 seconds, and the login was also delayed for 3 seconds. The fetching of data from server was also delayed for 3 seconds, and same the rendering of view was also delayed for 3 seconds. This can be very much possibility depending on the maybe internet connection. Yeah, okay. So if I save this, let me tell you, all of this we are simply saying that hey, wait for 3 seconds before executing this code. So this code is the form that we are sending the user, which they will fill, and after that we are going to send the OTP. Okay, now if I save this, after 3 seconds you will see registration form filled, and then one time password was sent, and then we say user logged in successfully, and now we see getting user data, fetching the data from server, and then displaying user data. Now after all of these processes are done, now other application processes is happening. Now this is the problem, why other application process needs to wait for these tasks to be performed first. Maybe these tasks are very important. For example, if you are watching someone's live broadcast and if you are commenting on their system, then if your comment is delayed, if you have network request, that does not make others preventing from commenting on the live video, right? But if you are able to comment, then your comment will be pushed once the network request is successful, right? So what is happening here? All of these tasks should not wait for these tasks to occur first. Other application processes needs to execute in the background, and then these code, when they will be ready, they will be completed. So this is the problem, because right now all of this is synchronous. All of the code is executed one by one. Okay, and then when the parser comes here, they do all of this work. But this is the problem. This will become really difficult to manage to build larger web apps. Okay, you can't even think of this. Now how to solve this problem, that other codes will first execute, and then at the same time we are able to maintain the order in which the user's registration system will be built. Here comes callback. So the first part of understanding asynchronous JavaScript is understanding callback. Okay, and I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to comment this function because I just wanted to show you the problem. And let's delete all of these waiting code. Okay, and let's delete this. Now let's simulate the delay. Let's say that this registration form is filled after 3 seconds, or maybe 2 seconds, or maybe 1 second. Okay, let's try to do, I'm just going to use this set timeout, because set timeout does not stop our code from executing. Okay, by using this set timeout function we will be able to fix this code. Okay, now here, okay, so this is the correct order, set timeout function, and of course let's say that this form is coming after 1 second. Let's use the same set timeout here, and let's provide it here, delete this one, and then this will also come after 1 second, and then the same set timeout is coming here. Let's delete this again. This will also execute after 1 second, same set timeout. Let's get rid of this one, and the same thing is happening here as well. Okay, displaying user data after 1 second. Now if I save this, you will see that other application process is happening, and after that when the time for our code execution comes, then we are sending all of this form. Registration form filled, one time password sent, user logged in successfully, getting the user data and displaying user data. Now this is good, this is what we want, right? Other application processes need not wait for this code to be executed first and then these will execute. These code will execute, and then when the time for this code execution will come, then this code will be executed. Okay, so this is the solution. Now this is a solution, but this is not the actual solution, because let's imagine that let's say that this send OTP function, or maybe this registered user function, the form registration is again delayed. Let's say that this is delayed for 3 seconds. Now let's see what will happen if I save this. You see, one time password sent, user logged in successfully, getting user data, displaying user data, and then a registration form field. This is absurd. We are sending one time password even though the registration form was delayed for 3 seconds. And this will become really more confusing if you say that we have this OTP, send OTP delayed for 4 seconds. Now let's see what happens. Wait a second, user logged in successfully. How? We are not even registering them, okay? And then how the OTP was sent? These two processes are delayed for 3 and 4 seconds, but now user was also able to log in successfully, and then we also fetched their data from the server. We displayed their data, and then registration form field and one time password sent, that is occurring after these 3 tasks. This is problem. So this is like a hack. We are using set timeout function, but still we do not have any control over how our data will be sent and how we are actually doing the tasks based on the code implementation. How to fix this problem? The solution is callback. Now callback is a very good technique through which we can provide a function that will be called after a certain thing happens. So here in this register user function, you just pass a CB parameter. You can call it anything. CB is short for callback. And then here we are going to just execute this CB function because this will be a function. Okay. Now here we are saying that, hey, set timeout, after 3 seconds, please call this function. So this function we are going to pass right here. And the function that we are going to pass this register user will be like this. So I can call it a user, I can call it a arrow function as well, but let's provide a very simple function expression. It's not a function expression, function declaration. So here I can pass these all 4 processes. Okay, let's take it here and let's paste it. So let me explain you what is happening. We are simply saying that, hey, register user, I have a callback, set timeout, first send this registration form, and after registration form is sent, then send this callback. So this callback is this parameter, which is this function, this entire function, which is executing all of this code one by one. So if I save this, now you will see that we are able to preserve the order in which our form needs to be called. If I save this, other application work, loading, building view, and then registration form field, user logged in successfully, getting user data, and then displaying user data, and one time password send. Now again, there is a problem. This one time password send should be coming after the registration form field. Okay, why this is delayed? Well, this is delayed because now we are waiting for this 4 seconds. Now how to solve this problem? To solve this problem, again we are going to use the callback. So here we are just going to pass this callback, and then we are going to execute this callback like this, and then we are going to pass this send OTP, this function, and inside this function we are going to execute all of these code. Okay, like this. Let's cut it here, paste it here. Now if I save this, now you'll see that we are able to solve the problem. So registration form field, after this one time password was sent, user logged in successfully, getting user data and displaying your data. Okay, now if you say that somehow this login is delayed for, let's say, 3 seconds, if I save this, let's see what happens. So registration form field, now after one time password was sent, now getting user data, and then displaying user data and user logged in successfully. Now we need to fix this one because now this set timeout is delayed. So again we are going to use the callback here as well. So here I can say cb, and here I'm going to say callback, and then we are going to pass this login, these two functions which are resting here. So let's cut it and let's now paste it, and now our order will again be preserved. The same way we can do the same thing here as well. So we can say call me back when your code is done. So here I can just provide it a function, and then we can pass this display user right there. And if I save this, now we are able to preserve the order in which our function is called. So registration, form field, one-time password sent, everything will be in order. User logged in successfully, getting user data, displaying user data. Now if you increase the, let's say we are waiting for 8 seconds for this display user to be the views to be rendered. Of course this is going to work, but if I save this, let's wait. If we are here, so we must not really be in a hurry, we must understand everything. Registration form field, password sent, logged in successfully, getting user data, and after that it is taking 8 seconds to build the view, and now displaying user data. Okay, now all of this is good, we fixed the problem. Now if you increase any of the code's duration, you'll see that the order is still preserved. Let's say that this register user is waiting for 6 seconds, so the form is waiting 6 seconds, is taking 6 seconds to load. Before this function executes, none of these functions will execute, or I think this function will execute because here we have not used callback. If I save this, okay, you'll see registration form filled. So this code also did not execute because this is coming in the last. We are calling it here, user logged in successfully, getting user data, and after that, after 8 seconds we will display the user. So let's minimize this to 2 seconds. So this is how, by using callback, we are able to fix the code. So even though this function, or any of these functions, no matter how much time they take, other code will not execute before this code is executed. So we are again preserving the order, but there is a problem. Can you see? Is we are writing unmanageable code. We are writing wait code, which means writing everything twice. So here we are using a callback inside a callback inside a callback. So this part here that you are seeing, this is called as callback hell. So I can say callback hell. Now in this in programming paradigm in JavaScript, this callback hell is not suggested to be how you should make your code asynchronous in nature. Of course, we made our code asynchronous in nature. Other application processes are happening, and when the time for this code occurs, they executes, right? But at the same time, we are using callback hell. So can you see this here, this design here? So let me show you this part here. This is actually called callback hell or pyramid of doom, and this is not suggested to do because of course this is very simple code, and that's how you can write this callback hell. But imagine if you have hundreds of processes that are dependent on previous processes to be done, then you'll have to include many callbacks, and then you'll have to call them plenty of times, which will actually make this callback hell look really sharp. So this callback hell will be becoming something like this, a very big pyramid of doom, and which is unmanageable, and this will really become at some point this will actually have the potential to breaking your entire code, because once certain changes and your entire code base will actually fluctuate. Okay, now we can solve this problem, the problem of callback hell, by understanding about something which is called as promises. So let's now first see what is promise. So I'm going to comment this part here, this is callback hell, and let's now see how to build promises. Promise is a modern way of writing asynchronous code. Promise was introduced in ES6 in 2015. Promise helps us to improve the code, and by building promises, we don't have to fall in this ugly pattern of callback hell to make our code asynchronous. Now, what is promise? Promise is an inbuilt JavaScript object, or you can also say it is a constructor that helps us to create an object that we have to return from a function. I will show you in a moment, but first let's go through more details and understand promise. So promise, as the name itself suggests, returns you a state that needs to be used. We know that asynchronous code executes in the background without breaking the thread, right? But when the code execution is done, then we need to return a promise and then use the state of that promise. Now let's understand all of this by writing few lines of code. So again, I copied all of the previous code and I repasted it. I commented all of the previous code, and here you have the example of callback hell, okay, and somewhere here, right here, okay. So this is the example of callback hell, and here we are going to understand about promise. So let's now see how to build a promise. Now, as a developer, most of the time we don't have to build promises on our own. We just have to consume them. But since we are learning about asynchronous JavaScript, I found it really important for us to understand to even build a promise on our own. So here, to build a promise, you just have to return a new promise object. So just call promise with an uppercase P. Now this promise object accepts a function as a parameter. So I'm just going to make it an arrow function. Inside this arrow function, we have two parameters, which is resolve and reject. And now all we have to do is to take this set timeout and move it inside this new promise. Now let me tell you about this resolve and reject. Promise has few states. These are pending, fulfilled, and rejected. When you create the promise, initially the promise is pending. It is neither fulfilled nor rejected. So right now, promise is in pending state. Now, what does it mean for the promise to be fulfilled? It means that when the code inside of the promise is successful, then the promise is resolved, so it is fulfilled. And if the operation failed, then it is rejected. So we'll have to call reject. Now instead of calling this CB here, we now can call this resolve, okay. So this resolve indicates that the operation inside of this promise is a successful. So now return the resolve. So this resolve will simply return this entire part here. So which means that our registration form will be shown to the user, which they can fill. If there was some error, then we just have to call reject, okay, and not here but here, okay, because we do not want this code to be parsed. But now let's call it resolve because this code is executed successfully. Now this is creating the promise. Now when you create the promise, after creating the promise, after building the promise is the correct word. So this is building the promise. After building the promise, you have to consume them. So to consume the promise, you just have to take the function inside which you have actually build the promise. And I can see we have this callback here. I need to get rid of this. We are no longer using callback. So the function is a register user, right? So I can come here, I can call a register user function like this. And now to consume the promise, we have a dot then method. So if the promise is successful, we can call this dot then method, and then inside this dot then method we have this function in which we can get the data of this promise. So since this promise is successful, we can get the data of this successful promise right here inside this dot then callback function. So this data here, fulfilled data, okay. But if it is rejected, then the promise will throw us an error, okay. And so here, okay, but wait a second, we do not want to print the data of this successful promise. We can do that. We can say d, and then I can say console.log d. If I save this, what are we going to get? we are going to get registration form field, but then we are going to get undefined. And the reason is we do not have to call this function. We have to call we have to do something. We have to say that when registration of user is done, now call this send OTP. So here inside of this then method, which again accepts a function, I can call this send OTP function, and I don't have to call it, just pass send OTP, because this send OTP function will be called by this dot then method. Okay, and now if I save this, we are going to get into an error. Callback not defined. Callback is not a function, so again get rid of this callback. Okay, and if I save this, now we get registration form fulfilled, registration form field, one time password sent. Okay, and after one time password we have to call this login. So again we have to build a new promise inside of this send OTP function. So I can say return new promise resolve reject, and then let's take this code here and then make it resolve. Okay, and then we have to call dot then again. So this is method chaining, and then we just have to provide it login. So when this send OTP function is called, then it is going to return a new promise, which is this entire promise, which is again getting resolved. So the value for this resolve we have to catch in this dot then method, and then we are passing this login function. So let's get rid of this callback, and then again create a new promise here as well. So new promise resolve reject, and let's put it inside this, and let's make it resolve. Let's call it, and let's do that here as well. Return new promise resolve reject, and bring it inside, remove callback, and let's resolve this one as well. Okay, and now let's do the same here. So I can say dot then. So the promise that we are returning from this login function, we resolved it, so we have to call this get user data. Okay, so I can say hey, now call get user data, and after this get user data we are also returning a promise. So this get user data is also fulfilled. So this get user data will actually resolve this display user. So here I can say now you call this display user. Okay, so this is method chaining. We are saying that hey, registered user, your promise is resolved, then call send OTP. Send OTP's promise is resolved, then call login. Login's promise is resolved, then call get user data, and get user data's promise is resolved, then call display user data. And you can see that the same thing is happening. So now if I save it, you will see the exact same output. Registration form field, one time password send, you are logged in, and then getting your data and displaying your data. Okay, so this is promise. Now let me make it one more thing clear, is that if somehow this is resolved, which means that promise is fulfilled, what if there was an error? How to hold the error? So let's say that this registration user or this send OTP is unfulfilled. Okay, rejected. There was some error sending the OTP. So now we just have to, instead of calling resolve, we have to call reject. So we just have to call reject, and then here we can provide the message. I can say error sending OTP, sorry, checking our backend, thanks for your patience, anything. Okay, save this, and now you have to return it from here so that the next line will not execute. Just have to say return, because return blocks the execution of the next line. You can see it is grayed out. Okay, if I save this, we will get registration form field, and after that we get this error. If you do not return, if you return this after this console.log, then you are going to get this one time password sent, which again, since we are returning an error, then why are we even getting this message of one time password sent? And then we are getting this error. This this does not make sense. So we have to just call return before this console.log. Okay, and now you see that we have this error. Now we definitely are getting this error, but we are not consuming this error. Now to consume this error, now we are definitely getting this error, but we are not consuming this error. So to consume this error, now we have one more method which is called as catch. So then is for resolve if the promise is resolved, but if the promise is rejected, then we can call the data of that rejected promise in this catch method. And now here again we can pass a very simple function, and I can call it let's say error. First of all, let's save this. Okay, error, and here we just have to say cl error. Okay, and if I save this, you'll see that our error will be printed. It says error sending OTP, sorry, checking our backend, error in sending OTP. So the always try to write clear message. Okay, the registration form filled, error in sending OTP, sorry, checking our backend, thanks for your patience. Okay, so this is how you consume promise. Now I'm going to ask you, which one do you think is easy as well as understandable to write? This callback hell, which can very soon become pretty cumbersome to manage, or this promise syntax? Of course, this promise syntax, right? See how clear it is. Everything is chained together. The data is built upon previous data. Everything is happening asynchronously, but this is more clear syntax than the callback hell. So let's now quickly resolve this promise. So instead of calling reject, I can comment this out and I can say resolve. I'm keeping this code here so that when I will give you the final file, you can see this. Okay, now promises are good. Now we have more modern way of writing these promises in a better way by using async-await. So let's now understand async-await now, because this also makes our code look really more readable, as well as we don't have to depend upon building promises and then consuming them. By understanding async-await, you will actually understand that why most of the time we do not build promises but we just consume promises. Now I made a very simple mistake. I should not have written this code in the very last. I should have written this code right here, because we are understanding about asynchronous operation. Okay, now after this we are having all of these other application processes. So you'll see that our code will still work the same. You see, other applications processes are happening first, and then the code that was blocking the execution, whom we just fixed, making them asynchronous. Now after these processes, these code executed. Let's now see async-await. Async-await is a syntactic sugar over promises, which makes handling promises even simple. When you will use async-await, your code will appear to be synchronous, but indeed they are asynchronous. So let's now use async-await to improve the code that we have written using promises. So here I'm just going to declare a function. I'm just going to call it authenticate user, and then inside this function I'm going to await the result of these functions. Okay, so the first function is register user, so I'm going to use the await keyword and I'm just going to say register user. Now you can see that we are getting a warning. So if you hover over await, it says that await expressions are only allowed within async functions, which means that if you are using await keyword, then the function inside which you are using the await keyword, the function needs to be an async function. So here you just have to make it an async function. And so this is how we actually make our code asynchronous in nature, because I just said that your code will appear to be synchronous, but indeed they are asynchronous. So they become asynchronous by using this asynchronous keyword that you have provided to this authenticate user function. So we are saying await register user, which means that execute this register user function, and after that we are going to await this send OTP as well. So first this register user function will be called, and after that we are just going to say await send OTP. So we can simply write the order in which we want our code to be executed, and all of these will be executed one by one. Okay, so this is the simple task of await, and then after this we are just going to await login, and after this get user data. So I'm just going to copy this, await get user data, and await display user. Okay, and that's it. And now if I save this, you will see our code will execute. Okay, we need to call the function as well, authenticate user. Let's call it, and now all of the code is executing line by line, one by one. Okay, now one thing you should always remember, that asynchronous functions itself returns you a promise. So all of these functions are nothing but a result of a promise. But no, you don't have to call something like return new promise. No, this authenticate user functions, since it is an async function, it will automatically return you the promise. And then since it returns you a promise, you can catch the data of that promise using .then and .catch. So here you can say .then, and here we are just going to pass a callback function, and here I can say what? Here I can simply say console.log all task executed. Okay, here I'm just going to give it thug life emoji. Why not? Okay, and now you can see that when all of our code will execute, we are running into some error. What is happening? Okay, I need to wrap this like this. Now if I save this, all of our code will be executed, and then we will see, wait a second, we ran into some problem. It says getting user data, and after that all tasks executed, and then displaying user data. So let's see, display user data. So there must be some problem in this display user function, and we haven't returned any promise from this display user function. Okay, so let's return new promise, an arrow function with resolve reject. Let's put this set timeout inside this, and then just resolve this. Okay, and now if I save, now you will see the exact output. Did you see this? Now registration is done, one time password was sent, user logged, we fetched the data from the server and then displayed the data of the user, and after that we get all tasks executed. And now if somehow we get some error, we can catch that here. I can say error, and here we just say error, and I can say error. Okay, let's check this. Let's make this send OTP rejected. So from here I can just again uncomment this, and let's comment this part here and this one as well. And if I save this, we are going to see error in sending OTP, OPT OTP. I hope you noticed when I was writing this return reject command. Okay, and again, registration from form failed, error in sending OTP, sorry, checking our backend, thanks for your patience. Okay, so that's how we are holding our error. So we are getting the error from this login function, and the functions that are coming after this login function, they are simply not executing. Okay, now I'm going to ask you very simple question. Now you can see that we have used callback hell, we understood callback hell, we also build promises, we consumed them, and now we refactored our promised code into async-await. I'm going to ask you, which one do you think is more readable? Of course, async-await, right? So yeah, this is async-await. Now I want to show you one more way of handling error, and that is by using try and the catch block. So I'm just going to cut all of this code, and try and the catch block is pretty easy to understand. You just open a try block where you want to try for the code. So try all of these code, try to execute all of this code, and if you found any error in this code, then catch that error, right here in this catch function, okay? And then here you can use that error to notify. So I'm just going to say error, okay? So pretty simple. We are trying all of the code, and if there is any error, we are catching the error in this catch block. So here we are getting this error on the login function. So this is going to bring no changes. We get error in sending OTP, but wait a second. We get this all tasks executed. Well, the reason is we are checking for all of these code. We are not checking for error for this authenticate user. So if you want to check for if there was an error in this authenticate user function, then you can return a manual error inside this catch function. So here I can say throw new error, and then now you are going to catch this error in this block, okay? Now if I save this, you'll get registration form filled and then error at authenticate user from line 237. So from here you are actually catching the error that was inside this entire function, okay? So this is try, this is catch for this try, and then this is checking error for this entire authenticate user function. So this is async-await. Now one more thing I want to show you is, remember I just told you that whatever value we pass inside this resolve function, we receive them inside this .then block. So inside this function's parameter, right? But if we are using this async-await syntax, then where are we receiving the data for the resolve? So basically this entire await call is the data that is returned from the calling of resolve function. So let me show you. I'm just going to this, where should I do? Let's call it here, okay? So here I'm just going to call this resolve with this data. I will call it successfully. Let's just call it successfully. Just call it success, okay? Good. And now to see this, we'll have to then comment this part, otherwise we'll not be able to see this. And then if I save this, we are not going to, we will see this data, but we will not see the success data because we really have not used that, okay? So to use that, we know that that data of the resolve call is inside this await registered user, right? So we can store that data into a variable. I can say message equals to this one, and now I can do this and I can use that message here, okay? And then this message will be printed after all of these functions are executed successfully. So now if I save this, okay, refactored, okay, registered, OTP received, user logged in successfully, getting user data, displaying user data, success, and then all tasks executed, okay? So this is async-await. Okay, so this is asynchronous JavaScript. We started with callback, we understood callback hell, we solved that callback hell by creating promises and then by consuming that promises, and then we understood how async-await can help us to write promises in a much more efficient way and handle them in much more efficient way, okay? Now I know as a beginner this may be going over your head, but trust me, you need to watch it at least 4 or 5 times and try to manipulate the code on your own. Merely watching me writing all the code and executing them, you are not going to understand anything. You'll have to code along. You'll have to understand how this await call is happening, which I have already explained, okay? So yeah, this is async-await, and let's now move forward for some ES6 steps. Do make sure to subscribe. Okay everyone, so we are almost in the end of our JavaScript journey. Now this is not the complete end because we have plenty of other things to learn, like object-oriented programming, inheritance, classes, prototypal inheritance. But again, those are some advanced steps. For that we will dedicate another long video. This was just a tutorial for beginners, so I'm not going to discuss that much advanced steps in this video, or in this course to be exact. Now yeah, we are almost in the end, so I'm going to quickly discuss some of the ES6 features that we may use on our day-to-day regular development journey. Okay, now I'm going to make it quick because somehow one way or other we have already seen these codes in the journey of coming up till now. So yeah, why do I have this javascript.info website open here? The reason is homework. I'm going to give you some homework. I'm not going to set you free because I have seen this bad habit in when I was learning JavaScript. Whenever I was thrown with some challenges, I used to ignore that, but I think that I made this very big mistake which just delayed the process of me learning JavaScript. I just want you all to do not do the same thing. Okay, so whatever I'm telling you and whatever homework I'm giving you, see, these are not really difficult homeworks. You just have to access docs and you have to figure some details on your own and try to implement the code and try to understand the logic on your own. Whatever we have learned up until now, by understanding all of that, everything that you will be doing on your own will make 100% sense to you. Okay, this is the reason why I first talked to a beginner's perspective. I talked about everything from the beginner's perspective. I could have given you challenge straight away, but then I realized that no, I first needs to get your habit built up to a certain level, and after that I will be giving you some challenges. Okay, so now we are going to talk about destructuring, object destructuring. Of course, how does destructuring works with React? We'll dedicate a new section. Again, new section, we'll dedicate a complete dedicated section for React. Default parameters, spread operator, rest parameters, for in, for off, findIndex, what is set, what is map. Map is also used with React, so understanding map is really important. And then of course modules in JavaScript. Okay, so first, again, I've already written all of these codes, but again, don't get overwhelmed by all of this. These are all going to make sense. First, I'm going to navigate right here. Okay, so what is destructuring? See, previously if we had an array, and to access the data inside of that array, we used to do this. Const car equals to vehicle at index 0 will give you Honda City, index 1 will give you Scorpio N, and index at 2 is going to give you Soak Leyland. Okay, if I save this, what happened? Okay, I need to, okay, no, I did not console. Okay, but of course if you see that if I do console.log car SUV truck, we are going to get the data. Now what happens is that we don't have to create separate variables to fetch data from an array. We can unpack the data from the array itself using the destructuring. So if in interview someone asks you what is destructuring, just tell them that destructuring is a handy way of unpacking data out of an array. So now you just have to do this. You say const, of course I'll have to comment this because the same variable cannot come in our script twice. So const car SUV truck will get data from vehicles. Now how does the backend of this code works? So the car will be mapped, so this car variable will be mapped to the first data in the vehicles array. SUV will be mapped in the second data in the vehicles array. Similarly for truck, it will be mapped to the third data in the vehicles array. If I save this, boom boom, you say Honda City, you see Honda City, Scorpio N, and Ashok Leyland. Okay, now if I have one more data, I can say Tata Harrier. I don't know if it comes, oh, it also comes under SUV. I can create one more variable. I can say SUV2, and now I can access SUV2 right here. I'm just unpacking the data out of an array into a new variable which is a constant. If I save this, now we'll get Tata Harrier. Now for some reason, let's say that I do not want Scorpio N to be mapped to this SUV. I want the data for Scorpio N to be skipped. I can skip that. I just have to provide a comma here, and that's it. Now this data will be unused, this data will be left, and SUV will be mapped to Ashok Leyland, which again does not make sense, but just to explain you, I'm doing this. Okay, so if I save this now, you'll see that Honda City, we are getting the car Honda City, the SUV is Ashok Leyland, truck is Tata Harrier, and SUV2 is undefined. Why? Because I skipped the Scorpio N data. I'm simply saying that I'm not using a Scorpio N, so by providing this empty space, we are skipping over Scorpio N. So this is destructuring. I'm going to comment this again. And now destructuring works with objects as well. So I'm going to uncomment this. I'm going to change this to let, modern syntax, let, okay. And again I'm going to do this here, okay. So here I have let employee object, first name, last name, date of birth, and then where first name, last name, date of birth, we are again destructuring data out of an object. So if I now save this, we are going to get John Snow 1990. Now one more thing that I want to discuss about object destructuring is that if you want to change the name of the variable itself, you can use an alias, which means if you say that okay, I do not want to create the first name because first name is already created inside this employee object, so you may get confused. So you can just change the f name and give it an alias. You can say fn or last name ln, okay. And now instead of accessing first name, you can refer to fn ln and it is going to work perfectly fine. John Snow 1990, okay. So this is changing the variable name actually, okay. So I'm gonna comment this one, okay. And now I'm going to give you a very simple example but a very important example of the real use cases of destructuring. So if you have even slight of experience or if you have written even very simple apps using React.js, you would have definitely done this: const count, set count, and then you would have used use state. What is happening here? This is destructuring. So this count is the current state, and then this set count is a function that is provided by this use state hook, and then we can update the set count, okay. So count can be 0, and then we can update the count by using this set count function to 1, 2, or 3 or anything. So we are changing the state, okay. So state of a variable or state of a workflow. So this is a very hot example of destructuring. By using this use state hook, we are extracting two data, two variables out of that out of this function that is called as count and set count, okay. And yeah, that's how you use destructuring in React.js, which we will learn in lot more details when we'll talk about React.js. And then we have this default parameters. Again, this is also very easy to understand. Why did I uncommented this? Okay, now let's say that I'm creating a sign up website, and I'm accepting username, password, and profile pic, and the user provided it. Code password is this one, and CodeBlock.jpg. If I save this, you get it, okay. But somehow I have made profile pic to be optional. I can say that okay, you can sign up using your username and password. You don't have to provide CodeBlock.jpg. You don't have to insert profile pic straight away. You can edit your profile a little bit later. So if I skip this, but again I have this parameter here, okay. If I do this, you'll get undefined, okay. You see, we get undefined. Now how to solve this issue? Again, I just said that just provide me the username and password and you are okay to go. But now we are getting undefined. I don't want this undefined. Now here comes default parameters. We can actually set a default value for this default parameter, and then that parameter will already be inserted, will host, not inserted, but will hold the default data for this variable, which is local to this scope. I hope getting things in your mind. Scope, remember that. So here I can say user pic.jpg, anything. Let me show you what do I mean. I can say user test pic. I hope I will get the data. What is this? User icon. So this one, okay. By default this photo will be uploaded here, okay. If I save this, you'll see this undefined is changed to user pic. But now if you want to update your user pic straight away while signing up, you can provide it. You can say CodeBlock.png portable. What is this? PNG stands for portable network group. Anything. CodeBlock.png, okay. So see, this is default parameters. Let me comment this out. Very useful. We'll see the implementations of default parameters when we will build maybe JavaScript applications, okay. And then we're going to talk about enhanced object literals. In ES6, objects have been updated. So now let's see what are enhanced object literals. But first what are object literals? Again, very simple. The block where all the properties of objects are defined using this default syntax to create an object is called an object literals, right? Inside this object we have few simple properties: item name, which is laptop, price 200, manufacturer is Apple, and of course we have one method as well. Okay, and now you can see all of the objects right here. Okay, now the first thing that have been enhanced in the object is computer property key. Here you can see that we are hard coding the property name, so item name, price, manufacturer. But let's say that the property name, which is item name, is generated dynamically by the server. In our object we are calling it item name, but in the backend in our server, this item name, what if this item name is referred to something else, for example item? How can we then use this entire object? Here we can use computer property key. So instead of hard coding the item name here, we can separate this item name in a string format in a separate variable. Here I have called const item equals to item name, and then instead of hard coding item name, here I'm just going to open this array, and here I'm just going to say item. So now this item behind the scenes will be this item name, and now we are no longer hard coding the item name property here. Okay, if I save this, you will see that there is no major changes. We are again getting this item name laptop. But now if the server decided, someone on the backend decided to change that, hey, this particular data object which is holding this laptop with this price with this manufacturer, I want to call this Apple laptop. Okay, so now this Apple laptop will be here as the property name. So now if I save this, now we are no longer saying this item name, but we are saying this Apple laptop. Okay, so this is computed property key. Next up is method definition shorthand. Pretty easy. We have already discussed this method definition shorthand in object. I vividly remember this. Okay, but again, nevertheless I'm going to talk it again. So method definition shorthand is pretty easy. We created method using by. This is a by method. So by, and again, since method are just a function that is attached to a property inside of an object, we used this function keyword. But now in enhanced object literals we have method definition shorthand, which means that we can altogether get rid of this function keyword as well as this colon. Okay, and now this is method definition shorthand. If I save this, everything will work completely fine. And if I call data dot by, you'll get I bought this. See, I bought this. Okay, and then we have this property shorthand. Property shorthand is not really very difficult to understand. Let's say that we are creating user validation. So if user is validated to login or not, and then we are generating access token and refresh token. So here I have generated two variables, access token, refresh token. Okay, so access token is generated by the server, and then refresh token is generated by the browser. I'm just assuming. Okay, then we are passing the same two variables right here in the user validation form. So let's assume that this user validation, the code for this user validation needs to validate access token and refresh token, and then allow the user to access a particular page or a particular data. So we are simply saying that, hey, user validation, the access token, I'm creating this property. Okay, I'm creating this property on my server. Okay, I'm saying this access token is this access token which holds this variable, this value. Okay, and this refresh token, which is, again, we are creating a property on our backend server. So these two are completely different. So this access token is different, this access token is different. This access token is on our server, this access token may be on our client. Okay, so we are saying that, hey, user validation, this access token variable will get the value from this access token, which is this one, and this refresh token is getting the value from this refresh token. Okay, now can you see that both of the variable names are same? And since both of the variable names are same, this can be very much problematic to figure out which one is whom. So now we have property shorthand. So if the variable as well as the value have the same name inside of an object, we can use the property shorthand, which means we can just altogether replace the value, and now access token and refresh token will be both the property name as well as the value that it holds. So now if I save this, you see the exact same details. Access token is this one, refresh token is this one, and now the confusion is gone. You can simply say that this is the access token which is holding the access token data, and this is the refresh token which is holding the refresh token data, and all of them are already described here. So this is computed property key, method definition shorthand, and property shorthand. Next up, spread operator and rest parameter. Understanding rest parameter and spread operator in JavaScript is very easy. So here I have just declared a simple myfunc function inside which I am receiving three parameters, a, b, and then this ... rest. So this ... is the syntax for rest parameters, and just in a moment I will tell you what does this ... rest parameter actually means. So here I'm going to call myfunc function, and now you can observe that I am passing few values to it. Well, to be exact, not few values but more than 3 values, which is called as argument. So parameter is the local variable that we receive inside the function body, and when we pass it the value we call it argument. Now you can again observe that we are passing more than 3 values to these parameters. So a will be mapped to this one and b will be mapped to this 2. But what about these remaining arguments? Well, these remaining arguments will be stored in this rest parameter in the form of an array. So always remember that a rest parameter is just a local variable inside a function which actually returns an array of unused arguments. So here if I say console.log a, b, and rest, you will see that we get a1, b2, and then the rest of the arguments are returned in the form of an array. So here a is 1, b is 2, and then this entire arguments which remain unused is in the form of array. So if you pass some more, for example you can say John and you will see that these 2 values will also be stored in this rest parameter. So if I save, there you go, you see we get John and Wick. So this is simple rest parameter. All it does is that it takes all of the unused argument and then it pushes into its own form of an array. Now if you receive one argument here, if you call it C parameter, not argument, so now you will see that this true will be stored in this C parameter. I need to call it, and now the rest of these parameters or arguments, rest of these arguments to be exact, will be stored in this rest parameter. So if I save, now we get true stored in this C, and the remaining arguments are pushed into this rest array. Now some rules that you always remember about using rest parameter is that a rest parameter should always be declared only once. You cannot use it twice. So now you cannot say that comma ... rest 2. No, it is illegal, and rest should always come as the last parameter. So it's not like that just take it and call the first parameter as rest. No. So if you hover over it, you see the warning, a rest parameter must be last in a parameter list. So let's quickly fix that. There you go. Now also, it is not mandatory to call it rest. You can call it anything. You can call it args. You can call it rest args and just reference it here, and there you go. You'll see the exact value. So no need to call it rest always. It is called as rest parameter, which is okay to use as the variable name. But again, feel free to call it anything. Just use this ... syntax to create a rest parameter. Okay, and now since it is an array, you can perform all sorts of operations that we have on array. For example, for each, right, we can loop over these items. So I can say what, rest args dot for each, and I'm just going to print all of the items. I'll say console dot log I could have used an arrow function with very minimal syntax, but let's write in detail. Okay, so if I say I, you see we get false, John 2, 3, John week. Okay, and if you want to, let me comment this out. If you want to access few values out of the array, you can just say console.log rest args of index 0, and it will give you false. So if I save, you get false. If you want the second index, you can just reference the first, since arrays are indexed with 0. So if you write 1, you will get the John as the output. Okay, so if I save, you get John. So this is a rest parameter. Now what are a spread operator? Similarly, we have this spread operator. So the syntax for a spread operator is also this dot dot dot. And so since we have this dot 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 for a spread operator as well as this dot 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 for rest parameter, this automatically becomes a point of confusion for beginners. And so when I was learning JavaScript, it also became a point of confusion for me. But trust me, both of them resembles with each other and very easy to understand. So if you have two sets of arrays, for example array 1 which contains numbers and array 2 that contains few string data, and if you want to combine both of these data to create a larger array, you can use a spread operator. So you just have to create a new variable and you can call it large array or whole array data. Just call it anything that makes sense. I can call it whole array data equals to. Now here I will open an array block, and here I just have to say dot 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 array 1 comma dot 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 array 2. So the entire data inside of this array will be spread into this whole array data. And now if you say console dot log whole array data, you will see that it will become a larger array that contains this entire data. So if you save, you get this larger array with both of the data combined together. So the spread operator is used to expand or spread data inside of any table such as array and objects. And so yes, we can use this spread operator on objects as well. So I'm just going to define two objects and I'll keep it very simple, and I will say id1 data to be random. Okay, and I will declare one more object obj2, and then here I will say name to be John and the last name to be week. And now I can combine both of these objects to create a larger object. So I can just say const larger object or large object equals to dot dot obj1 comma dot dot obj2. And now if I say console dot log large object, you'll see the larger object. So if I expand, you see the data from both of the objects. So object 1 and object 2, both of them has been combined to form this larger object. Can you find some resemblance between both of them? This dot 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 here and this dot 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 here. It's very simple to figure out. So always remember that when the spread operator, so this one, is used as a parameter, this becomes a rest parameter. It is known as a rest parameter. Okay, so this spread operator on its own is useful to unpack data inside of an array or an iterable very simply, and then create a larger group, larger block. When you use a spread operator inside a function as the parameter, that becomes a rest parameter. Isn't it that easy? And now for in and for loop. In this video, we are going to talk about what is for in and what is for off loop. And so I have seen beginners getting confused a lot between these two loops and which one to use when. So it is very easy, and I'm going to explain the difference between both of them in just like 4 or 5 minutes. Okay, and trust me, the process is completely simple. You use for in when you have to iterate over an object, and you use for off when you have to iterate over a set of array. So here I have a very simple object dataset which I have id and 1. So this is called as key value pair. Watch the object lecture to understand more. So this is the key this is the value of the key. And then if you want to iterate over this entire data set object, you can use the for in. So the syntax is very simple. You just say for, and here you declare a variable. For example, I'm going to say let data in dataset. That's it. Now this data will get hold of this entire key. See, it will not get hold of this value, but just the key. Okay, so here you can say console dot, and when you will save it, you see entire data, which means the key. So key is id, first name and last name. So here this is the key, id, first name, last name. Now you can ask me, okay, so how do I get the value itself? This is key, this is value. I want to get hold of the value as well. Very easy. Just use this template string, and here just say data, use another curly braces, and here just say that, hey, this time now I want you to figure out data set of index data. And so we know that first of all, let's see the result. So you see the result, id1, first name John, last name week. Now how does this line of code evaluating? So let's see step by step. So this code will evaluate like this. It will be a string first of all, and then here you'll get the id, and then after that colon, and now here data set will be like this. So data set, and here id will be passed, first id will be passed, and then second first name will be passed, and then here we will have last name. Now if you do this on its own, for example here if you do console.log, I have told you how do you access the data inside of an object. You say data set dot its key, right? It will give you the key. Okay, it is saying it should have been uppercase s. Okay, so we get 1 from line 3, line 13. Actually, let's separate the output. So from script.js 13 you get this one. So if you want to access data inside of an object, you do dataset, the name of the object, dot the key of the object. So dataset.id will give you 1. Similarly, if you do dataset.first name, it will give you John, and for last name it will give you week. Now there is another way of accessing data inside of an object. You can use these array brackets, and here just give the name of the key in the string format. So like this. So it will also give you the data for that key, which is 1. So dataset.id and dataset with this string passed inside an array bracket will both give you the same value. And so now here you can see we have the same thing here. So we have said dataset id, dataset first name, dataset last name. So just like this, first we referred the data and then said dataset in array I'm passing the entire data, which means id, first name and last name. So this code will evaluate like this, resulting into this first name and last name also printed here in the console. So this is how you loop over a set of object. Similarly, we have for-of. The work of for-of is to loop over a set of an array. So here I'm just going to declare array data equals to, I'll keep it simple, 2, 3, 4, and then an array itself where I'm just going to randomize things, random, and inside this I'm going to pass an object. I'll say first to be first person, and last, just giving some property to test, I'll say last person. Okay. Now if you want to loop over this array, you can use for loop as well, but better you use this for-of. So you just have to say for, and here the syntax is similar. So you just have to say let, and say data of array data, and here you just have to say console.log, but this time you will say data. Okay, and just say data, and there you go, you get the entire property. So let me separate the content. Here you get the entire data 2, 3, 4, and then this array itself which contains the object as well. So that's how you loop over a set of array, and this is how you loop over a set of object. So for in for objects and for-of for arrays. Now let me quickly show you what did I mean by saying that you could have looped over this entire array data using for loop as well. So we just have to say for let I equals to 0, I is less than array data length, I plus console dot log array data at console dot log array data at index I. So this is for loop. Here you go. This data that you are seeing has been accessed using the for loop, and this data that you see here is accessed using the for of loop, and then of course our foreign sitting on the top. And now let's talk about find. So the find method returns the first element in an array that passes a test function. So again, I'm just going to uncomment this very simple example, and I'll comment these examples. We do not need these. Okay, if I save this, okay, so we are already getting the data. But again, see, we have names which has Jack, John, and Barbosa. We are simply saying that find name with word O in it, and we are saying names.find. So this find method will take a callback function in which you'll have to describe the thing that you want to do. N.includes which includes this p word, okay, and then console.log find names with word 0. So when I'm saving it, you see that in our array no word is containing this p letter, so that's why we are getting this undefined. Okay, so we are simply saying that, hey, names.find, please loop over this names array, and for each name find that includes this word p in it. So it will simply be names.includes p. Actually, not names.include p, but Jack.includes p, John.includes p. Okay, so if I do the same thing, I can say John.includes, if I say p, and of course I'll have to say is John contains p equals to this one, it will return false. We get false. Okay, so that's why when this is false, it will give you undefined. Okay, so if you save this, you get this undefined. But if you simply say O, not 0 but O, now it will give you this second. Okay, so if you save this, you get this John. So the data that contains O is this John. Okay, so if you read the comment, it says the find method returns the first element. Again, it will always return you the first element. So even if you create a new name Bob, which also contains the letter O, it is not going to return you Bob, it will again return you John. But if you create the Bob before John, if the Bob appears in our array before John, now we are going to get Bob. Okay, so this is find method. And just related to this, we have this findIndex, and you can pretty much guess about it. So findIndex simply returns you the first index of the searched item. So we are just saying ranks 1757, and we are saying ranks.findIndex for every rank that is equals to 1 2 3, and 1 2 3 does not have any rank. We do not have any rank called 1 2 3, so that's why it returned us -1. But if I say, hey, do we have any rank that is 7, it will give you the index of that 7, which is 0 and 1. Okay, and now see, we also have this 7 here, but again, findIndex only returns the first instance of the matched results. So if you say, let's say 5, it will return you 2. If I save this, it says, oh, I mistakenly said 2. If I say 5, now you get 2. Okay, why? Because this is 0, this is 1, and this is 2. So this is findIndex. And after that, set returns you the unique array. So we have a data set that contains a very again, I can say dynamic data 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 2 3 12. Okay, now if I say unique, if I want to create a unique data set out of this data set, I can simply say unique data set equals to, and now by using this new keyword, again, new keyword at this point is really new to you. Okay, now this is related to constructor, which we are going to talk in advanced JavaScript sections, where we will also have to understand prototypal inheritance and how prototypes are actually created. Okay, but now just to create a new unique data set, you just call new and then capital letter set, and then you pass this set, this data set, and now this new set will create a unique set out of these numbers. So if I save this, you see we have now 8 items, and at 0 index we have 1. Basically this entire array is a unique set of this data set. Okay, so this is set. Next up is map. Map method takes an existing array, and again, based on some condition, it creates a new array. And now map method is really useful in React.js. So there we actually render multiple, we actually fetch an array, and based on the data of that array we create multiple arrays. Okay, now again we are going to cover this in React.js, but right now let's say that we are creating this variable let odd numbers equals to this array, and now I just want to convert this odd numbers array into an even number. So here we have said convert to even, and here I have said odd numbers dot map, take each instances of these odd numbers and then add +1 to these instances. And now when you add +1 to these odd numbers, this becomes even, right? So if you now save this, you'll get even number. Okay, 2 4 6 8, and a new unique array that is converted into an even number. Now this no way change the original array. So if you log odd numbers, you'll get complete array. Okay, so you see 1 3 5 7 9. Okay, we have used map method to create a unique array based out of an already existing array. Okay, so map method is used for this. I'm gonna comment this out, and then yeah, one more thing I want to show is that now not only you can access the, you can only change the data, you can only mutate the data, but you can also access the item, their index, and the complete array. If I save this, now you see convert to even.map is returning you this item. So the item is 2, at first instance the item is 2 because we have already converted the array. So this is convert to even. Okay, so this convert to even contains 2 4 6 8. So on the first instance the item is 2, the index is 0, and then this is the array. Then on second instance the item is 4, so you see 4, the index is 1, and this is the array. Okay, so this is map method. I'm gonna comment this out, and now finally we are going to talk about modules in JavaScript, which is really very important for us to understand. Okay, modules is one of the most essential topics for us to understand, and the reason is nowadays development or programming has become really modular. We now no longer create one single base file and keep all the content in the same file. The reason is it can become very difficult to manage real quick. Instead, we separate our code in different modules. So modules simply means different files. So if someone asks you what is modules, you just tell them that different files created for different regions, they are called as modules. So let's now talk about modules in JavaScript, how we actually use it, and what is the real use cases of modules, and things will become really crystal clear. Now I could have really explained you modules right here, I can do that, but then I realized that modules, we are already on line 103, and modules should always be used on the top of the script. So again, I can just move on the top of the script, but why to do that? I just have created a very simple modules folder inside which we have the same setup. Okay, so let's quickly go there, and since I have to talk about few things, I will come back to this in a moment. Okay, let's go there. Script.js, which is linked to this index.html. Okay, and then I'm going live here. So modules simply means dividing our file into different chunks. So let's say that here I have to say database connection. I'm building a web app, so I have to write the logic for database connection, and then write the logic for user sign up, and then maybe develop what dynamic pages based on the user information. Now I can do all of this task in this simple file, but all of this will become really difficult for us to manage. In this simple script.js file, we are also doing database connection, we are also writing the logic for user sign up, as well as we are building dynamic templates. Okay, this is wrong. This is wrong on many levels. Let me show you one more major important drawbacks of this. Let's say that I want to write database connection, so I'm going to create a new folder, not folder but file. I will say db.js. Here I'm just going to say const come on, const db equals to, I'll say connected to the db. Okay, and now let's say that I have written the connection here. So in this file I have done the database connection. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use this database connection string right here. So right here I can simply say cl, well, not like this, but first of all we'll have to link this here. I'll say script source is now this db.js. okay, and now here on this script.js file we can now use variables or anything that is declared in this db.js file. Now this is a database connection file, right? So I can take this variable name and I can use it here. So here I can say console.log db. If I save this, you see we get connected to the database. So here we have done the database connection, and same way I can also create user signup.js, and here I can say const user signup. I'll say user signup successful, and same way again I will have to include this user signup here as well. I'll say user signup. Okay, and now I will be able to use variables defined in this user signup file in this script.js. So now I can simply say user signup. Okay, so first connected to the database, user signup successful. Now can you see the problem? Let's say that if we have to separate our logic, here is the database connection, here is the user signup form, and then we are going to create a file to write all the logic related to comments, algorithms, structure of the web app. We are going to create many files, and then to use those files right here, we will have to include all of them right here. Now this is problem. This is very problematic, because if the order changes, if the order of the script, how you have accessed the script in this script.js file, if they switches, then you are going to see the problem. If I do this, I'm calling user signup first and then db.js. If I save this, now okay, it works, but what if I quickly shift this script.js right here? If I save this, now we get the error. Why? Because now these two files are coming after we have processed this script.js. So that's why we are getting db is not defined. So in this context, the order of how you have accessed the file, they matter a lot. Now this is really a big problem. So instead of creating these files and then incorporating again, let's imagine that I have 10 folders, 10 files actually, user login, algorithms, data structures, and then here I can say comment system. Okay, I have written all of the code in different files. Then we'll have to import all of them here in this index.html in the correct order as well. Remember, the order really matters. So this really is a very important problem. Okay, so I'm going to comment all of these out. Now to solve this problem, we have in ES6 something called as ES module. So ES module helps us to use the correct syntax like import and export, and in this way we do not have to worry about the order in which we will be accessing the file. Everything will be done by the JavaScript itself. Okay, now to use that ESM module, you'll have to come here, and in the script you just have to set type equals to module. So we are letting the JavaScript know that, hey, now I'm going to use your module system to write modular programming. I'm gonna save it, and since we have these, we are accessing this db right here, I'm going to delete this, or yeah, let's get rid of this one. Okay, save this, we got rid of the error. Now in this database file we have this db. Now how can I use this db in this script.js? See, this is the main file, that server will actually access, and these are some additional files that we have created so that we can make our code really modular. Now here comes import and export statement. So from inside of a file you can export the variable that you have created. So here you can say, hey, export this const, which is called as database, which has this value connected to the database. And now when you have exported it, now you can import this variable in any of these files. So here you just have to say import, and this is really important, and it is a good practice that you should always import all of the essential data on the top of the script. Okay, and now here you have to use destructuring like this, and then here you have to define the variable that you are importing from the export file. So the variable name is db, right? So here you can call it db, and make sure to call it db. Why? Because that is what you are exporting. And now here you just have to say from the relative path, which is ./this db. And now you can use this db variable in this script.js, and you don't have to worry about the order in which the files are accessed. You just have to say console.log db. If you save this, okay, you say we get db. Okay, now we have to say db.js. Okay, now if I save this, we get connected to the database. See, this is our database file. Inside of the database file, I've exported data, and I have used that data right here. Similarly, I can export this as well. So I can say export const user sign up, and then I can use that here. I'll have to save this file. I forgot to save. Okay, and now since okay, no, I will have to create one more import. Okay, so here I'm going to say, because this time I am importing this. What is the variable? So the variable is user sign up. I am importing this user sign up from this user sign up.js file. Okay, and now I can use this user sign up variable right here, and now we will get connected to the database user sign up successfully. So this is two import statements that we have imported. So we have imported data from external modules, and we are using them right here without really worrying about how to put our data in order in which we have written the logic. Okay, so this is import. Now we are not done yet. We have to understand few more things. We are not only limited to exporting a variable inside of a function, we can export a function as well. So let's do that here in this user sign up.js file, not because this is necessary, but because I just wanted to do it. Okay, and I'm just going to declare a very simple arrow function that will be called as say hi. Okay, so I've said export const say hi, and this arrow function is simply consoling hello from user sign up.js file. And now since we have exported this function, we need to import it. Okay, and I think this user sign up.js is already imported. So this file is already imported because we wanted to use this variable, right? So now if you want to use this function, say hi function, that is already created in this user sign up.js file, you don't have to do this. You don't have to again import this. Okay, you just provide a comma and now refer the variable that you want to access again. So say hi, I want to call this say hi function, right? So I just have to say hi because this is what we are importing from this user sign up.js file. And now I can use this say hi function in my script.js file. So let's say I just want to call it here, and make sure to call it say hi. Don't call it say hi to, because we are not exporting say hi to inside of this user sign up.js file. Okay, see, it says does not provide an export named say hi to. Make sure to call it say hi because this is what eventually we are exporting. So make sure to call it say hi, and now if you call it like this, if I save this, you see that we are getting our data in the order, connected to the database from here, user sign up successful from here, hello from user sign up.js file, online from line 10. Okay, so 5, 7, 10, and we don't have to worry about from where and on which line we have imported our files in this script.js. So this is the power of module. Now these are very simple default, but there is one more default that is called as export default. Export default simply means that let's imagine that we have an error handling function, and the only job of that function is to do error handling in our entire web app. For that we can create a new file. I will say error handling.js. now here I will have to say let's declare first a variable. I'll say const error handling function. Again, I'm going to make it an arrow function, and here I'm just going to say I am error handling function. Okay, now here we just have to say export default and the name of the function, error handling function. Okay, now when you say export default error handling function, it simply means that this is the only thing that we are exporting from this file. Nothing other than this can be exported. Of course, we can create a variable. I can say export const random name equals to random name. This can be done. Why? Because we are just exporting a simple variable. But if you are exporting default things, which means that only this data, then you have to make it a default. And always remember that inside of a file you can only export only one default statement or only one default function. You cannot again say, you can create a new file like say hi, and then you can say like this. You cannot do export default say hi. If you hover over this, you see it says a module, which is a file, cannot have multiple default exports. Let's comment this out, or let's just comment this out, and I'm going to write can't do this. Okay, and now since I have exported this by default, I can use this, but this time we are going to use it in a slight different way. Now we do not use these object destructuring syntax to access a default export. We can simply name it. I can say import, and now since I know that I am doing error handling here, I don't actually have to call this error handling function. I can name it myself, because this is what we are exporting default from this file. Okay, so this file is known to export this error handling function, so you don't have to worry about what does the name says. We can create our own name. I can simply say that, hey, error handler from this file dot slash this error handling.js. So we are exporting error handler function from error handling.js, and since we know that this function is intended to do error handling, I can just name it anything I want, and I can just take this variable name, which is a function by the way, and I can call it. And if I save this, you see I am error handling function. Did you see that? This is how import and export actually works. We are simply saying that this is just a very simple error handling function, and I have called it error handler. I don't have to call it error exactly as this, because this is a default export. Now in the case of this random name, if you want to access this random name variable, then again you'll have to do it like this. So again you'll have to say import, and here you'll have to say what is the name of the variable, random name. I'm going to copy this, and I'll say random name from this same file dot slash error handling, and now you can use this cl random name. If I save this, you get this random name. Okay, but you cannot do this one like this. You cannot say that, hey, I want to destructure you and then comma random name. You cannot do this. I'm gonna comment this one. The requested module does not provide an export name error handler. Okay, so always remember this, because this is default export. Let's get rid of this one. Now I need to get rid of this as well. Okay, now I want to talk about one more thing that is called as alias. Let's say that in this normal way of importing data, I want to change the name of this user sign up. How can I do that? Very simple. I can simply come here and I can say that, hey, user sign up as, I can say sign up. Now you are known as sign up. Okay, so now this user sign up variable or function will now be called sign up. So instead of calling user sign up, you can simply say sign up, and it is just going to work completely fine. User sign up successful. Okay, so this is called as alias, renaming the thing that you are importing to a new name. We know that we are importing user sign up, from this user sign up, so user sign up variable. But in this file I do not want to call it user sign up, I want to call it simply sign up. Okay, so that's how we actually changed the name. So this is import and export, and this thing is really very important for you to understand, because when you talk about React.js, understanding import and export really becomes very important for you, or even in Node.js, which we are going to learn very shortly. So understanding how data actually, how we can write modular code, it becomes really important for you to understand import export. Okay, now let's now go back to this script.js or this es6.js, because I need to give you some tasks. Okay, now we are done with modules in JavaScript. Now yeah, your homework is to read about these very simple methods, which is sum and every, filter, reduce, concat, value, generate, sort. I could have talked about these as well, but again the video would have gone maybe plus 12 hours. I don't know how long it has been so far, but it would have gone above 12 hours. But you can access all of this data for yourself as well, and this is your homework. Just go to JavaScript info. Again, you are not limited to only JavaScript info. JavaScript info has got some amazing explanations on these topics, but feel free to access data or articles related to all of these methods from anywhere on the web. Okay, from wherever you feel comfortable. Now this is your homework. Prepare a cool note on this and then try to learn on your own. Please don't ignore this message. Okay, I'm requesting you all. Okay, now congratulations on completing the JavaScript 0 to 1 series, and I'm really hopeful and confident that whatever you have learned in this series, it will be enough for you to start your journey of understanding backend development, React.js, or if you do not want to go with React.js, maybe Vue or Angular or any frameworks or libraries that are built upon JavaScript. Okay, and moreover, you can also go for full stack development plus React native app development, but I think React native app development will be too far for now. But if you just wanted to clear your concepts related to JavaScript, I hope you can do that as well. Now I'm not done yet. Remember, I promised that my goal is to make you a really good JavaScript developer. So now we are also going to talk about oops in JavaScript. And but before oops, I'm going to get a JavaScript interview series. Very simple. I'm going to post it in a few weeks. Yeah, we need to learn backend with Node.js as well. We will learn React.js, of course, the mighty Next.js, and then Python. I love it. Wow, Python. Okay, I'm going to do this one as well. But yeah, this is overall my goal. Really worked really hard for past 2 months. I wanted to upload these videos as soon as possible, but then I thought that I can't hurry, because I just wanted to discuss everything in as much details as I can. Okay, so I just want your subscription. Maybe like the video, subscribe the channel, and yeah, please share this with your friends as well, because they may need it as well. Okay, and it will be a help for them as well as help for me, and plus the YouTube's algorithm will be blessed. Okay, so with that being said, CodeBlock is signing off, and I will see you soon with other courses. Like I'm pending with front-end development course, and right next to me I've opened my new laptop on which I'm actually preparing backend development with Node.js. Okay, so I'm going to see you with that tutorial pretty soon. Okay, all the best for your future endeavor. I'm gonna say bye bye, and it's let me see the time. It's 3 a.m. Monday, July 17th 2023 here in India, and I'm recording past midnight, so I should probably now go and take rest. Thank you everyone, and God bless you all.